dynamite. Like that dynamite. Okay, this is getting crazy. Tigers getting cagey. Feeling something new, it's amazing. All the records breaking, history in the making. Feeling something new, it's amazing. If you never do, you'll never know. Who cares if anyone's watching? Let them keep talking and talking. Avalanche, start that avalanche. Okay, this is getting crazy. Tigers getting cagey. Feeling something new, it's amazing. All the records breaking, history in the making. Feeling something new, it's amazing. It's amazing.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome to day one of action here at the 9th annual San Gervasio ProAm, presented by Santos Dassault. Today is amateur day. We see the first of our competitors making his way towards the starting dock right now. That is Lars Kuhne. And within less than 15 minutes, we'll go into our amateur round one. The pros gets up and running at about 8:30 Central European time tomorrow. But stick around with us, ladies and gentlemen, because we have some of the best amateur slalom skiers from across Europe attending here at Jolly Ski, the home of the San Gervasio ProAm for the 9th occasion of asking. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and as always, glad to have you here on board for another live webcast here, courtesy of TWBC for this, the 9th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. If you've got a little bit of time whilst you're grabbing your favorite beverage or grabbing your favorite seat, make sure that you subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel and make sure that you're subscribed so you can get instantly notified as to when the next broadcast is taking place, as well as being able to interact with us on a live basis. All right then, folks, that is a little bit of an intro from me. What about an intro that we constructed yesterday as part of our pre-show? We'll show you that to you around about now. Another weekend and another stop on the Waterski Pro Tour. This is the San Gervasio ProAm, presented by Santos Dassault.
Well, it's the 9th edition, guys. We started in 2014, hoping that Europe would start to do big events, cash prize events. They started in 2017, and since then, nobody has looked back. We just came back from Greece, from a very good tournament, and I'm hoping to have a good one here as well.
Well, here I am with Alicia Bagnoli, who evidently can't play foosball to save her life, but she can certainly perform out there on the slalom ski. What can we expect from you?
Yeah, hopefully it's going to be a good tournament. I've been practicing well here in San Gervasio. It's a great place. Condition looking good. Hopefully no rain this weekend, and yeah, we'll see how it's going to go.
Well, when it comes to keeping the boat straight down the slalom course, one of the best of them is Mario Pagozzi, who has driven here on more than a few occasions. What can we expect from you this time around?
A great tournament. We have such a good condition, brand new boat, and very good skiers, so we expect very good results too.
Finding it a little bit difficult to stay consistent, running 10.75 meters in the last 3 rounds. How are you going to rectify that this time?
Yeah, I'm gonna try my best to get back my skiing like it was before Caiaphas and try to run my 39s again. So far I took 2 practice sets here, they didn't go too good. I've been struggling a bit, especially at 39. So I hope I can prove that in the competition, get a better start and then hopefully run it again like I did before.
So it's been a good start of the season for me. I'm excited to be back and skiing in the events, especially when they're so close to my home. You know, it's easy to go to and it's a lot of fun. Last week was great. The first weekend in Lacanau was super nice, and I'm very excited to be back in Italy at San Gervasio.
I mean, I'm super excited. I hope that I can finally get some redemption. It's been going better. I mean, now we were in Greece and almost managed to run 10.7. So I'm excited, to be honest, and I hope I can finally close the 10.7 again here at San Gervasio. So yeah.
Well, it took you a couple of rounds to get to somewhere close to tournament form last week over in Caiaphas. So will it take that long to get up to maximum tournament performance here in San Gervasio?
No, I've had a regroup with my coaches, including my 1-year-old, who gave me some pointers, so I feel really ready. Took a practice set yesterday, went well.
Excellent.
He's nice.
Excellent stuff. Well, coming in hot from Germany is Lars Kuhner, who is skiing in the amateur rounds of the San Gervasio ProAm. How excited are you to be skiing amongst all of these pros that are coming in to be part of this event?
It's really nice because you can ski on Friday and then the next day you do like a day off and can watch the pros skiing, and it's a really nice competition.
All right then, and that was our pre-show. Thanks a lot for tuning in. Good morning to each and every one of you that's tuning in today to the amateur rounds of slalom skiing. Our schedule is coming up in a moment. We should have 2 rounds of amateur skiing, and there we are. Amateur round 1, amateur round 2. No reseeding between our rounds 1 and 2, so we'll keep the same running order between the 2. And it's going to be a 3-rounder format for our amateur skiers, with the 3rd and last round taking place on Sunday prior to the pro head-to-head finals. The pros, in case you're wondering when they'll get on the water, will be at 8:30 tomorrow morning, as you can clearly see on the graphic on the top edge of that screen. And our first skier that will be taken to the water very, very shortly is Lars Kuhner, the very last person that had the opportunity to talk with yesterday. Very well spoken, very young skier from Germany, and we look forward to seeing him slice and dice it on the water in the next few minutes. And so that's it. We'll go on to the first skier in amateur round 1 in just a moment. So grab your favorite beverage, grab your favorite seat. We're about to throw down here in less than 10 minutes, right here at the San Gervasio ProAm Amateur Round 1. We'll run the boat up and down very, very soon. But then in the meantime, we're going to take a quick break, and then when we return, we'll arrive just in time for Lars Kuhner. Stick around, folks. The first round of the San Gervasio ProAm, the 9th edition, presented by Santo Dasso, will take place in about 5 minutes' time.
A little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
My name is Thomas De Gasperi. I'm from Italy. I'm a two-time World Slalom champion. I've been coming here at La Guapa for 4 years now. The condition of this villa, it's top level. I would say 5 stars plus. Everybody is very friendly. The hosts are amazing. The staff is always helpful. There's always food on the table. I couldn't ask for anything more. Conditions, clean, and we're only an hour away from Mexico City, so it's very close and convenient to travel. Every time I come here, I feel like I'm at home.
I've been a fan of Marcus Brown since I was like 13 years old. He's, been my childhood hero, and so for him to offer something like this, which is it's great not just for me, but it's great for water skis to have something like this where people can really get a bespoke water ski experience. It's going to improve their skiing, their body, and Jenny's she's amazing too. So just to have the access to both of those guys, I think it's huge, and it has been massive just to talk things through and to get a new understanding of stuff I haven't tried yet.
Well, hello and good morning once again. This is the San Gervasio ProAm presented to you by Santa Dassault. We see our first driver taken to the helm of that boat. That's Claudio Benatti, one of the resident coaches here at Jolly Ski at San Gervasio. And there is our first competitor. That is Lars Kuna. We'll try and get the speed and everything situated. I'm sure the line length is probably going to be 18.25 meters right from the get-go. Or he might have something else planned. We just never know. Okay, so he'll be coming into the course at 52 kilometers an hour with the zero offset at Alpha 1. All right, riding that good slalom ski. Getting set to open up the proceedings here at the 9th annual San Gervasio ProAm presented by Santo Dassault. First gear up, it's Lars Kuhne from Germany. Oh, a little bit airborne going into number 2. There you go, now dropping that ski in a little bit lower into number 4. And our first pass of this competition under Lars Kuhne's belt. And he'll continue on. He is under 14 boys, which I believe means that his boat speed will go 55k. I think he skied in a younger division last season where the boat speed was maxed out at 52k, but now he's moved on a little bit in age, so the boat speed, max boat speed is a little higher before he shortens the line, which necessitates him coming back in on pass number 2 at 55k with the line length on 18.25 meters. Just trying to manage the speed, manage the angle, and try not to overexert himself too much at this early stage in the game. Those of you that are joining us across the world, you are most certainly welcome from time zones all across this great ski world of ours. Time right now is a little before 5 after 8 in the morning here in San Gervasio. Not looking too bad at 55k, and now he'll start to shorten the line from here on out. He'll go back in on the 16-meter line. 16 meters, which for those of you that are joining us from all locations across the United States who understand feet and inches far more readily than they do the metric system, it'll be 22 off coming up next for Lars Kuhne. As we take a look at 18.25 meters once again. Only this time the boat speeds are a skosh higher, but seems to have very little strain involved in running this second pass. No troubles whatsoever. And as he gets around buoy number 6, successfully running that pass at 15 off, 34 miles an hour, or 18.25 meters, 55k. Now the boat speed remains at 55k. The line is shortened down to 22 off, or 16 meters. Lars Kuhne. Now you can definitely see the line is shorter from this angle. He's up a little wider on the boat, allowing the ski to fully rotate and get across the boat wakes, and now he's going to get ready for 14.25 meters, or 28 off. Looking forward to seeing Lars Kuhne back into the course once again. For those of you tuning into this competition, good morning. Welcome from Italy, from the region of Lombardy, the home of San Gervasio Bresciano. If I pronounced that right, I'll probably butcher it more times than I get accurately. But not only is this community hosting these championships on the 9th time at Askin. In about 2 weeks from now, we've got the Europe and Africa Championship, which will take place right on this site. Italy hosting the Europe and Africa Championships for the 2nd consecutive year. It was held last year in Rocchetto and will now be held here in 2 weeks later in San Gervasio. Here we go. Lars Kuhne on 14.25 minutes. Oh, he's doing quite well here. He's round number 3. He's a little bit down course here, but he's round number 5. Come on! Oh, and he drops the handle off buoy number 5. So close to running it. He knows it, and probably most of you out there watching it know that too. But he's off to a decent start now. 4.5 at 14.25 meters is no doubt going to be the final score. Okay, so looking here. Skiing pretty decently at this point. Getting around number 4, a little bit down course and getting pulled by the boat in towards number 5. Tried a little bit of a Hail Mary turn on number 5 just to get back on track. Unfortunately, didn't quite work out for him. But that is Lars Kuhne with a score of 4.5 at 14.25 meters, or 4.5 at 28 off. Our first skier out. And setting the scene for our remaining skiers to go in the amateurs in round 1. All right, not looking too bad there. Okay, next competitor up, coming to us out of Austria and starting in at 55k, 16 meters. This is Konstantin Atomson. And if you recognize the last name, yes, he is the brother of Nicholas Atomson, who we will see in the pro rounds starting tomorrow morning. There's Claudio Bonatti at the helm of that boat. And as he passes through the exit gates, it automatically starts the 52nd time that each of our skiers have at each end to prepare themselves, as well as allowing for our boat judge to shorten the line, which it's going to happen from 16 meters to 14.25 meters. So, not looking in bad shape. Getting around all 6 buoys, no worries there. On the opening pass of 16 meters, making very light work of that run. Okay, I hear the sound of the towboat. It's making its way to the course as we see Theo Wild from Germany getting ready for his go. This is Konstantin Atomson. Set on the buoy number 2, looking good on number 3. Working in good shape around that number 4. 5 should be no worries. And on 14.25 meters, just standing up around buoy number 6 and skiing a good looking pass. So, Konstantin Atomson. We'll see what he can do. Before too long, we'll see his mum ski. And about 4 skiers, as a matter of fact. But Konstantin Atomson, nice extension there on number 3. A little bit late coming in, not really putting too much beef behind the boat to try and keep him early enough to run this pass effectively. But he certainly put on the pressure off 5 into number 6 and concluded that pass with the 6-buoy count. All right, here we go. This is Konstantin Atomson. And it's a 30-meter run. All right, getting things done. There you go. Konstantin Atomson. So his father on the dock looking on. Sure, he'll be relatively pleased with the performance that he's put out there thus far. Go enter to win a ski of your choice for the pros. WaterskiBroadcasting.com/play. You have the opportunity for you to win yourself a Conley ski or a D3 ski. We had two great winners last week as a result of the Kayafas competition. And no doubt they're waiting on their D3 and Conley ski respectively. And here we go. This now is the 12-meter line. Konstantin Atomson. Now this is where things really ratchet up in terms of difficulty. Round number 1 gets on it. Round number 2, there you go. He's not bad on number 2. A little bit down course off number 3, but he can make this up if he's strong enough to do so. And look at this, folks. Our first attempt at 11.25 meters will become courtesy of Konstantin Atomson. All right, skier number 2, and already an attempt at 11.25 meters in the works. And it wasn't exactly the easiest of passes, 12 meters, not by a long shot. Was a little bit late to the party off buoy number 1, but he managed to make it up with a good strong side turn off buoy number 2. And then he really got the bit between his teeth after he took that turn off number 4. Number 5 didn't look too bad, and then he just pulled all the way to number 6. He skied that one composed, relaxed, and not prepared to overcook his balance on the buoys on 12 meters. Now this is 11. This is where things really heat up. Round number 1, good turn there. Round number 2, he's still there. He won't make it outside number 3, but I'm sure he'll be more than pleased of his effort there with a 2-buoy count, 11.25 meters. And that is Konstantin Atomson. So let's have a look at this one last time, essentially playing with house money here. Worked hard to get to this point, then got pulled a little bit towards number 2, didn't have enough room to execute the turn that he really wanted to have happen. And there you go, that's a 2-buoy count, 11.25 meters for Konstantin Atomson. Looking at this once again from the boat side camera. A decent one, but didn't have enough room to spare around number 2. And when we return, we'll have Theo Wield next. All right, we're back, and on top of the water, starting in on the 16-meter line, is Theo Wield from Germany. The under-14 boys slalom event. Good start. Looking good, looking very strong out there. Seems to have a very good feel for the course. Little hop, skip, and a jump through the exit gate. Looking strong. All right, so not looking bad on pass number 1 of hopefully many. So coming to us from Steinberg in Germany, where his father owns a water sports facility, a multi-cable cable park. From Steinberg in Germany, here is Theo Wild. Here we go, folks. Theo Wild. Not looking bad, getting through that run. 14.25 meters, no worries there for him whatsoever. So let's have a look at some of the tournaments that he's skied in so far this season. He's skied into 11.25 meters on 3 occasions so far. Skied it 2 times in both rounds at the Bavarian Open in Hamburg. And skied it once in the 3rd and last round over at the Waterski ProAm not too long ago. So from Steinberg in Germany, this is Theo Wild. Looking good so far, running with Alpha 1 on the 0 off, just in case you're wondering in that respect. And now he's gone through 16 and 14 now. This is 13 meters. Confirming the line length there with the graphic in the top left-hand corner. Gets it to go, nicely done, Theo Wild. Yeah, 13 meters, and now in a serious battle with Konstantin Antonsen, who is sitting pretty right now with a 2-buoy count at 11.25 meters. Theo Wild, for his part, has still got to run the next pass and get more than a third the way down the pass after that to be on level terms. But in good form right now. It's not looking too bad. And gets 13 meters under his belt. Theo Wild. All right, so let's see. The boat speed accelerated up to 55K. Good to have you watching. This early stage of the event, and unfortunately, Theo Wild getting into a little bit of trouble there with the first buoy on 12 meters. And let's see if we can break this down a little bit as he rolls the ski into buoy number 1. A little bit of slack line. Oh, and it just catapulted him. And wow, that was quite a vicious fall. His pride is hurt more than himself out there. And he'll swim into shore having scored half a buoy on the 12-meter line. And with that, we'll step aside. And once we come back, we'll have Chris Herron to start off the over 35s next.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort.
All right then, so coming in hot On A2, this is Chris Heron at 55k, 16 meters. One of only 2 skiers in this over 35 men's competition, but able to get things lined up and on an even keel with a 6 buoy count on the opening pass of 55.16. So Chris Heron, not too sure where he's exactly from in the United Kingdom. He's age 37, that much I can tell you. Skied in the World Over 35 Championships last season over at the Ski Nautique Club de Bordeaux, otherwise known as Burek, and scored 3 at 13 there. Scored 3.5 on 13 meters at the Senior National Championships over at the OWSC, the Oxford Waterski and Wakeboard Club. So this is essentially his first outing this season, competition-wise. We'll see if he can conjure up something along the lines of maybe a little bit more than halfway down 13 meters. But to get there, he has to run through this next run. This is 14.25 meters. Oh, he's all over the show. Just couldn't maintain his balance long enough to get round buoy number 4. I don't even know whether he actually made it outside number 4 to at least get a fraction of that buoys scored. This is Chris Heron. Just a little flat-footed into number 2 and just not getting much in the way of angle off that. And that ski's bouncing around all over the show. I'm not too sure why that's happening, but he's going to have to check his ski out, because I think a lot of what he's doing is it's kind of coming from that ski, whether it's the setup, whether it's the binding placement, I'm not too sure, but he's just not 100% comfortable there by any stretch of the imagination. So our next competitor to take to water is going to be Oliver Jessup, and he'll be coming in at 30 meters for his opening pass. Our second and final skier in the over 35 category. And he's taking the ball by the horns here. He's deciding to go in on 30 meters. And you'll see the difference as soon as he starts to pull out for the entrance gate. See the angle of that line? It's significantly more than compared to 18.25 or 16 meters. And places the handle more to the outside of him. And 13 meters making light work of that opening pass. That is Oliver Jessup. I believe running with Alpha 2, which seems to be a very, very common setting on zero off. Oh, Bravo 2, I beg your pardon, but even the 2 part is quite a consistent setting. But Oliver Jessup doing a grand job out there with pass number 1, and his first outing of the season as well. Scored 1.5 at 11.25 meters at last season's World Championships in the over 35s, and his best performance within the last 2 seasons has been a score of 3 at 10.75 meters. So we've actually got a skier here who's capable of conjuring up some real magic out there. But first off, he's run through 30 meters. He'll come back in on 12 as the time expires, and Claudio Bonatti mashes the throttle down and gets ready to send the boat in towards the course on 12 meters. Here he comes, 12 meters. Good quick edge change into buoy number 1. Round number 2 getting pulled all over the show, but he's still there. But only up until about buoy number 3. But there you go. That is Oliver Jessup with a score of 3 on 12 meters. So just didn't get the best of returns off buoy number 2 off his strong side turn, and then just didn't have enough width to execute a neutral side 3 buoy turn. Just looking at this one more time, this is Oliver Jessup. On 12 meters, had a successful opening pass of 13. So at 49 at 16 meters with the setting at Alpha 2. This is Caroline Attamson. Going in. Trying to navigate her way through this run. Little flat-footed on 4, but able to make her way through the opening pass, and now the boat speed increases. Now, I think the boat speed increases as far as 55k. We'll get confirmation of that as we work our way along. But Caroline Attamson, 52k is going to be the next run coming up. And maximum speed is 52 for the over 45s that will be making their way out to the slalom course in rapid fashion. Okay, so I've just been given information that Chris Herron's handle was measured and it is judged to be too long, which means that his opening round score of 3 at 14.25 meters has been disqualified. Don't often see or hear of that, but now we're going up in speed for Caroline Attamson. And I wouldn't say she's making light work of this run, but she's certainly skiing with enough room to spare to make the pass happen. And she gets through 49 and 52 in rapid fashion and looking very, very strong out there behind that new Malibu Response towboat, a new TXI. So, für Caroline Attamson, sehr gut. So, not the first Attamson that we've seen on the water today. Konstantin Attamson, we just saw a few minutes earlier, producing a 2 at 11.25 meter score. That might be a little bit too much for what Caroline has in her bag out there on the water. But we'll see what she's got with pass number 3. It is going to be 14.25 meters, having run through 52k at 16. Now this is 14.25 meters. A little on the back foot, but she gets plenty of angle on the gate shot into number 1. She is a left foot forward skier, which means that she can execute better turns. Come on, Caroline. Round number 4, round number 5. Can she make this? Yes, she can. There you go. 6 buoys, 14.25 meters. Good going there. And getting ready for 30 meters next. Christelle Wild, our next competitor, is waiting pensively on the dockside as we take a look at the instant replay courtesy of Caroline Attensen. So, Caroline Attensen, who hails from the nation's capital of Vienna, or Wien as they say in German, and skis at a local ski club not too far outside of that city. Has skied in 3 tournaments so far this season. Skied in the amateur rounds in the Kajafas battle and scored 2.5 on 13 meters. A score that she'll be within about a buoy or so within. But a decent performance there from Caroline Attensen with a score of 1 on 13 meters to get her run up and going. 1 buoy on 13 for Caroline Attensen. Here's how she did it. A little bit of a long pull into buoy number 1 and just wasn't able to bleed enough of that speed to make a decent play on buoy number 2. And there we go. That is a 1 buoy count. Okay, so Christelle Wild riding with Alpha 2 on her opening pass of 16 meters. And I do stress that with the 0 off settings, they can be changed at any time between passes. We don't see that too often. For the sake of consistency, the skiers go with 1 setting and keep it there. And Caroline and Christelle Wild, I beg your pardon, goes through the opening pass at 16 meters and 49K. As we just saw our first glimpse of MK Kuna. And there is your illustration. MK is one of our webcast sponsors for this event, so we certainly thank her very much indeed as we look at Christelle Wild. Looking in very, very good shape. Using medium intensity and a later response from the towboat to enable her to get around all 6 buoys on the opening pass of 49K at 16 meters. All right, here we go. 52K max speed for this section of amateurs in this competition. Not looking bad. Christelle Wild just trying to negotiate a way past that 16-meter rooster hump, which is common with all towboats, and getting the job done. So there we go. That's 52K. Here's the specs on our Malibu. 400 foot-pounds of torque using the Monsoon 6-liter engine. So Kristal Wild, 2 passes to the good. Now getting ready for the next one. And why don't you check out skiprogear.com, the best grip you could wish for, skiprogear.com. As we see Kristal Wild doing a fine, superb job out there, out on the water with 16 meters at 52K. Now that line length is going to get shortened to 14.25 meters for the next run. Kristal Wild from Steinberg in Germany. I do have information on each of these competitors' ages, of course, but for the sake of discretion, I won't disclose them. See, I'm like that. All right, there. Here we go. Kristal Wild. A little bit loose into number 3, but managing to keep the pace going, keep the speed running. And this is 14.25 meters, and she stroked that pass. Yes, indeed. Yay. So Kristal Wild, who scored 1 buoy last week at the, actually a few weeks ago over at Botas with a 1 buoy score at 12 meters. In rounds 1 and 2, she scored 1 buoy also on the 12-meter line at the Bavarian Open, which took place not too long ago, on the second week of June. So coming to us out of Steinberg, which I believe is in the region of Bavaria in Germany. As we take a look on dockside and see MK Kuhner, also from Germany. This competition, aside from our last competitor, has a bit of a Germanic feel about it. As we get back on track there with Kristal Wild. Let's have a look and see what she can do on 13 meters. Our top score right now is 1, and it's been superseded by Kristal Wild. Round number 3, on the back on the ski, not able to load up effectively, and it's going to be a 3 buoy count. So probably not off to one of her better starts so far in this tournament season, but a 3 buoy count is enough to take the lead away from Caroline Attansen. So looking at Kristal again and just not able to get the ski outside number 4 or even to make a play on that buoy. So it looks like it is going to be a 3 buoy count for Kristal Wild. 3 buoys there for her. And if you want to keep up with the scores and the leaderboard and all that jazz, then you can go to the IWWF Europe and Africa scoring system. You can just go to Google and type in IWSF results, and that should get you to the page that you need in order to keep up with the scores that are coming through. 49 on 18.25 meters for MK Kuhner, who works as a pharmacist and is one of our webcast sponsors here for this event. So we thank her very much indeed for her contribution to this broadcast here in San Gervasio. All right, on dockside right now and getting ready, just trying to get some energy into her system. Claudia Fink. Our only Italian in this division. In fact, the first Italian that we'll see this morning compete in the ninth edition of the San Gervasio ProAm Slalom, presented by Santo de So. For those of you wondering, the jury panel consists of Candido Moss being the chief judge, Peter Davis, the homologator or technical controller, Ilaria Bazzotta, the scorer, assistant scorer Paolo Barbari Arnaldi, and I'll tell you the remainder of our judging panel in just a few moments. Whoa, and MK Kuna threw that ski onto its inside edge, and that ski did not make its way outside buoy number 1. Let's have a look and see. Just getting all kinds of discombobulated, and that ski just didn't go around buoy number 1. She put it into a pretty decent edge, and then for some reason it just didn't want to cooperate. MK Kuna at 52K. It's going to be a 0 buoy score. 0 at 52K, 18.25 meters. And it is 0 at 18.25 meters because she at least got through the entrance gates and made an attempt on that turn. So that is the score for her. And we're going to round off the over 45 women with our first Italian skier to set foot on the water. It's Claudia Fink. 52.16, and I'm sure it's probably going to be a Alpha 2 as well. The rest of our judging panel, as I was about to mention, was Giovanni Casario, Matteo Ianni, Gavin Kelly, Enrico Lotti, Marina Mosti, Patricio Zohar, and Ilaria Bazzotta, with our driving panel consists of Manuel Domini, Nathan McGarry, and Maria Pagozzi, and also in that batch of drivers, Claudio Benatti. And Claudia Fink. Not a big fan of extending her arm out and trying to get a little bit of room between herself on the buoy, but skiing very compactly on the opening pass. It is on 16 meters at 52, which means that she will shorten the rope to 14.25 meters for the next run. Yeah, very quick with the extension. Not much of it, mind you, but arriving right on time. Looking good. Just trying to stabilize herself and keeping the flow going. Good solid effort there from Claudia Fink. So the current leaderboard shows that at the moment Kristal Wild with a 3 on 30 meters has the lead ahead of Caroline Adamson and ahead of MK Kuna with a 0 buoy count at 52K, which has been superseded at this point by Claudia Fink, who is on the water now on 14.25 meters. To get within the reckoning, to get among our leaders, she's going to have to run this pass. And from the size of it, she's doing not a bad job. There you go. A lot of room to spare. Getting around all 6 buoys on 14.25 meters. No worries there for Claudia Fink. So shortening down on this run. Now transitioning from 14 to 13 meters. Quick reminder for you good folks tuning in. The pro divisions of this event get up and running tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. Central European Time, which, to the best of my understanding, is about 2:30 in the morning on the East Coast. And obviously, you can work your way back with the time zones at your discretion. That would be the equivalent of 1:30 a.m. Central Time, 12:30 a.m. on the Mountain Time, and about 11:30 in the evening on Friday, if you want to tune in live to tomorrow's coverage of the pros starting at 8:30 tomorrow morning Central European Time. Here we go. This is Claudia Fink. This is 13 meters, and she's determined to take the lead, and we're by a good margin too, because she's still there on 13 meters. And here she comes, Claudia Fink. She will have an attempt on 12 meters next. Yeah! Ha 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 ha! Yeah! Bellissimo! And even Claudio is getting in on the fun as well. Good on you, girl. Ha ha ha! It's a 6 buoy count on 13 meters. She has taken the lead. Claudia Fink. Who I believe skis over in Rocchetto. Skied at the international tournament here a few weeks ago and scored halfway down 13 meters. So she's already 3 buoys more than what she's skied already this season. And comparing it to what she's done last season, well, I'll tell you what, this is going to be the first time that she's gone into 12 meters ever. This is personal best territory for Claudia Fink right here. Round 1, round number 2 to the wakes, and she will ski for the dock. Good skiing there from Claudia Fink. She is shaking her fist. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you soak it up, girl. There you go. 2 buoys, yeah. Ha 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 ha. Great skiing there from Claudia Fink. No two ways about it. She'd gotten through 30 meters, so in cloud 9 right now. Round buoy number 1. She didn't get a bad hookup off number 1, as a matter of fact. She got round at number 2, but I think at that point, any emotional energy that she had at that point is well and truly spent. So there you go, a 2 buoy count. That was on 12 meters. A new personal best for Claudia Fink. First time that she's run through 30 meters this year, which betters anything that she did last season, or the season before, or the season before that, and we're even going back to 2019. So there you go. So on Alpha 2 at 55K, 14.25 meters, this is Paul Cook from Great Britain. So Paul Cook definitely appears to have the minerals out there, I tell you this. Good start An exquisite finish there on the opening pass of 14.25 meters with Alpha 2. Now, so far as his tail of the tape, with the competitions that he has produced so far this season, he's skied at the Magic Trophy competition over in Namur, which is in the northern part of France, a little ways on the south side of Paris, more specifically. Gone into 10.75 meters and recorded a score of 1 on that line length. But mostly it's a smattering of scores in around the halfway point or more than halfway in 11.25 meters. So Paul Cook, who's aged 52, gets ready for pass number 2 coming up. Andrew Bowles from South Africa is our next skier to go here at the San Gervasio ProAm, presented by Santo Dassault. And Paul Cook out there on the water, getting ready. He's approaching the course right now on 30 meters. Sun's starting to come up a little bit here, bringing us a little bit of warmth to this site here, the home of Jolly Ski, the home of the San Gervasio ProAm, presented by Santo Dassault. And looking strong there behind that black Malibu Response TXI, driven by Claudio Benatti. So working through the opening couple of passes and doing a fine job there. So continuing right along. If you're watching us, wherever you happen to be around the world, you are most certainly welcome. Whether you're watching us from Bologna, which is a little ways away from here, whether you're watching in New York City or anywhere on the Eastern Seaboard where it's 6 minutes to 3 in the morning, whether you're watching us in London, which is just a little way, which is an hour back from us, 6 minutes to 8 o'clock in the morning, or whether you're watching us further afield, greetings to one and all as we see Paul Cook on 12 meters has run this pass pretty much consistently from start to finish this season and making, I wouldn't say light work of it, but he is certainly he's certainly very controlled out there. Knew what was happening and knew the corrective measures that had to be implemented in order to keep that pass going and not come up short. Good line control off buoy number 1. There was a little bit of slack in that line, as a matter of fact, and round number 2 as well. Not on his best form, mind you, as evidenced by that number 3 turn, but and on number 4, but he kept the thing going. He just kept it moving forward and had enough to spare to get round buoy number 6. So that was 12 meters. He's going to come back in on 11.25 meters. Greetings to one and all. If you're tuning in to us from Australia, you are tuning in at about 4 minutes to 5 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday. If you're tuning in to us from Dubai in the United Arab Emirates, it's Friday and it's 4 minutes to 11 a.m. there. And here we go, coming right here. This is Paul Cook. Round number 1 on 11.25 meters. Needs the good start. He gets round buoy number 2. Can't afford too many of those errors. He gets round number 3. He will S-turn 4, and he'll get to the wakes and score 4 buoys on 11.25 meters. Our best score of the day. Best score that we've seen so far, courtesy of Paul Cook. In the over 45 men's category, it's going to be a 4 buoy count on 11.25 meters. Of course, for those of you keeping up with the scores, a quick Google search under IWSF results will get you to the page, and you should be able to see the San Gervasio ProAm live scoring about a third the way down. Okay, 55, 60 meters for our next competitor. It'll be Andrew Bowles. Okay, here we go. Andrew Bowles, our next skier. 55-14. Actually 16, I beg your pardon. You can tell that to a certain extent by the angle of the rope. When the rope gets shorter, the angle of the rope from the pylon out towards the skier definitely increases. Becomes less acute. It is a 6 buoy count on 14. All right, and for you folks searching for the results, there is the website URL up on your screen, IWWF-EA.org, and that will get you there. I got you. Okay, 14.25 meters. Or 13 meters. Yeah, it is 14. So it started up sub-max on 52K. So, Andrew, Andrew Bowles getting through 14.25 meters on both occasions. Not looking bad at all on the grand scheme of things. A little loose into number 2, but managing to make it up. Skied a couple of times this season. Age 55. Skied in the South African Nationals over in Stellenbosch, in the heart of wine-growing country there in South Africa. Scored a 6 buoy count on 13 meters in those championships. Obviously, did it without continuation to the next run. Scored a score of halfway down 12 meters in another tournament that took place over in Stellenbosch, the Vineyard Lake Summer Tournament right there. Let's see what he can do on 13 meters. Round buoy number 1. Handle up a little bit high. Round number 2, keeping the flow going. Oh, look at him go. This on buoy number 4 is round number 5. Look, oh, wow, that ski is bouncing around all over the shoal on the tail end of his 2, 4, 6 side turns. He's going to have to arrest that and quickly if he's to have any significant play on the next pass, which is going to be the 12-meter line. Just gotten broken forward here. And then just look towards the tail end of this turn right here. Off number 5, just watch that ski start to bounce like crazy. And he was able to arrest it enough, but when it comes down to slaloming onto 12 meters or even into 11.25 meters to come afterwards, things have got to improve in order for him to get a little bit further down. Now, so far as his best score has been in the last season or so, hasn't gotten into 11.25 meters in the last 3 years, but he's certainly going to give it a try to get there. This is 12 meters coming up. Here he is. He's round. Oh, and throws everything and the kitchen sink into that effort, and gets a half a buoy count on 12 meters, which is about par for the course there for Andrew Bowles of South Africa. So Andrew Bowles from South Africa, and for those of you watching there from that part of the world, it's currently nearly 5 after 9 in the morning there in places like Stellenbosch. As we work away here at 55K. 60 meters with Alpha 2. Our next competitor is up, Pier Francisco Pantanella. 55.16. Okay, here we go. This is Pier Francisco Pantanella. It kind of rolls off the tongue, doesn't it? 60 meters, 55K, and all over this run. Decent effort there. The shorts are a little bit bright for 9 a.m. in the morning, but I'll forgive him for that. I think it's quite clear who would win the award for the ugliest shorts in this competition. He's one of our pro skiers, but we'll discuss that a little bit more at length in the tomorrow. For Pier Francisco's part, he's looking pretty bright out there on the water as he gets round buoy number 4. Pier Francisco Pantanella. Getting through on the opening pass of 55K on 16. He'll be back on 14.25 minutes before too long. Looking over on dockside, we see one of our main organizers there, Fidele Luzzeri on the left. Pier Francisco Pantanella, who is skiing his 3rd event so far this season. His best score this season so far is 3.5 on 13 meters, which would suggest that he's been able to get around 40.25 meters in the previous competitions, and he's going to have to work hard there. Look at that! Managing to get round buoy number 6, but not by much. So skied over at the Spurlonga Ski Club a couple of times this season at the Laghetto Slalom Cup. and got 3.5 on 30 meters. And we'll see if he can get somewhere close to that score this time around. All right there, here we go. Pier Francisco Pantanella. Here we go, coming in. This now is on 30 meters. His best score this season is 3.5. He gets round number 2. He's on the back of the ski. He's round number 3. Will not get outside number 4, but at least scores halfway down that pass. 3 buoys there on that run. A skier from Italia with 3 on 30 meters. Say it with me, folks. Pier Francisco Pantanella. Probably the skier with the longest name in this competition. But I'm sure we'll find some people with longer names. Yeah, actually there is one with a longer name in from Greece a little bit later on in this competition towards the open men's slalom skiing. The open men's slalom skiing as opposed to the pro men, which takes place tomorrow starting at 8:30 in the morning. So Pier Francisco Pantanella will get 3 buoys on 13. All right then, coming back into the dock, Pier Francisco Pantanella, and we'll take... All right, and then we'll return in just a moment. Do not go away. The continuation of the San Gervasio ProAm in just a moment.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
All right, then, our next competitor to go, and he'll be starting in on A2 with a setting of 55K, 60 meters. This is Nicola Macchiando. $60 meters or 16 meter. All right there, so there we go. That is Nicola Macchiando with the 16-meter opening pass. As we see our last skier to go in the over 45s, that was Jeremy Scholl. He'll be taken to the water very soon. There's the man with the plan. That is Vincent Stadelbauer in the amateur round 1. Looking at the instant replay for Nicola Macchiando. So, looking at some of the scores that he's produced this season, he's gotten into 12 meters at the Ski Caribs Slalom Cup over in Albertville, and he skied at the Funglis Pro-Am tournament a week or two before that, and scored 2 buoys on 12 meters. So, Nicola Macchiando. So coming into the course, 4 to Chi Metra. Coming in, learning Italian on a webcast. Fantastic. And doing a good job there with that second run. Nicola Macchiando in good form of the first couple of runs, with 16 and 14 under his belt. Nicola Macchiando. Good extension around buoy number 1, allowing the ski to fully rotate as he hooks up. Continuing to go. A quick reminder that you could win a ski of your choice. Enter now for the audience prize. Winner gets a Connolly or a D3 Silent skiing, depending upon how correct their predictions are so far as the podium positions for the men's and the women's competition. WaterskiBroadcasting.com/play. WaterskiBroadcasting.com/play. All right, as we work our way towards the end of the over 45 men, Nicola Macchiando. Okay, let me get this right. Let me guess. 13 meters. Oh my word! And he goes down, and the handle coming up to his outside shoulder and sending him into the water, having scored 1 1/2 on 13 meters. So that represents not one of his better scores of the season, but he's got 2 more rounds to try and rectify that. Got the good start on number 1, got a little bit pitted out there, but just couldn't get the hook up smoothly enough, and is sent in the water, having scored 1 1/2. 1 1/2 on 13 meters. And when we return, we will bring on Jeremy Scholl, coming up next.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
Okay, welcome back, and you join us just in time for Jeremy Scholl to make his appearance here in the San Gervasio ProAm. Skied here last year, of course, and he'll be coming into the course at 14.25 meters. 14.25 meters with the setting on A1. So, 4 Chi. Actually coming in on Bravo 1, a quick change there. 14.25 meters. There you go. Good skiing there from Jeremy. All right, so he gets through the opening run, no worries whatsoever. Let's have a look at the tail of the tape for Jeremy, who skied here at the San Gervasio ProAm. Last season, he scored 3.5 on the 12-meter line on round number 1. Fell on his opening pass on round number 2 and got 1.5 on 11.25 meters in round number 3. So let's see if he can pick up from where he left off a little bit. So far as this season, he's skied twice in competition. He's gone about 1 at 11.25 meters, which has been about his average in both the Lake 38 Pro-Am presented by S-Lines and the Caiaphas Battle Pro-Am, which took place last weekend in Caiaphas. And he is one of our good folks as part of the broadcast team at TWBC, which is why you see him at so many of these tournaments. All right, there, here we go. This is Jeremy Scholl coming to us out of the Miami area, originally out of Ohio. A little bit of an early pull for the gate shot and lost a little bit of its width prior to the turn coming in. 30 meters. Little bit cagey there on number 4, but round 5 and number 6, decent effort there. He gets round all 6 buoys and he'll get ready for the next run.
Do you know how to check the handles? On there? Yes.
So let's have a look and see. And just a note that you can purchase TWBC merchandise by going to the website waterskibroadcasting.com/shop, and we also have a limited amount of items here at site at San Gervasio. But so if you want to check out the latest TWBC merch, that is on site and online as well. So we've got Matteo Luzzeri here at, yeah. Yeah, and he was clean shaven this morning, don't forget. All right, then, obviously making reference to that latest video posted by the Flow Point method. Here we go, 12 meters for Jeremy Scholl, and just didn't get the start that he ultimately wanted. He scores 1.5 on 12 meters. Just looked unsettled right from the get-go with the entrance gates into buoy number 1. But 1.5 on 12 meters, currently keeping him in second spot right now. 4 and 11's the best score from Paul Cook in this over 45s division. And just was broken over right towards the end of the turn and unfortunately unable to recover. So we're going to transition away from the over 45 men to go to the over 45 women very, very soon. We'll have Hillary Winter take to the water, and she will be our next skier here at the 9th edition of the San Gervasio Pro-Am, presented by Santo Dassault. Hello, folks. We're back, and we're back with Hilary Winter. So, Hilary Winter coming into the course with the opening pass of 52K, 18.25 meters. That's why the rope looks so long. Entrance around buoy number 1. So, Hilary Winter, retired barrister from, originally from Wandsworth in the London borough of Wandsworth. Certainly not the dodgy end. As we get ready for our over 55 category of men's slalom skiers, we see Oliver Attamson. Not too sure where Kevin Lockhead is around, but I'm sure he'll be skiing very, very soon if he's here. Hilary Winter. Looking good, looking very, very smooth, as a matter of fact, as she'll come back in on 16 meters. Looking good, looking very, very strong. No worries there whatsoever. All right, and there is Oliver Attamson. We see Constantine not too far away, who already skied this morning. A score of 2 at 11.25 meters went his way. Here comes Hilary Winter, 16 meters, all waiting on buoy number 2, and likewise on number 3. Look at her go. Producing some scintillating form out there. Great, great skiing there from Hilary Winter. Yes. And this is where Freddie's talent comes from. So good effort there from Hilary, and indeed for Claudio as well. Let's have a look and see the tournament form. She skied at the Poros Cup, where she scored halfway down 30 meters. Same deal at JB Ski Open Part 1, halfway down 30 meters there, and got 4.5 on 13 meters in Part 2 of that competition that took place over at the Britannia Arena at Thorpe Lakes not too long ago. So a best score of the season. So, Hilary Winter, I won't tell you how old she is. Here she comes into the course. This is 14.25 meters. Round number 1 gets a good start here. She's round number 2. She's there on number 3, a little on the back of the ski, but she's good and stable. She's not moving around too much on the turn, which is really helping her settle down. And there you go. That is a 13-meter run. Good, solid effort there from Hilary Winter. Hilary Winter on that Radar Ski, one of our sponsors here at the San Gervasio ProAm. We thank them a lot here. They're sponsoring, I believe, the Junior Pro event, which will take place starting tomorrow. But looking strong out there, Hilary Winter. Settled in, looking in fine form. Now, let's have a look at some of her scores from previous seasons. She's gone into 12 meters on a number of occasions. About 2/3 of the way through is her best score. over at Caiaphas Lake at the 23rd Michaelidis Masters. And has had a smattering of other scores into 12 meters, nothing into 11.25 meters. So that's kind of the target here for Hillary Winter. This is 12 meters now. Entrant number 1 gets a good start there. Round number 2, and tries to hammer it down, but scores 1.5. So her best score of the season so far in the over 55s is Hillary Winter with 1.5 buoys on 12. Again, a decent start on number 1, and was just a little impatient with getting the hand on the handle, and down she went. So there we go. That's 1.5 on 12 meters for Hillary Winter. We're going to take another shot of her from the boat. A little exposed into number 1 as she let the handle go and just didn't have enough turn to send her out early enough to where she can rely upon the residual angle generated by that ski to keep her going. So there we go. That is 1.5 on 12, and we're going to take a bit of a fuel break. And why don't you take a fuel break as well? Grab yourself some breakfast, grab yourself your favorite beverage, and make sure that you've got that favorite seat on standby, because once we get done filling the boat, we'll continue on to the over 55 men's round 1 here at the San Gervasio Pro-Am, presented by Santa Dassault.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right then, welcome back, and you join us here at the dockside where we've got Oliver Antonsen to, he'll be getting out onto the water fairly soon. We'll have Kevin Lockhead about to take to the water next, and there he is. Who skied at the World Championships last season, the over 35s. And this is his first competitive outing of the season. Don't forget, if you want the latest TWBC merch, all you have to do is to go to waterskibroadcasting.com. waterskibroadcasting.com/shop. We've got t-shirts, we've got hats, we've got the whole bit. There we go, waterskibroadcasting.com/shop. And the ever popular Sun hoodie is available there as well. We've got the t-shirts there. We've got Kano there with the Sun hoodie and the regular t-shirt, and also the limited edition Ciao for Now shirt, all available there. And if they are purchased here on site, you can get them signed, whether you want to or not. All right there. So Kevin Lockhead, who comes to us, I believe, from Scotland, age 59. Looking in good shape. Around all 6 buoys on the opening pass. So good effort there from Kevin Lockhead. So we believe he went into the course at 55K, 14.25 meters for the opening pass. Kevin Lockhead from Great Britain. His most recent scores came by way of last season. 2 on 12 meters, his best score in the Nationals. And coming back in on 30 meters for the next run and a change of driver. We've got Nathan McGarry on at the helm of that Malibu towboat. Drove superbly last weekend over at Caiaphas, the pro battle, and if you missed that competition, you can actually watch it again via the TWBC YouTube channel, which you can subscribe to by hitting the subscribe button at the top, and also hit the bell icon. And that way you can be informed the next time we have an update on the TWBC YouTube channel. Oh, and going down rather early on buoy number 1, Kevin Lockhead on 30 meters. So half a buoy on 13 meters for Kevin Lockhead. And just looked a little unsettled getting into his edge change, and then when it came time for the ski to turn, he was just in no real position to have a clean hookup. So half a buoy on 13 meters, and that'll be our first competitor. That is half a buoy on 13 meters. All right, next skier up is going to be Oliver Attamsen, coming to us out of Wien in Austria. Or Vienna. So we got our crew there. We've got Connor, we've got Vince, and somewhere behind the camera is Matteo, and we got Gavin Kelly also on deck as well. He's behind the Vincent, and he is the replay judge, who will be presiding over any decisions that require the rerunning of the coverage. Here we go. This here is Oliver Attamsen. Wir sehen Meta. Looking good for the opening pass. One of our taller skiers in this over 55 category, and doing a grand job as well. So that is a 14.25 meter opener. So Oliver Attamsen is looking in tremendous shape out there, and just not really overexerting himself at this point. So in really good shape, as a matter of fact, not overexerting himself and getting ready for 13 meters. So, see on the dock side there, our next skier, Gerard Jean-Paul Sir of Monaco. As we see, coming into the course, Oliver Attamsen. 13 Meter. Getting into a little bit of difficulty here around buoy number 4, but managing to sustain his position long enough to get round 5 and number 6. So it is going to be a 6-buoy count on 30 meters as he now prepares for 12 meters. It is Oliver Attenson. And Oliver, this is only his second outing of this season. He scored 3 buoys on 12 meters in Caiaphas in the pro battle in the amateur rounds of that competition. All right, so we've got Nathan McGarry at the helm of that towboat. And now we're on to the this pass, which is 12 meters. He's gone halfway down this pass on both occasions where he's skied this season so far. Extending back to last season, he's gone into 12 meters on most of those occasions that he skied. Here he is. He gets round 1 and not much beyond that, I'm afraid. So it's going to be a 1-buoy count for Oliver Attenson. Just not getting the best of starts to really sustain what he had in store. Actually exposed himself a little bit towards buoy number 1, and that sent the ski going straight at that buoy. Tried to make a play on 2, but no dice. So there we go. That is a 1-buoy count, 12 meters for Oliver Attenson, and we'll see where things went pear-shaped. Right about there, just directly behind the boat, and he just sent the speed directly at 1 rather than pitching away prior to that turn. And when we return, we'll have Gerard Jean-Paul Sir from Monaco next. All right, coming in on 14.25 meters for his opening pass at 55K. Bravo 1 on 0 off. It is going to be Gerard Jean-Paul Sir. All right, so I think he'll be coming in on A1 on the 0 off. Bravo 1. So here we go, coming in. Gerard Jean-Paul Sir. Representing the Principality of Monaco. Oh, and oh my word. Clearly not fully woken up this morning. So it is going to be half a buoy. Not much to say on that one, except we'll be back right after this. After seeing a Jean-Paul Sir with the reverse angle. Apologies there. But just got barreled into buoy number 1, just couldn't really fully recover, and by the time he did, it was all over. And we'll be back right after this. Okay, so moving right along, our next competitor to go is Andrea Ravetta at 55K, 14.25 meters. A skier here at Jolly Ski Club. I know that because he's got the Jolly Ski sticker on the top part of his ski. Andrea Ravetta. So in his first outing of the season, his best score was 4.5 on 13 meters. And got that one to go on 14.25 meters for his opener. That is Andrea Ravetta. Be sure to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. You'll get instantly notified as to when we go live. And also check out the TWBC podcast. We'll have an episode uploaded there very, very soon detailing what's occurring here at the San Gervasio ProAm. And for those of you trying to get caught up on podcast episodes, the latest one was from the Kaifas Pro Battle, the post-event podcast featuring Ali Nicholson and Freddie Winter. Absolutely intriguing interview that was, especially the circumstances surrounding Ali Nicholson's new PB into 10.25 meters there at Kaifas, as well as what transpired afterwards. The TWBC podcast available on Spotify, Apple, and Google Podcasts, and wherever else you choose to listen to podcasts. 13 meters, Andrea Ravetta. If he can get more than 4.5 here, then that will pretty much be his best score of the season. Gets around number 4. He scored that 4.5 at the international tournament here. And I tell you what, he's going to have a crack at 12 meters coming up next. Andrea Ravetta. Looking back at some of his scores last season. Skied into 12 meters in Spalonga and Fossogaya. And a number of other events. Just hasn't really found the form in the early part of the season this time around. A 59-year-old skier from Italia. This is Andrea Ravetta. So he's gone through 13 meters. We'll see how far he can get down 12. All right then, here we go. This is Andrea Ravetta. This now is 12 meters. Oh, and just couldn't really get into a substantial enough rhythm to keep on going. But it's a decent performance there for him. It's his best score of the season thus far. That's always something, of course. Andrea Ravetta, looking at the entrance gates into buoy number 1 via this instant replay, took a bit of a hit there on buoy number 1. A little loose into number 2, generating a whole bunch of slack, and just couldn't really make the play on number 3 that he really wanted to. So we'll take a look at the instant replay from the opposite side angle as we bring Andrea Ravetta back in towards the dock, having scored 2 buoys on 12 meters. Went for the slam on buoy number 1, but bit off a little bit more than he could chew. Round number 2, and too far down course to make up the ground. And when we can return, our next skier is going to be Frank Schultz. Next.
I'm involved with the flow point method because I think it's a really strong program. We've been working on a couple things and it's just fine tuning, and I want to be able to make sure that I can do those movements no matter where I am, so I can feel confident skiing at any site. It's just really all encompassing, and I think that's really beneficial. It's very helpful to keep on those keys and have a support team behind you that you can ask questions to and are there for every step of the way.
My name is Thomas De Gasperi. I'm from Italy. I'm a 2-time World Slalom champion. I've been coming here at La Guapa for 4 years now. What I really love about this place is that we get a chance to ski in a big natural lake right behind me with a perfect course. Also, we have a chance to go 10 minutes away to a perfect man-made lake where conditions are always perfect. The boat, the drivers are always top level. The weather is always perfect.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
All right then, welcome back. Frank Schultz comes to us out of Austria, and we'll see what he can do with his opener, which is going to be at 14.25 meters. It's going to be on A2 with the 0 off. Okay, Frank Schultz. Looking good. Has only had one outing so far this season, and that is at the Austrian Open in Fischlam, where he scored 3 on 11.25 meters on that occasion. To see a few of our folks here taking in the water, and there is Frank Schultz taking in the slalom course with the opening pass of 14.25 meters. Obviously, Frank Schultz, his second tournament this season. Let's have a look at some of his previous performances from last season, where he was relatively consistent going into 11.25 meters for much of last season. Halfway down, he got halfway down 11.25 meters in Sylvia Lake, over in the Canal Cup. It's been all over Europe, mostly Greece and Austria, no doubt. Skied at the World Championships, where he scored a 2 at 11.25 meters. and even scored a 4:11.25 meters in a couple of rounds here in last season's San Gervasio ProAm. So he's got some form coming into this competition. Let's see if he can replicate it. It's 13 meters now. Frank Schultz, a little long pull into number 3, but managing to stay upright on buoy number 4, keeping the speed rolling, and nicely done. Not the prettiest of passes that you'll ever see Frank Schultz clear, but he manages to get the job done when it mattered. And that is a 6 buoy count, and that is 13 meters. So as Vittoria Soraco gets warmed up for her turn out there on the water, we see Frank Schultz looking in good shape right here and now in the over 55 round 1 of slalom. We're certainly on a good pace here to finish relatively early today before we go into the opening presentations of the pro skiers, which will take place tonight over at Agroturismo Compagnoli, which is less than 3 kilometers away from this this facility here. That's Michael Lang from Germany about to take to the water, coming up next. And here comes Frank Schultz. 12 meters, round buoy number 1, gets a good decent shot there. Round number 2, broke it over into number 3. He's still there on 3, you know. He's good for number 4. He's keeping the speed up. He's round number 5. Does he make it round buoy number 6? Yes, he does, and he'll have a shot at 11.25 meters coming right up next. It'll be Frank Schultz. But Frank Schultz looking in very good form here on 12 meters. Not the best pass you'll ever see in clear. You know, certainly down course for much of that run, but he just had confidence in himself. He just dug deep, and he comes up with a bar of gold off that number 5 into number 6. And there we go. Good, solid effort there for Frank Schultz as he gets ready for 11.25 meters. Let's see if he can match his previous outing of the season, where he scored a 3 on 11.25 meters over at the Austrian Open in Fischlam, which took place a few days ago on the 9th of July. Look at this. Frank Schultz, round number 2, will not get outside number 3, but he's off to a good start, though. He's off to a good start with 2 at 11.25 meters. So not looking bad. In very good shape, as a matter of fact. Round buoy number 2, but just didn't have enough of a lead in here. One of the very few that employs the one-handed gate shot. Just put his head between his knees off buoy number 1 and just couldn't really clear that in time for him to make a break on number 2. It's a 2 buoy count. It's Frank Schultz. And we get ready for our next skier to take to the water, who should be Michael Lang, from 14.25 meters from Michael Lang. So we see Fidele Luzzeri get ready for his go. All right, there. Here comes Michael Lang. Opening pass, 14.25 meters. Nails that one shot. Okay, so 30 meters. Coming up next, Tredici Mecha. For Michael Lang, or rather in his language, it's 13 meter. There is our next skier, Fidele Luzzeri, ready to get strapped in and ready to get out there on the slalom course. Here we go, folks. Coming in. This now is Michael Lang on 13 meters. Michael Lang, who's been out in competition in 3 occasions. Got a couple at 11.25 meters at the Bavarian Open. So that's the kind of score that we would expect from him. Most of his scores so far this season, which includes the Vienna Slalom Cup and the Austrian Open, have yielded scores into 11.25 meters for him. So let's have a look and see what he's got. 30 meters, which shouldn't be too much of a struggle for him. Don't see too many problems here. Not the cleanest of hookups on number 4, but he had enough in hand, and yep, so much as a matter of fact that he could actually afford to bulk up a little bit on number 5, and still will have enough time to make it round number 6. So Michael Lang, he's through 14 and 13 now, getting ready for 12. Here we go, 12 meters now for Michael Lang. Here on a Friday at San Gervasio, the home of Jolly Ski. It's 12 meters, oh, handle up high. And one single error there, and it was enough to deny him the 6 buoys on that run. It's gonna be 3. It's gonna be 3 for Michael Lang. He's got some work to do between now and the end, but 3 buoys on 12 meters represents his marker in this event. 3 on 12 meters for Michael Lang. All right, working away. That is Michael Lang. I think that might actually be the 3 1/4. Yeah, it's 3 buoys. Looks like he dropped the handle before he got within proximity of number 4. So the score is 3. For those of you watching, wherever you have to be around the world, thank you very much indeed. Always a pleasure. This is TWBC with the San Gervasio ProAm presented by Santa Dassault. And That is Michael Lang as the towboat makes its way to the end of the lake. Now, last skier out in over 55 men before we go into the over 65 men is going to be this character here, Fedele Luzzeri, and his is a story of perseverance and determination, because this competition here is the first time that he's gotten back out onto the water in a competitive setting since a major health scare beset him about a year or so ago. Just looking at the tale of the tape so far as Fedele Luzzeri is concerned, the last time he skied in competition was in September of 2021. And the reason for that is that he suffered a health condition. He had a deterioration of his spinal fluid. And for a lot of the time last season, he was just completely unable to walk. But he is back. We're certainly grateful to see him out there competing. This is Fedele Luzzeri on 14.25 meters on C3, which is maximum intensity. There you go. Let's give it up for Fedele Luzzeri. Yes, on the opening pass of 14.25 meters, and given what's happened to him over the last season or so, about as remarkable a pass as you'll ever see. Riding with C3 plus, the only slalom skier you'll probably see all season actually implement the plus setting on the 0 off. And the plus setting is there to basically replicate what perfect pass would give a skier in this situation back in the day. Just able to get round buoy number 4. He wasn't exactly early by any stretch of the imagination, but he used his bags of experience over the years to conjure up a 6 buoy count on 14.25 meters. Fedele Luzzeri, who aside from skiing is one of the organizing folks here at the San Gervasio ProAm presented by Santa Dassault. He, alongside his son Matteo Luzzeri and also Claudio Benatti, instrumental in making sure that this competition is held year after year for the last 8 occasions. This is the 9th. Here we go. This is 30 meters. Fedele Luzzeri, a little bit of a bounce into buoy number 1. He's still there on number 2. He still fights. He's round number 3. Can he make it outside 4? No, but not bad skiing there for Fedele Luzzeri, given all of what's happened in the last year or so, as he skis to the dock on 13 meters, having scored 3. Fedele Luzzeri. So Fedele Luzzeri, who once again, just to emphasize, didn't ski at all for the last couple of seasons, and last season was basically bedridden during this event, trying to recuperate, having been operated on to alleviate some deteriorated spinal fluid. And just wasn't able to ski or even walk or be present here last season at the San Gervasio ProAm. But he was grateful for the fact that TWBC was here last year and was able to broadcast the event via the webcast, which he watched from start to finish. But there you go, Fedele Luzzeri on 13 meters. 3 buoy, 13 meter. So there we go. That's a 3 buoy count. All right, as Bob Seger would say, turn the page to our next competitive category, which is over 65. Hermann Kottel from Austria. We'll get the line length and speed shortly. Looking good. Opening pass. So Hermann Kottel, 52k, which is the max speed. He'll now go to 14.25 meters next. A little bit down course, but it is a tailwind right off the dock, so yeah, half expected to have a little bit of slack on that run, and 14 meters has been called for pass number 2. And now we've got about 28 skiers before we round off the first round of competitive action. As we see Sophie Bates get ready for the Open Women Slalom Round 1. Martin Winter is to her left and getting ready to take to water himself to round off the senior divisions before we go into the Open Women and Open Men category. This is 14.25 meters at 52k. Entrance round buoy number 1 gets a good hook. On round buoy number 2 is still there, you know. He's got some speed off number 3. Does he make a play on 4? Yes. How he's still early enough to make these turns and to make them outside the buoy is, oh my word. How on earth? How on earth? He was basically skiing on the ragged edge there on that particular run, and is still able to make it round all 6 buoys on 14.25 meters. How on earth? There we go. Nice extension on buoy number 1. Not a particularly tight turn, mind you, but he managed to get everything going. Certainly looks better from this this camera angle, certainly. He has enough patience at the end of the turn to bring his handle up and to take the slack out the line. And then from this point, he just went barreling in towards number 6 in the vain hope that he'll get the ski outside, which he did, to his credit. And he gets a 6 buoy count on 14. Okay, so Hermann Kottel, whose one other outing this season has been the Austrian Open, where he scored 1 on 12 meters. This now is 13. Not the best of starts. And he will not make it outside buoy number 3 based upon that start on 1 and the continuation into number 2. So it is a 2 buoy count for Hermann Kottel, 2 on 13 meters, and we'll see if he'll get better than that with the remaining 2 rounds of competition. So Hermann Kottel, a 2 buoy count on 30 meters. Our next skier to go will be Martin Winter. We'll take a look at Hermann's replay from the boat. All right, Hermann Kottel, 2 buoys on 30 meters, and when we return, we'll have Martin Winter coming up next. All right, welcome back. This is the San Gervasio ProAm, the 9th edition, presented by Santa Dassault. I'm Tony Lightfoot. I'm glad to welcome you back here for continuing coverage of this event. Whether you happen to be watching us from the likes of the eastern seaboard of the United States, where it is a little after 4:15 in the morning, whether you're tuning into us in London, where it is a little after 9:15 in the morning, whether you are watching us in Tokyo, Japan, where it is a little after 5:15 in the evening, whether you are in Dubai, which is 5:15 midnight, 5:15 noon as a matter of fact, and all locales across the world, you are most certainly welcome. Here we go. We've got Martin Winter, 18.25 meters. I believe this is at 52K. Actually, 49K as a matter of fact. Martin Winter certainly, whoa, he left that one a little bit late, and thanking his lucky stars that he's taller than your average slalom skier. I think he's actually taller than Freddie. Freddie Winter, whom we'll see tomorrow among our pros, starting at 8:30 in the morning, Central European time, which will be 2:30 in the morning on the eastern seaboard, which equates to 11:30 at night on Friday, for those of you tuning in to us from the west coast of the United States. And just looking here at Martin Winter, took two bites to cherry there on his way to buoy number 6. All right, so it comes down to 52K, 18.25 meters. All right then, folks, here comes Martin Winter. This is at 52K now. Definitely a discernible tone change from the engine. Decent number 1, round number 2 and 3. Martin Winter, a little bit better this time around, I do have to say, and now he's going to shorten that rope down from 82.5 to 16 as a result of that effort. So good solid skiing. So, Martin Winter, certainly woken up this morning. I've certainly woken up this morning courtesy of this espresso shot. Do have to say that in this part of the world, the coffee is extremely potent. Even licking it off the stirring spoon's enough to keep you awake for most of the day. And certainly awake here on the slalom course is Martin Winter, with an approach off number 4 into number 5, which looks very, very well composed. And round 5 into number 6 in very good shape. That is Martin Winter. So here we go. Come on. Let's have a look and see what Martin Winter has on 14.25 meters. He's still there, you know. He's still pushing. He's still grinding out there on buoy number 4. Round number 5. Can he make it round number 6? And in an effort to make sure he isn't beaten by his wife, that is Martin Winter out there getting round all 6 buoys on 14.25 meters. He now gets ready for 13. So here comes Martin Winter looking at 14.25 meters. I tell you what, that is about as good as a backside turn that I've seen in a long, long while from Martin Winter. Got a good advance there off buoy number 1 into number 2. Tremendous effort to stay with the course. He's certainly working a lot harder here than he did on the opening pass or two. And they're just bringing the ski round and looking in good shape for buoy number 6. So Martin Winter, much like his wife, a former barrister, and living a life of leisure these days, and going out there and in competitive slalom action and doing a fine job. Now 13 meters comes up now for Martin Winter. Let's have a look and see. Now, Martin Winter hasn't slalom particularly well this season. As a matter of fact, this score that you're seeing him produce right here at 13 meters is his best score of the season. So Martin Winter, who's aged 69, this is remarkable stuff from a 69-year-old slalomer. Good extension around buoy number 1. Couldn't bleed enough of the speed down to get an effective hookup. But it is a 1 buoy count for Martin Winter. He's happy. And I'm sure that Hillary and indeed Freddie are quite happy with what they've seen out there on the water. Martin Winter, 1 buoy, 13 meters. And we will continue right along. And when we return, we will bring on Sophie Bates. Looks like we're going to bring her straight away. The boat is on its dockside right now. But good solid effort there from Martin Winter as we now work our way to the Open Women's competition. All right, here we go, folks. This is Sophie Bates. Looks like it's 18.25 meters at 55K. Not too sure what the zero offsetting is, but I would assume for the most part it's 8.2, as it is the most popular setting. All right, so there's Sophie Bates. Her opening pass was on 18.25 meters. And we'll take a look at that via the instant replay. Here in the announcing area is Connor Pauly. How you doing, Connor?
I'm doing amazing, Tony. How are you?
Doing pretty good.
Awesome. Yeah, as we're taking a look at this replay, Sophie Bates is going out there and absolutely shredding it on that D3. You can see that nice big turn out of that buoy. As she gets a nice wide stance of the next, it allows her to get some pretty high scores out there, I would say.
Yeah, not bad at all. Yeah, 18.25 meters. Not a pass that I would particularly encourage going in on. Leaves you with a lot of rope and a lot of room to make a mistake on compared to 16 meters. But 16 meters is the pass that Sophie Bates will be coming back into the course on with pass number 2.
Yeah, on 18 meters, I find it very difficult to kind of get my flow because it's so different comparative to 16 or even 14 for that matter. So we'll see what she does at 16 meters coming up as she gets pulled out of the water on this pass.
Right you are. So 60 meters coming right up for Sophie Bates. Let's see what she has. 60 meters, the orange loop. Now she's starting to find more of her feet out there on the water. Sophie Bates, who skied in the Open Women's Division over at Caiaphas about a week or so ago, and not looking too bad for the most part. There you go, Sophie Bates.
Yeah, that 60-meter pass was much better. You could tell out of 3 ball, she got a little bit behind course, so she kind of had to force it at the next buoys. But that's kind of what you see when you start at 18 meters. It's hard to find your rhythm, just like I said.
All right, not looking bad. Sophie Bates just trying to find a good, comfortable rhythm out there on this run. Don't see too much of anything wrong out there. Some good hookups, some good turns. Got a little stretched out there into number 4, but then she employed a good turn on the on number 5 to keep the pass going. So there we go. That is Sophie Bates through opening 2 passes of 18 and 16. 14.25 is next.
Yep, so she's entering the course at 14.25, and this is really where you start to, for most skiers, it's one of your easiest passes because you feel the most consistency. It's not too short, it's not too long, and everything seems to be very nice in accelerations, as you can see. Big turn out of 1.
Oh, and tried the big turn on number 2, and it just didn't go.
Didn't go. So yeah, that is Sophie Bates with 1.5 at 14.25.
Yes, indeed. That translates to 1.5 at 28 off for those of you from the United States that are currently watching us at this time. If you're taking a rather early breakfast at about 4:30 in the morning, you're watching this coverage live. 3:30 in Central Time, 2:30 in Mountain Time, and 1:30 in the morning on the West Coast. All right, so Sophie Bates, we'll take a look one more time around buoy number 1. And when we return, we'll bring on Violetta Mikulski from Argentina next. All right, we return to continuing action here, and our next competitor to take to the water, a member of the University of Louisiana at Lafayette Raging Cajuns. She comes to us out of Buenos Aires in Argentina, and this is Violetta Mikulski. And this looks like a 60-meter opener.
As she's entering for... So this is actually 14.25 for Violette, and it's a nice, like I said, it's a nice easy pass on the, as I said, for the previous skier, and she's going to find her rhythm on this opening pass at 14.25. She looks very solid out there, and again, it's an opening pass, running it smooth, as I would hope from Violette, as a skier of the Raging Cajuns. Tony, you aren't a little biased at all about the Raging Cajuns, are you?
No, not in the slightest. Well, considering that a lot of folks that have represented the Raging Cajuns are here, Matteo Lezzeri represented them with distinction. Licia Bagnoli is right now working the ones and the twos in Vincent's absence as Vincent gets ready to ski. And a whole bunch of others, as I said, are along the shore side. Bailey Austin, who will see ski in the pros tomorrow. And collegiate skiing certainly has firm roots here at the San Gervasio ProAm, as we see Violetta Mikulski make her way through. Now, she's going to have a really, really busy schedule in October, because in the space of 2 weeks, she'll be in 3 tournaments. She'll be at the World Championships, she'll ski in the Pan American Games, and she will ski for the Raging Cajuns at the NCWSA Nationals towards the tail end of October.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing season this year. I mean, all the tournaments are just lining up, and we got the Worlds back at Jack Travers, and it was a absolute insane show out last year with the crazy, crazy scores. I can't wait for round 2. But here comes Violetta Mikulski coming in for 13 meters.
Yes, right you are. She started it on 14. This is now 30 meters for the skier from Argentina, our sole representative of that country in this event. This is Violetta Mikulski. This is 13 meters. Oh, good snap there on number 3. And training with Erin Davis, and it certainly looks like it's producing some good consistency there, courtesy of Violetta Mikulski.
She reminds me of a lot of Robert Hazelwood with that kind of arm coming over. It's a very unusual technique, but for the skiers that it works for, it works very well.
Indeed. And Violetta Mikulski. Let's take a little bit more of a forensic look on this one, especially into number 1. Not so much there, but when she goes into a strong side turn, like that.
Right there.
Not nearly as forceful as Robert Hazelwood, granted, but I mean there's still elements of that there within that turn as she approaches a strong side number 4 in this instant replay.
It is also 13 meters, so I mean, I don't think you're going to push it as hard as, let's say, 10-2 or 10-7. So you got to kind of keep it easy, get that nice angle, and just rely on the boat at this point.
All right, in the water and getting ready for the line to take hold for Violetta Mikulski. Behind that, Black Malibu Response TXI towboat. And we're going to see the Malibu take to the water again in a few weeks, because TWBC will bring to you live and exclusive coverage of the Malibu Open coming to you from Lyman Land in Alabama in just a few weeks' time in this coming fall. Here we go. This is Violetta Mikulski. It's 12 meters. Oh, look at this. Round buoy number 1. She's looking good up until buoy number 3. She knew that she had the start, but she just didn't have enough off number 2 to really set her straight on this particular run. Take it away, Connor.
Yep, so you see a nice strong gate, and she comes into 1 nice and open right there. Nice big hook, kind of drops the shoulder just a little bit. Gets a lot of load coming into 2-ball, and right there she got pulled up out of the buoy, which made her lose a lot of angle, which means she just went on the inside of 3-ball.
All right, then. So Violetta Mikulski, who's slalomed into 11.25 meters twice this season and has had a smattering of scores into 12 meters every other instance this season. So we'll see if she can get through 12 meters within the next couple of rounds, but brought the handle high and on the inside, and that just didn't do much there. We'll come back to our next competitor, Katarina Vrabkova of the Czech Republic, coming up next.
What if I told you there was a place A place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat. A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down, and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
All right then, back on. This is the 9th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm presented by Santo Dassault. Good to have you here. And I've got Connor Pauly here. How you doing?
I'm doing amazing, Tony. I'm kind of getting a little, I want to hit the water, man. I left my ski in Florida, but I wish I would have brought it. I mean, the skier conditions out here look beautiful. The site is amazing. You got the nice water park at the far end. You got Mr. Tony Lightfoot giving the commentary. We got TWBC out here, and we're coming back with continuing coverage of the San Gervasio ProAm.
All right then, our next competitor coming to us out of Czechia, which is otherwise known as the Czech Republic, and it is Kateřina Vávková going in on pass number 1, which I believe is going to be 14.25 meters. It is 14.25.
Again, we see another 14-meter start. Like I said earlier, it's one of the most easy passes.
Oh, and kiss of death there, Connor.
Apparently not too easy. I might have spoken too early.
Just a little.
So we'll see what happens on this instant replay. We thought she was going to do great.
Yeah. I mean, certainly on her start and round buoy number 1, she looked confident enough here. I mean, got a good hook up, good stretch away from the line, and then she just bit off a little bit more than she could ideally chew at that point.
Yeah, just kept the ski turning and didn't want to go to the next buoy.
All right then. So let's have a look at this once again from the towboat. Short, but not too sweet, unfortunately, here for Kateřina Vávková from Czechia. And when we return, we'll bring on our next competitor, which is Kim Helen Niederbaumer. Next.
Thanks for calling Wakehouse. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
All right, there we're back, and so too is the black Malibu Response TXI. We have 2 new boats here at San Gervasio, and we're grateful for Malibu for providing those boats. 14.25 meters for our next competitor, and a former skier for the Louisiana Raging Cajuns, and actually Alicia Bagnoli's a former roommate over in Lafayette. This is Kim Helen Niederbaumer, who comes to us from Germany. Check out Ski Pro gear, the best grip you could wish for. Check them out at skiprogear.com. We'll see what Kim Helen can do with those gloves.
Awesome. So is she entering for 14.25? Let's take a look at this boat. I've skied behind every single boat, the Mastercraft, the Malibu, and even the Nautique. One thing I really like about the Malibu is it gives you an extra kick just to get a little bit more wide at the buoy. And it's something, if you're used to the other boats, you kind of gotta get used to. So as we see, another easy opening pass, and she made it past 2 balls. So I call that a success.
There you go. All right, then, that's 14.25 meters. Yep. So getting through the opening pass, thankfully. Otherwise, Connor would assume the mantle of the Nosferatu of doom.
There's no doom in San Gervasio. It's beautiful out here, Tony.
Mm-hmm.
Except for the pre-show, I made you look very cinematic in that dark tunnel.
Yeah, about as cinematic as one could be under that situation, I guess. Anyway, Kim Helen Niederbaumer getting through the opening pass, and looking pretty strong out there. Let's have a look and see tail of the tape so far as Kim Helen is concerned, having run that opening pass. This is only her second outing of the season, and had scored 3.5 on 13 meters on the previous competition, so she's already there on 13. So far as her previous competitions, she has gotten on to 11.25 meters on the one occasion that the situation presented itself at Rocchetto. Actually did that twice at the Trofeo Tomasini and over at the European Championships at the tail end of last season, so half a buoy on 11.25 meters there. Let's see if she can make up for a little bit of lost time here with her attempt on 13 meters. Kim Helen Niederbaumer, round number 4. And by virtue of her running this pass, this is already her best score of the season. Kim Helen Niederbaumer of Germany.
Yeah, beautiful, beautiful pass. The only thing that I would critique at all would be coming into 4-ball, or actually leaving 4-ball, going to 5. We'll take a look at that on this instant replay. She kind of got pulled up a little bit into 5, which made her ski go flat and make her have to basically work a little bit more into 6. But I mean, you're at the end of the pass at that point, and it's still
a little twisted into number 1, I fancy.
Yeah, definitely not the smoothest. You can tell this is definitely her second event of the season so far. A little bit of a late start, like you were talking about, but
yeah,
I'm expecting big scores from her in the next few competitions.
All right, we'll see. Handle up a little high off number 4, a little high-sided there, and gets round buoy number 5. And at that point, she knew that that the pass was on, and she got round all 6 buoys. All right there, so with Connor Pauley, I'm Tony Lightfoot here at the San Gervasio ProAm, the 9th edition, presented by Santa Dassault. We thank these folks, our sponsors. Got a whole slurry of them, and we certainly appreciate their participation in this event. All right there's Nathan McGarry at the helm of that towboat, and let's see what Kim Niederbaumer can do. Entrance number 1, little delay on that one. This is 12 meters. Round number 3, let's see if she can make a play on 4. Yes, she can, but unfortunately only as so far as the tail end of that turn was concerned. And she knew that pass was on, but she just threw everything into that one, and it didn't come up particularly well for her.
Yeah, 1-ball, she didn't have the best turn out of 1, but she kind of recovered it too, which means once you get a okay start, I mean, it wasn't deal-breaking start. She was definitely able to recover from that, but she definitely has to work more on the further buoys. Right there, a little bit delay. You can tell she has to open up nice and wide and come back to the buoy. And right there out of 2-ball, she recovers, comes back around. Pretty good turn out of 3-ball. And just comes into 4 and just can't hold on to what she's got.
All right, not bad at all. With 3.5 on 12 meters, her best score of the season. We'll see if she can improve upon that with round 2 and round number 3. Looking at the start once again. Round buoy number 1. Looked okay from here. I've definitely seen later approaches into number 3 with the passer still being able to run, be run as it were, but she just threw the ski on into number 4 with a Hail Mary attempt to get towards the tail end of that run. All right, so towboat returns to the dock. Next skier up, coming to us from Spain, it'll be Nadine Botas. So it'll be 14.82.
You'll see a lot of A2 numbers from skiers nowadays. It's a very normal approach. It's very, to me, I always pick A2 because it allows the ski to kind of free up at the buoy with a little bit more strength than even A1. And what's the most unusual letter that you would see, Tony?
C3 plus.
C3 plus.
Well, what we saw from Fidele Luzzeri.
So unusual, we don't even have the plus icon.
Yeah. But there you go. Here we go. We've got Nadine Botas. Oh, here we go. 14.25 meters. One of the folks instrumental in making the Botas Pro-Am competition possible over there in Toledo in Spain, and doing a good job there with the opener on 14.25 meters. Certainly one of the two prominent females in Spanish water skiing so far as women's slalom is concerned. The other being her sister Sandra Botas.
So as we're waiting for her to come back at 13 meters, Tony, have you ever skied at this beautiful site before?
I have not, and I've been here since 2010.
We might have to get you on the water.
Yeah, but I'd need to lose about 75 pounds first.
I need to lose some weight myself, Tony, so we can start working out together.
Okay.
There's Miss Alice doing the ones and twos.
Yes, indeed.
It's nice little. I always love when we do these international setups where it's not the convenient trailer. We got to do a little bit more work, a little bit of extra finagling between all the cables, tables, tents, and to put on this amazing show.
Right you are. So here we go. We've got Nathan McGarry at the helm, and about 30 meters directly behind is Nadine Botas. Her husband is on dockside, Ivan Maras. Looking on and seeing Nadine Botas get through 30 meters. Not making it look particularly easy, mind you, but managing to execute and get the pass under her belt. So there we go, Nadine Botas slipping into the water and getting ready for pass number 3, which I'm sure is going to be on 12 meters. Good approach into buoy number 1, Connor.
Very, very good. She comes across, and a lot of these turns were a little heavy, but even myself, I like to try to almost go a little bit too, like not to the point where you won't run the pass, but just push it a little bit more so I know how my ski will react to the different water conditions on that day in the tournament. That's why we have opening passes to, number one, get the feel of your rhythm, but also get the feel of the water conditions, and that's what she was doing out there. Nice, easy second pass at 13, and she will be coming back at the blue 12.
All right, so Nadine Botas, naturally a skier over at the Botas facility just outside of Toledo in Spain. Her second tournament outing of the season, having slalom 1 at 11.25 meters in round 2 of the Botas Pro-Am, which took place at the tail end of last month.
Yeah, she's entering for this 12-meter pass, and this is where things start to get not to the point of not reaching the buoy, but it definitely is almost there, and it's a very difficult pass to run. As you can see, she just lost everything coming out of 2-ball.
And so much is dependent upon the start.
I struggled with my starts at 12 meters for years. Once it clicked for me, I was able to get by it. Actually a pretty decent one ball.
Just not really fully committing to one, and that left her really open for number 2, and taking a big hit through the wakes into number 3 and just couldn't really make an effective play on that turn.
So in this gate, it almost looks like she hits it a little bit too hard, which doesn't give her enough width, where she really has to stretch out at one ball, and that puts her down course coming into 2, just gets wide and not able to get the proper turn to head over to 3.
All right, then, and with that, we'll step aside, and when we return, we will bring on Nelly Schultz of Germany next. All right, welcome back to continuing coverage of the San Gervasio ProAm, the 9th edition of, presented by Santo Dassault. And good to have you here. Wherever you happen to be around the world, you are most certainly welcome. Next competitor up is going to be Nelly Schultz.
And speaking about our viewers, if you guys are watching, write us some comments and we'll respond back to you.
Absolutely. We've got the YouTube comments are going on via the live chat. Not too many of you responding so far, but let's see if we can chat it up a little bit. So we'll give some shout outs, no doubt. All right, there. Skier on the water. And a skier with a best score this season of 2.25 on 13 meters. This is Nelly Schultz. 18.25 meter start. And a lot of rope to play with here, but sometimes that's not a particularly good thing.
You can see how much the ski is getting air, which means every time the ski loses air or gets air, it's losing direction, and that's something with the longer rope. The wakes are bigger. That's why whenever you see these short line skiers at 9, even 10.2, 10.7, the wake's so flat they're able to just cut through it, and the ski holds all that direction. Take a look as she's crossing these wakes, Tony.
Yes, indeed, and even easing up before the first wake, trying to manage the speed that ski was generating and the direction, and just skiing this narrow, not skiing it particularly wide, and the result is that she's only able to really fully complete a turn by being down course.
As she ends up running this opening pass, I can't wait to see what she ends up doing at 16 meters. That's where you see a lot of skiers end up starting. It is not particularly difficult. It's not particularly too easy. I think it's the nice middle ground where a lot of skiers get that rhythm and feel it out. We see Nikki Atamzam on dockside. I can't wait to take a look at his skiing performance tomorrow. He's skied pretty well this season so far.
And indeed, for those of you wanting to find out when the pro skiers will take to water, they will take to water starting at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. 8:30 a.m. tomorrow will be the start of our pro skiing event here at the San Gervasio ProAm presented by Santo Dassault. Round number 2 and number 3. This looks a little easier, a little bit more under control here for Nelly Schultz.
I would agree with that. Again, she's not as wide as she possibly could be, which means she's turning a little bit past the buoy. You see a lot of these skiers, when you get on the short line, you're going to actually start turning well before the buoy to be able to go to the next buoy with a nice amount of ease, and that gives you a lot of time to change your skiing performance going into the next buoy if you have an issue later on in the pass.
All right, taking a look at this once again. A reminder that the Pro event takes place tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Central European Time. For those of you tuning in from California, Los Angeles, San Francisco, and the like, it'll be live starting at 11:30 p.m. on Friday, which is today.
And to all the viewers at home, if you guys have not subscribed yet, please subscribe. It means a lot to us. It's how you show your support. And if you want, ring that bell icon so you never miss a video coming from TWBC, so you always get to look at Mr. Tony Lightfoot and all the amazing skiers that hit the water.
Ah, shucks. All right, then. So here we go. Come on in with Nelly Shorts. 14.25 meters. Looking in good shape. Whoa, around number... Oh, and a little loose into number 3, and not much was going right for her. I don't know. Does she look hurt at this point, or is her pride more hurt than her than anything else?
She all gave a hand, but I don't know. Yep, she's okay. She took off her ski, just maybe a little bit disappointed, leaving the water. Gets to go do the nice walk down the shore side. But let's take a look. Number 1 was pretty good. Number 2 is where she got pulled up out of the buoy, and that made her lose all of her direction. You can see that ski flat, way in front of the buoy, hits the buoy, and just does a nice little tumble.
Whoa, a big old crash there, and that didn't exactly help matters for her. We'll take a look at the instant replay from the opposite direction as we round off Nelly Schultz. Took a big old hit to the noggin as the towboat makes its way adjacent to the skier. Let's have a look at this again. She makes... There you go. I think it was basically a shot to the eye socket a little bit there, very similar to what Winnie McClintock-Rini took at the 21 World Championships. And when we return, we will bring on Giada Prosecchi coming up next. Well, I think that Nelly Schultz is a little bit worse for wear there.
Something as a skier myself, it's always something that we hate to see is a skier injured on the water. It's something that hurts every single one of us, but we need to make sure they're okay. You can see the paramedics walking down there now. Hopefully everything turns out all right, and the best of luck.
All right, looks like she's getting the full medical treatment, the gloves, the personnel, and she took a big old shot to the eye as we get ready for our next skier to take to water. It is Okay, so it's Giada Prosecchi of Italia.
At 16 meters.
All right, there, coming to us from Rocchetto, Giada Prosecchi, 16-meter opening pass.
Again, another skier that's choosing that A2 letter and running this nice opening pass as we would expect. Let's take a look at this replay. And there's nothing really to critique. It's a nice, smooth pass from...
Yeah, fairly straightforward. No worries.
So, Tony, taking a look at these water conditions, how are they good for the skier? Are they bad for the skier? What is your opinion?
Pretty much somewhere in the middle, you know. I mean, it's not. It is a little windy out there, but a little bit of texture of the water doesn't really. It kind of actually helps to a certain extent. I mean, at least you know where the wind is coming from and what you have to do to compensate for it in each direction. You know, so there's that kind of certainty about it. It's not gusting up pretty hard at the moment, although at some point yesterday it blew up pretty strong.
Something I think we should look to in advancements in the sport is finding a way to make it so it's a headwind every single pass. I know that might be a little difficult, but...
Well, there's a simple way to do that, of course.
What is that?
Just do a headwind on your first pass, spin the boat, come back round and do the second pass in the opposite, in the same direction.
Awesome. So entering into this 14, she has the nice headwind and coming through. And pretty nice start so far. We'll see how this plays out for number 3. All is good.
All is good in the world.
That should be a song.
Of course, when it comes down to skiing headwind, there is one section of our sport that does actually ski slalom in one wind direction and one wind direction only whenever they compete.
I am totally confused by that. You totally lost
It's
me.
cable skiing, cable slalom.
Cable only runs one way. Oh, yeah, because it never goes back and forth.
There you go.
Some more daily knowledge from Mr. Tony Lightfoot.
All right, this is Giada Prosecchi from Giada Prosecchi, I beg your pardon, Giada. And going through 14.25 meters and not looking too bad. Giada Prosecchi. And skis over at Rocchetto, which is the national training site for the Italian Waterski and Wakeboard Federation.
Yeah, Miss Alice doing the 1s and 2s behind the computer. She was just over there and did a few days of skiing at Rocchetto, getting ready for this pro event happening tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. And hopefully we're going to be seeing some big scores from these Italians. It's a beautiful site. We were there last year for the Open Europeans. And we'll see what Giada Prosecchi can do on her 3rd pass at 13 meters.
13 meters, Giada Prosecchi. Brasici. Getting pronunciation lessons there from Alice. A little bit late to the party in that respect.
But also late to the party was her ski going to 5-ball.
Exactly. She got 4 and no advance upon that. Giada Prosecchi.
It's all right. I was ordering food last night, and I could... Alice was helping out with all the pronunciations as well. So let's take a look at this pass as she's coming out of 2-ball, going to 3, and see what's happening at 3-ball. Pretty good 3. I'm a little confused by this.
Yeah.
Maybe just not got wide enough.
Yeah, I mean, her approach seemed to be okay, but I'm not too sure about the turn afterwards. But anyway, for Giada, it's going to be a score of a 4 on 13 meters. Didn't exactly get the best of starts, a little flat into number 2. and she was basically playing catch-up from here on out, especially that number 3. She could have used that number 3 back at number 1, but by that time it was just way too late. So Giada, 4 buoy count on that run. All right, next competitor up, coming to us from Cyprus. It is Stella Anastasi.
Going to the College of UCLA out in California. She is a phenomenal skier that's getting ready to hit the water. I can't wait to see what she can do. She's been at the San Gervasio event multiple times, so I'm looking forward to that. And she already knows the water conditions, and hopefully she will use her previous muscle memory and go out there and shred some buoys.
Shred indeed. Shred hard.
So for opening pass, she's going to be starting at 16A2. Again, we see another A2. But really what you're going to start to see is the line's getting shorter in the open event for the start list. I mean, this is technically still open women, just not skiing in the pro event. So we'll see some shorter starting tomorrow. But starting at 16 meters, she's going to be able to feel out that water, as always, and get a nice, good start.
All right, then, here we go. This is Stella Anastasi from Cyprus. As you mentioned, skiing for the Bruins of UCLA.
You see a lot of collegiate skiers coming out here for this event, or even past collegiate skiers, which is nice because collegiate is a totally, I mean, you still have slalom, trick, and jump, but you have a totally different atmosphere on the water. The entire team is cheering each other on, the team skiing together, fighting together to get, hopefully, that national medal.
All right, so Stella Anastasi, this effectively is her first tournament of the season here in this part of the world. Had scores last year mostly into 12 meters. No real shot at 11.25 meters, and even going back to 2021, a smattering of scores on 13 and 12 meters. So if she does make it into 11.25 meters, it will be a first for her.
She has one main goal to her advantage, or one advantage really, and she is extremely tall, which in slalom, that's the name of the game.
Yeah, that can be a good thing, but then you look at skiers such as Marcus Brown and Terry Winter, they're not particularly tall, and neither is Dane Meckler, but they're still quite effective.
That's very true. Technique is everything. You see, between the men and the women skiing in the, even amateurs, but you see it a lot in the pros, the men are very muscle heavy, and the females are more technique heavy. Finessed.
All right, so here we go. Stella Anastasi coming into the course right now. It's going to be 14.25 meters.
As we take a look at this pass, pretty good one ball. You can see her arms are a little bit out for my liking, crossing the wakes, which means she doesn't allow for the boat to really take anything from her, and she dips that shoulder in right there at 5 ball. But she run the pass. We'll take another close look at that on this instant replay.
Yeah.
I would like to see those arms just a tad bit closer to her body so she has a little bit more to feed the boat and break free a little bit more whenever she's at the buoy. She seems very connected right now.
Yes, Stella Anastasi looking okay on that second pass. I say okay, I didn't say great. Just not really committing herself too much on this particular run, or any run for that matter.
Right here, you see those arms are already fully out, so she has nothing more to give the boat except give the upper body, which can play a big role in either stuffing the tip or not getting enough angle out of the buoy. You want to be very centered on your ski, especially at these passes.
All right, so last season in the first round, she got 5 on 12 meters, and she would certainly love to put a score like that up on the board, and that is effectively a personal best from the first round of last season. So let's see if she can dial it up a little bit on 13 meters. See what she's got. This is Stella Anastasi. Would ordinarily be skiing at the Polomedia Dam in Cyprus, not too far away from Nicosia.
Kind of dropping the shoulder there at 1 ball.
But this is a better start. This is round buoy number 3. This is 30 meters. Oh, and she just delays with the handle and brings it up. So it's going to be a 4 buoy count on 30 meters.
Definitely not what she was looking for in the terms of scores, but she has more rounds yet to come. And
so Stella Anastasi from Cyprus, who have on the island of Cyprus, they've created themselves a nice little water ski industry there. A relatively new manufacturer, SP Skis, have really come on strong with their slalom models, and they've segued into producing tricks and jumpers,
and after this replay.
And so with that, we'll take a brief break, and when we return, we'll see our next competitor. It is going to be Hanna Stupnicki next. Okay, and our next competitor to take to water, and in her first outing slalom skiing for quite a while, this is Hanna Stupnicki.
Yeah, it's a little different to see her on a slalom ski. I'm so used to seeing her on that trick ski and setting some amazing scores out there. I can't wait to see what she can pull off on the slalom ski with a fin.
All right there, Hanna Stupnicki. At 18.25 meters at 55K. Now you'd have to go all the way back to 2022 to find a slalom score for her, because she had suffered a bit of a shoulder injury in the off-season that only permitted her to compete in the tricks event, extending as far back as the Pan American Championships in Santiago, and indeed the Junior World Championships also in Santiago, where she actually won the U17 Championship of the World in the tricks event. But here we are with slalom. This is 18.25. This is 55K. And no dice on that one. It's going to be a 5 buoy total there for her. So she's going to have to wait to complete her first pass of the season.
Yeah, it's not a great way to open up the season. As I was talking about earlier with the 18-meter line, you can see that ski just getting airborne and not having a lot of width at the buoy, which is one of the downsides to 18. But you do have a lot of rope, so you're able to sometimes recover from it. And we'll take a look at this as she just keeps getting narrower and narrower coming out of the buoys. Right here at 3 ball, kind of gets in a weird position.
A little flat-footed there.
Yeah, just a weird position and not able to make it a 6.
Yep, a little disappointed there. That is Hanna Stupnicki. We'll take a look at this via the instant replay one more time before we bring on our next competitor, who will be Sandra Botas. Nicely backsided off buoy number 1, and kind of left herself a little exposed into number 2. A straight path there. And I mean, she was running it on par for like any other skier on 18.25 meters, running it narrow and trying to manage speed, but then brought the handle high and on her inside, and then she wasn't able to recover from there. We'll be back right after this. All right, and as Hannah swims into shore, rather sooner than we really anticipated for, we'll bring on our next competitor, our last open women's competitor in this round one. It is going to be Sandra Botas.
And this is the second Botas skier. This is Sandra Botas coming in for an opening pass. I'm awaiting on the line. She's going to be starting at 14.25 meters, A2 again for Sandra Botas. Coming through, and we'll see what she does on this opening pass.
All right, and Sandra Botas, this is the third outing of the season after the Waterski ProAm and the Lacanau Cup. And she's been doing well this season, at least so far as making it into 11.25 meters on every occasion, because, well, that's exactly what she's done. She's a best score of the season is 4 on 11.25 meters, and off to a good start on 14.25 meters there, Connor.
Very good start, very good start. As she's also skied in the pro category numerous times, and I expect very high scores from her in the 11-meter line length, so this opening pass should never be a difficulty to her. She's just kind of feeling it out, getting her body warmed up, getting those muscles ready for those harder passes, coming through at 12 and 11. Well, there we go. We got Mr. Vincent Stadelbauer, the #1 of the 1s and 2s on the TWBC, getting ready to ski. I'm always super excited whenever he hits the water because he doesn't get to ski that much whenever he's on the behind the computers. So it's a nice little mental break, I think. And Alice's killing it, being the best girlfriend she possibly can, helping him out with all of his 1s and 2s.
All right, then. So here we go. This is Sandra Botas. 30 meters.
You can tell she has had a lot of experience on that water, right? Coming out of these buoys, they're nice, snappy turns, not losing the line at all. And I expect that she's going to ski very well into 11.25.
All right, 13 meters. No worries there for Sandra Botas. Sandra Botas, who recently announced her engagement to Libor Ruby. Congratulations to her and also to Libor.
Yes. Congratulations. It's a huge accomplishment in life. And what's also a huge accomplishment is making it here to the San Gervasio ProAm. Obviously not as much as getting engaged, but we get to see some big scores on the water, and that's what I'm excited about.
Indeed, indeed. And looking in very, very good shape up there on 13 meters. All right, then. So, coming in on 12 meters, this is Sandra Botas.
And this is where things start to get a little bit more challenging for the skier. As Sandra comes through on the gates, you'll see her turns, and the start has to be almost perfect for her to run this pass. Gets a little dipped in at 2 ball, able to recover at 3. And again, another on her 2-4, she's almost hooking it a little bit too hard and turning away from the boat, closing off. But she was able to run the pass. And we'll take another look at this on the sensor replay. What's your thoughts on this, Tony?
Yeah, that pass looked very, very good there. She looked like she was under complete control right from the get-go on 12 meters, and just looking very, very balanced on the turns, and then just really locking that ski in and just propelling herself from one side of the course to the next. I don't see much wrong here on 12. And she takes, I believe she takes the lead in this category on the strength of that run. So Sandra Botas, who has competed with a distinction for Spain over the past few seasons, going back to the World Championships in 2021, where she scored 4.5 at 11.25 meters. And she's been very, very consistent getting into 11.25 meters. Has a smattering of scores into 10.75 meters as we have a look at Vincent and Gregoire back there. I'm sure none of that discussion has anything to do with slalom skiing at all.
Probably has to do with webcasting. It's a conversation when he's talking about it on the dock. So here's Sandra Botas coming back at 11.25 meters. And now is when we're going to see what score she is going to throw up for this event.
There's one. That's a good snap off number one. Round number two, she's there on that turn. She's round number three, strong side turn. And she tries to make a play on 4 and nothing doing there. So it is going to be a 3 buoy count on 11.25 meters for Sandra Botas. And we'll see how that transpires. So let's have a look and see. Looking around number 2 and number 3. This might be under a review here. And yeah, she definitely got outside number 4, but she wasn't balanced enough to do the S-turn, or she just didn't feel inclined to do so. So it looks like it's going to be 3.5 on 11.25 meters. She has the lead in the Open Women's competition. And that will bring to a conclusion that category. We're going to go into Open Men. We're going to change the crew, going to change out some of our official positions. And when we return, we will bring on our first competitor, who will be Germany's Julius Auer, right here at the San Gervasio ProAm, the 9th edition, brought to you and presented by Santo Dassault. And when we return, we will have our Open Men skiers next.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, welcome back, and we've got our first competitor about to take to water. This was Julius Auer from Germany. That towboat, the black Malibu Response TXI, will work its way up and down the course. Just switching out some of our officials and getting ready for the first couple of passes. Now at the helm of that towboat is Mario Pagozzi. Julius Auer will be at 16 meters, Bravo 1. In the water, getting ready for pass number 1, 16 meters. So time right now as it stands, it is 12:30 here, Central European time. Looking good. Julius Auer on the opening, almost overcooking that number 4, mind you, and didn't exactly bode well for his approach into 5, but by the time he got to number 6, he was able to calm himself down enough and get ready for 14.25 meters for pass number 2. So just looking at this. There we go. That is Julius Auer. Okay, so a skier whom we believe to be Julius Auer is still out there on the water. Nicely done on the opener. Actually is a second run. So getting through the opening 2 passes, 16 and 14.25 meters. All right, not looking bad. So looking at the back of that bib, it is, I believe it's pretty clear that that is Julius Auer. So he's gone through 16 and 14. Yep. All right there, so coming in on 30 meters, this is Julius Auer. Not looking bad there. And he gets around all 6 buoys. Round all 6 and gets through the first 3 passes of 16, 14, and 13 in quick succession. All right then, so scenes around the dockside as Fabian Horsch, our next skier from Germany, about to take it to the water. But his compatriot already out on the water. It is Julius Auer. Julius Auer Let's see what he's got on 12 meters. He's skied before this season. He's gotten 2.5 on 12 meters. Oh, a big old hit there off number 3. Just couldn't really hook up cleanly enough and gets 1.5, it would appear. 1 1/2 for Julius Auer. Nice extension around buoy number 1. But just looked completely off balance there towards the end, and it just threw him into the water. So there we go, having started on 16 meters. He ends up scoring 1.5 on 12 meters. So there we go. All right, so it is 1.5 on 12 meters. Confirmed as the score for Julius Auer, as Fabian Horsch comes in on 16-meter line for the opening pass. And I would assume that it would be on Alpha 2 unless I hear otherwise from the towboat. It's Alpha 1. Okay, so riding 16 meters, Alpha 1 for his opening pass. This is Fabian Horsch. Skied a couple of times this season in tournament. His best score coming into this event is 2 on 12 meters, which he set in the first round of the Bavarian Open. A little bit narrow into number 5, but making up some ground there into number 6, and gets the pass to go there on 60 meters in the open men's slalom competition. Not looking bad. So we look and see what he does on number 3. And for number 4. In pretty deep there on 5, and is able to get round buoy number 6 quite effectively. So, good skiing there for Fabian Horsch. Looking at some of the scores that he produced last season.
Middle of the dock, he goes and he goes.
One buoy on 12 meters in one tournament, halfway down 12 meters in another. You know, so it's fairly consistent in that respect. His best to score last season at this tournament, San Gervasio ProAm, was 3.5 on 30 meters. Season before, he scored 1 on 12 meters in round number 2. A little bit of the tail of the tape there, and getting round, just managing to get through that run of 14.25 meters, and now looking with optimism towards the 13-meter run. Coming up next is Fabian Horsch. Good load off number 1. Nice. First third of the course looked pretty good. Just eased up a little bit into number 4, which affected his edge change into that buoy. And subsequently didn't exactly do wonders for him going into number 5. But he at least had enough in hand to get round all 6. There we go, Fabian Horsch. And there we see Alice. Right there. With the buttons. Jeremy Scholl is is operating the remote camera for the boat. Paolo Barbari, who is our official. The replay official sitting directly behind Alice. So here we go. Let's have a look and see. Fabian Horsch, 30 meters, has not run this pass so far this season. Working hard to make sure that he does, but unfortunately losing a little bit of distance down course, and unfortunately for him, unable to get an effective turn on number 4, and thus he is dumped in the water, having scored 3.5. So 2 skiers into this this open men's slalom competition. Out of 17 skiers, so 15 more remain. Just a quick reminder that the first of our pros will hit the water at 8:30 in the morning, which is 11:30 at night on the West Coast on a Friday evening. So there we go. That is Fabian Horsch. All right, next competitor up is Vincent Stadelbauer, coming to us out of Switzerland. He'll be coming in on 14.25 meters. I would imagine the setting would be Alpha 2, unless he has something different in mind. And Vincent Stadelbauer, one of the folks at Swiss Waterski Resort over in Claremont in Central Florida. Check those guys out at SwissWaterskiResort.com. All right, let's see what he's got. Vincent Stadelbauer. Line tightens up. He's brought into the slalom course. (14.25 meters), indeed it is. Or 28 feet off the standard 75-foot line. Or if you really want the line length in feet, it's 47 feet. All right, nicely done. Gets it to go. That is Vincent Stadelbauer on 14.25 meters. So Vincent Stadelbauer this season in tournament has had 4 outings. Skied at the Mooma Masters, where he got 3.5 on 12 meters on those treacherous conditions on the Yarra River. In the Spring Classic at Swiss Waterski Resort, he got 4 in 11.25 meters, and has had a 1 score at 10.75 meters this season, and it was as recently as round 3 last weekend in Caiaphas in the Pro-Am battle, scoring 2 at 10.75 meters. Every other score aside from 1, that one that I mentioned at the Mooma Masters, has at least been into 11.25 meters. So looking for an 11.25 meter attempt into the wind. We'll see how that strategy plays itself out, as he's got 30 meters into the wind now. Entrance round buoy number 1. Can't afford to make too many mistakes here on 30 meters. Looking good. Trying to keep everything together, and he gets it up and running with 14 and 13 in quick succession. That is Vincent Stadelbauer. So we'll take a look at this pass again. He drops into shorten, and that is 30 meters for Vincent Stadelbauer. Rolls in. Looking good. In good shape there off number 2. Lefty, which means he has better turns on the right-hand side of the course. And seem to be in very good shape there on 13 meters. Now, 12 meters is a little more difficult. There's Alice controlling what you see up on your screen at any given time. Vincent would ordinarily be in that seat, but Alice takes the helm of the 1s and 2s as Vincent Stadelbauer is out on the water, getting ready to swerve it out. Getting ready. Round buoy number 1 gets a good hit. Round number 2, this is on 12 meters. Trying to stay relaxed here on the turns. Almost getting pitted out on number 4. Relaxes on 5, gets it to go round number 6, and now he's set up the win strategy on the pass that he has wanted to put into the headwind right from the get-go. That is Vincent Stadelbauer. 11.25 meters comes up next. And so for Vincent Stadelbauer, for the 8th consecutive time this season, actually the 9th consecutive time this season, he has posted a score at least into 11.25 meters. So that's a record I'm sure he'll want to hang his hat on. Very consistent on the water, Vincent Stadelbauer. So 11.25 meters is the next run. He's only gotten past this rope length once this season, and it was in the latest round of skiing that he competed in Caiaphas in round 3 in the amateur section of the Caiaphas Pro Battle. That competition brought to you once again by TWBC in the pro rounds. We're pleased to bring you the amateurs right here in San Gervasio, presented by Santo Dassault. Round number 1 gets a good start. Round number 2, oh, a little bit delayed there. Round number 3 gets it to go on 3. Round number 4, keeping it going. Round number 5, oh, a big mistake there on number 5, and that prevented him from running that pass. I'm not too sure whether he got a piece of number 6, but he has 5 buoys at least, and he just had a bit of a minor meltdown round number 5. That would have given him a chance to have taken the lead so far as the best score of the day thus far. Vincent Stadelbauer, 5 buoys at least on 11.25 meters. It was so close to running it. This is the turn that made it for him so far on 11.25 meters. And then being a lefty, he just executed that number 3 right there on the get-go. Handle up a little bit high, he steered himself straight towards number 5. And then he flattened the ski up. And I don't think he made it round buoy number 6, so it is a 5 buoy count. But it is the lead score for Vincent Stadelbauer in the open men's competition, with about 15 skiers remaining. Check that. About 12 skiers remaining on this list. Vincent Stadelbauer, a 5 buoy count on 11.25 meters. Now, next skier to go from Italy is Edoardo Lamalfa. Edoardo Lamalfa. It looks like 14.25 meters, but the rope would suggest that that's 16, though. We'll get confirmation from our officials, but that looks awfully long to be 14.25 meters, unless I'm seeing something. Yeah, it is 16 meters. So, confirmed as a 60-meter opening pass for Edoardo Lamalfa. And I would assume it would probably be Alpha 2 so far as the setting is concerned. Might be a little different. There is Gregoire Desfond.
Die nicht länger stehen. Das ist eine Frage.
So coming back on 14.25 meters is Edoardo Lamalfa, member of the Italian water ski team. Let's see what he's got. Mario Pagazzi at the helm of that Malibu towboat, the TXI. Accelerating up to speed, it's 58 kilometers an hour. That's the max speed at this stage of the game. 14.25 meters for Edoardo Lamalfa. Round 1. Good spot on number 2. Nicely done on number 3, managing to work his way through this pass without too many difficulties in the mix. And there you go, that is a 6 buoy count, no worries there for Edoardo Lamalfa. So let's have a look at this once again for Edoardo. Good solid start there. Smooth edge change into number 2. Edoardo Lamalfa riding what appears to be a Denali, but that would actually my bad. I believe it looks like an SP ski, an SP Bronco or a Robust. And here I am. I'm Tony Lightfoot here at the San Gervasio ProAm for the 9th edition. Brought to you by Santo Dassault. And now let's get ready for Edoardo Lamalfa coming in on pass number 3. He's gone through 16 and 14. This is now 13 meters. Working with A2. I tell you what, just all over the show here into his 2-4 side. Not getting the best of turns on his strong side. And, will probably be rather relieved that he got through that pass. So it's a 6 buoy confirmed there and getting pitted in off buoy number 1 into number 2. Probably thankful for his 2-4 side turn to calm himself down. Not the best slalom skiing I've seen from Edoardo Lamalfa at this stage. Just trying to work that ski effectively and get round all 6 buoys. All right then, so Gregoire Desfond, who comes to us out of Paris in France. And we'll see what he can do coming up next in the open men's category. Here we go, Eduardo Lamalfa. On 12 meters. Oh, that's a better start. Round number 2. He's making up time all the time here, aside from buoy number 4. He got a better start on number 1. I grant him that. Certainly his best start I've seen him all set. And it all stemmed from this gate shot. He drove in, looked smooth into buoy number 1, controlled the line effectively. A little jump into number 2, and that ultimately affected the balance of his turn as he made his approach into buoy number 3. A decent approach into number 4, but he carried way too much speed off number 3 and just was unable to bleed much of it down to execute the turn that he wanted. Eduardo Lamalfa, it's a 4 buoy count, and it is on 12 meters. So leaving the way open for our next competitor, France's Grégoire Desfond. This is Eduardo Lamalfa. Okay, so coming in on A2 on 16 meters. This is Grégoire Desfond. So there we go, Grégoire Desfond on pass number 1, not looking too bad. All right, so Grégoire getting through 60 meters, and Grégoire responsible for the Waterski Journal, Waterski magazine that's published periodically during the season. And you can find out more about that by going to waterskijournal.com. So here we go, folks, with Mario piloting that Malibu Response TXI. Grégoire Desfond on 14.25 meters comes back in. Looking good. Grégoire Desfond. In good shape there. No two ways about that one. Grégoire Desfond. .25 minutes, certainly looking a lot smoother, a lot cleaner with the opening 2 passes than at any time I've ever seen him. Still a little hunched over off buoy number 1, mind you, but he's at least cleaned up everything else on 14. There you go. Good skiing there from Grégoire. And now getting ready for the line length of 13 meters. Now this is the This is a major, major transition pass from 16 and 14. Both those passes are relatively straightforward for the vast majority of skiers that are here and present. But 13 meters is a bit of a step up from 14. The handle is more to the side. You have to control your direction far more accurately. Try to be smooth along with it. Gregoire Desfont on 13 meters. I don't know how he's still staying upright. And how on earth was he able to make that pass? I have no clue. He was as late as you like getting around buoy number 6 on 13 meters. We'll see if he can create some magic for himself on the 12-meter line. Greg Desfont, age 32, who last season scored 1.5 on 12 meters, ended up being one of his better scores of the season. Last season, as a matter of fact, he got halfway down 12 meters at the Aqua Cup at Acquaventure. And most of his other scores have been a smattering of totals that have been into 30 meters for the most part. But San Gervasio last season was the first tournament that he scored into 12 meters. So far as his scores this season, he's been into 12 meters twice, with scores of three buoys in each instance. Now he is on 12 meters now. Here is Gregoire Desfont. Here we go, Gregoire Desfont on 12 meters. Round 1, broken over off number 1. He's round number 2. Oh, and reaching across for the handle on number 2 way too early. It stopped his ski cold and prevented him from making a play on buoy number 3. Number 1 was probably his best start out of the whole set. And then he came round number 2. He threw that ski into an edge and didn't really allow himself time to get fully balanced before reaching over with his left hand, and thus stopping the ski cold. It gives him a score of 1.5 on 12 meters, but it is one of his better scores of the season, his second best scores of the season, as a matter of fact. Actually, third best score, I beg your pardon. And that is Gregoire Desfont with 1.5 on 12 meters. 1 1/2 on 12 meters. Okay, so we now transition on to our next competitor, and starting at sub-max speed, 55K, with the line length shortening of 14.25 meters. He is from Great Britain, and his name is Harvey Dyson. Here we go. Harvey Dyson. There you go. Opening pass, 55K, 14.25 meters. No worries there for him. So here we go. We've got Harvey Dyson getting ready for pass number 2. 8:25. And we'll see what he can do here. His other events of the season, he's had 3 outings this season. He's gotten halfway through 12 meters on probably more occasions than not. He got 3 or 12 meters at the JB Ski Open Part 2. Scored halfway down 12 meters at the Funglis Club, the Funglis Pro-Am, which took place at the tail end of June. So he's been consistent in that regard. All but a couple of performances into 30 meters in JB Ski Open Part 1. Guessing that the conditions weren't conducive enough to allow him to get through 30 meters at that time. But one can speculate, of course. And every other score has been into 12 meters, and he's had 7 competitive sets so far this season, this being the 8th. Little bumpy there on number 2, but managing to hold the ski in the water. And not skiing on a particularly new slalom ski. It is a good, but it's the one with the white top on it. But I'm sure he's tried 1 or 2 skis fairly recently, but always seems to be skiing on that particular model of ski. And it's a good enough ski, if you excuse the pun. And for many years, there have been instances where many skiers have continued to slalom on their particular skis long past their anticipated expiration date. Certainly the likes of Susie Graham, who spent much of her career riding an EP Tactic 1, despite many attempts to get on a newer slalom ski, she always resorted to skiing on that ski and to distinction in most instances. So the latest and greatest models on slalom skis may not be suitable for everyone. At least so far as Harvey Dyson is concerned, he's continues to rock it on a fairly old good slalom ski. And this is a pass of 14.25 meters at 58K. Started at 55K 14. Actually, that's 30 meters, I beg your pardon. So he went 55, 14, 58, 14. That was 13. So now he's gone through 30 meters, which means that this is his 6th score recorded on the 12-meter run, at least. And if he can get past 1.5, it will knock out his lowest score on that line length. And if he can get past number 3, well, that would represent his best score of the season. Actually comparable to last season. If he can get past number 4, it'll be his best score in 2 seasons. Let's see what he can do. Harvey Dyson, round number 1, gets the good start. He's round number... Oh, look at this. Good turn on number 2. He's round number 3. It's his best score of the season, Harvey Dyson. There you go. He had the start. He knew it as well. But at least it sets himself up well for the remaining 2 rounds of skiing that he has coming up. But 4 buoys at 12 meters is his best score of the season. It's Harvey Dyson of Great Britain. Good strike off number 2. Good extension around buoy number 3. Takes the handle down, goes cross course, he at least gets the turn on number 4. And just that one singular error around number 4 where he went for the handle too soon, stopped the ski cold, much like Gregoire Desfonts approach into number 2 on his attempt of 12 meters. But there you go. That is Harvey Dyson. Looking good for the most part. He gets round number 3. Takes a big turn on number 4. I'll actually be rather curious if the... So there we go. That was on 12 meters for Harvey Dyson. It is a 4 buoy count. All right, now coming to us from the Republic of Georgia. This is Gennady Gorelia. So here we go, Gennady Gorelia, who has been resident here at San Gervasio for basically as long as I can remember, and that extends for a good while, at least 13 years, that he has been a part and parcel of the setup here at Jolly Ski. Gennady Gorelia from the Republic of Georgia. I make mention of that to differentiate where he's from the state of Georgia in the United States, for those of you that are not up on geography as much as some other people. But 13-meter start. And being an open men's skier, he elects to go at 58K. He could, by all accounts, ski at 55K. He's certainly old enough to do that. He's in the over 45s. But he chose to go in open men, which dictates a maximum speed of 58 kilometers an hour with the line for every single pass that he tries. All right then, here we go, coming in. This is Gennady Gorelia, and this is 12 meters, selecting Alpha 1. Good start on number 1. Riding the Mustang, or actually the Bronco, I do believe. Riding the Bronco from SP Skis. And this facility here in Jolly Ski is a testing center for the skis that Savos Patelli puts out as the SP Skis brand. And Gennady Gorelia does a fine job testing each one of those skis for build quality and performance, and riding that Bronco to great effect on the opening couple of passes of 13 and 12 meters. So Gennady Gorelia, who actually skied once upon a long ago for the Soviet Union, whenever Georgia was part of the USSR, way back in the days in the junior category, and when that country disintegrated in the early part of the latter part of the 80s, early part of the 1990s, Gennady Gorelia switched obviously his allegiances from the USSR to the newly created state of Georgia, which he has represented since then as its only competitive athlete. Here he comes from the Republic of Georgia. This is Gennady Gorelia. Entrance, buoy number 1, gets a good snap at 11.25 meters. Round buoy number 2, trying to chase down Vincent Stadelbauer's best score, and he is inside buoy number 4. So there we go, getting round buoy number 3, but not much more beyond that, I'm afraid. That is Gennady Gorelia, 3 buoy count at 11.25 meters, slotting him into second place behind Vincent Stadelbauer at this point in the proceedings. So youth having the edge over experience at this time in the open men's slalom competition, with Vincent Stadelbauer with 5 buoys on 11.25 meters. Currently in second spot is that score from Gennady Gorelia from the Republic of Georgia. So just taking one more look here to confirm what we see out there. Just a little ways down course, round buoy number 3, and too far down course to make it up, and is well inside number 4. And when we return, we will have Guillermo Sirocco from Italy next.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
All right then, so our next competitor to go is Guillermo Sirocco. Behind that black Malibu Response TXI, and TWBC will also be exclusively transmitting live the Malibu Open in the United States, coming to you live from Lyman Land in Alabama later on in the season. And in order to be notified as to when that tournament becomes live, make sure you subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel and hit the bell icon as well for good measure. Skiing with Alpha 2 on 14.25 meters is Guillermo Sirocco. So Guillermo Sirocco riding with A2 on 14.25 meters, boat speed at max 58 kilometers an hour. We are a little over halfway down the list. We are on skier number 9 of 17. And Guillermo Sirocco, and just looking at his technique into buoy number 1, and then having a look into number 3, he turns his head almost unnaturally quick as he extends out towards the boat. You'll see it again into buoy number 5, and it looks like he's leaving his ski behind as a consequence, which is why I'm never really fully convinced that that turning the head in advance of your ski making it across course. You know, never really fully convinced that that is a viable technique, but works for some people, doesn't work, clearly doesn't work all that well for most others, but so far as he's concerned, he's good to go. So a quick reminder that the TWBC podcast is there for you to listen to. Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, iHeart Podcasts, or wherever else you choose to listen to your podcast. It's right there. TWBC Podcast. Check it. All right, Guglielmo Sirocco, round buoy number 3. He's good to go on number 4 and 5, and he's gone round 6 buoys on 14 and 13 meters. All right then, so a quick reminder. Win a ski of your choice by going to waterskibroadcasting.com/play. That is waterskibroadcasting.com/play for your chance to win yourself a slalom ski, courtesy of Connolly and D3. We've already had a number of winners of those skis from the various tournaments that we've transmitted so far this season. From the Swiss Pro Tricks and Swiss Pro Slalom, Lake 38, Caiaphas, and right here, and also with those tournaments, we had the Skier of the Day vote, and that takes place on Sunday. So make sure you have an idea for your skier of the day. Vincent Stadobauer can't be part of that list, unfortunately, because he's an open men's skier rather than a pro men's, but you get the idea. Maybe he should be skier of this day at least. Guglielmo Sirocco on 12 meters. Round number 1. Oh, a bit of a hitch on number 1. He's round number 2. Can he make it round number 3? Yes. Can he make it to the wakes after number 3? Not so much. Guglielmo Sirocco with 2.5 on 12 meters. 2 1/2 on 12 meters. All right there. So our next competitor to take to the water coming to us from Greece is Alexos Monadakis. And he'll be coming into the course on 14.25 meters. Okay, scratch that. We're going to go on to our next competitor, Pepe Leonard from Germany. Okay, coming in on 14.25 meters. We don't have the letter information for 0 off at this time, but I would imagine that given the current trend that this is probably Alpha 2. Pepe Leonard, ooh, that tailwind not exactly cooperating with him too much on the opening pass, but at least he got round all 6 buoys on the opening pass. So 6 buoys opening pass for Pepe Leonard as we take a look at the instant replay. All right then, and we've got the 0-off letter for those of you who are particular about that information and doing research papers and what have you. It is Alpha 2 on Pepe Leonard's opening pass, and I'm sure that it probably won't change between now and the end. Although by rule, you can actually change the letter and number at any given time between the passes. That rule being in effect for the last 2 to 3 seasons now. Slansky is always looking for that bespoke experience out there on the water, in line with what their technical prowess is on the course. And unfortunately for Pepe Leonard, just wasn't his day, I'm afraid. 13 meters coming back and just losing the line and just losing an opportunity to continue on. Pepe Leonard, let's have a look. 13 meters. And down there, the boat makes its way back to the dock for our next competitor, who should be Salvatore Maturana. (16) Okay, so Salvatore Maturana, 16. Bravo uno. Bravo uno. So, those are the settings. 16 meters, Bravo 1 for Salvatore Maturana. Try and get you a little bit of information on him as we work our way down this list. Salvatore Maturana. This is going to be his third competition out on the water this season. Competed in the U17 World Championships. Scored half a buoy on 12 meters over there in Santiago de Chile. Scored halfway down 12 meters in the international tournament that took place not too long ago, in about the middle portion of June. So looking for something a little bit more substantial. Age 15, which means that he's expended his eligibility in the junior category, at least by the time the next championship cycle takes place. Of course, for many of you who don't already know, the U17 World Waterski Championships will take place at the Lakes of Castingstone, which is Predator Bay just outside Calgary in Canada, and in a couple of seasons' time. Obviously, because of the situation with the Junior World Championships being in South America during this cycle, and World Championships, which would have been attributed to 2022, is actually took place in 2023, at least in January. So next calendar year, which is 2024, the Junior World Championships returns to midsummer action in Canada in the next cycle. All right, there, Salvatore Maturana. Salvatore Maturana. By that token, he should actually be eligible, so my apologies to him in that regard. Salvatore Maturana, who gets through the pass of, I believe that was 14.25 meters. It is 14.25 meters, so he'll attempt 13 meters coming up. After him, we'll have about 5 more skiers to go. Salvatore Maturana of Italia. All right, there, coming in on 13 meters, Tredeci. Nicely done round buoy number 2. Oh, look at this. He is waiting on these turns. Salvatore Maturana. Best looking pass that we've seen on 13 meters for quite a while. And there we go, getting through that run. Now looking up for 12 meters, which is coming up next. And if his wind strategy is to set up 12 meters into the wind, then he has certainly succeeded in that regard. So looking strong, looking very easy on the turns. You know, it's certainly an acquired skill out there to be able to stay balanced on a loose line whilst making these turns, and then smoothly hooking up to where you don't get pinged by the handle or the boat, you know, at the wrong time. And Salvatore Maturana seems to have mastered that skill to great effect, as we hear the call from Gavin Kelly in that towboat to indicate 12 meters is coming up next. Mario Pagozzi driving that Malibu towboat towards the course as we see Lars Scholler get ready for his turn. Here we go. This is Salvatore Maturana. Halfway through 12 meters is about his best score of the season. He's only been out there on the water in competition twice so far this season. And I'll tell you what, taking a big old hit there on number 3. Oh, and he knew that he had the setup to run that pass. It is his best score of the season so far with 3.5, but he'll be coming off the water rather disappointed because he had spurned a golden opportunity to run this pass of 12 meters. In the previous season, it got into 11.25 meters twice in competition. In one of those instances was in Rocchetto, and another that I see was at San Gervasio last season, and then there was a competition over at Lago Digo Rossa Marina. Another instance where Salvatore Maturana got into 11.25 meters. So experienced enough, at least 3 times last season, getting into 11.25, but not experienced enough to control himself to where he would get through 12 meters easy enough in this instance. So there we go. Handle up high, straightens his legs, and down he goes. 3.5 though on 12 meters. So now, our 5th skier from last out. This is our sole representative from Norway. This is Lars Ola Voltop. So, Lars Ola, who has been a mainstay of the organization at SEAP, just outside Skarnes in Norway. Has organized many tournaments, including the Norwegian ProAm competition. And has organized a number of European titled events, even including some world titled events, such as the Disabled World Championships, or rather the Adaptive World Waterski Championships. And Lars Ola doing a fine job with the setup there, along with his friends over there in Skarnes, the likes of Heidi Brenner and Ronald Kveslavangen in Norway. It's certainly a remarkable site that they've built, and they continue to expand with additional facilities there in Skarnes in Norway, and much of the technical infrastructure, so far as the internet and all of that is concerned, is achieved under Lars Ola's leadership there. I mean, the setup there in Skarnes in Norway and at SEAP, it's so well organized there that the Swedish, rather than the Norwegian internet backbone is situated virtually right underneath SEAP, and they're able to tap into that and provide us with some excellent transmission speeds in both. Whoa, and getting into a little bit of difficulty there on that particular run there, Lars Ola. As he skis in towards the dock, he knows that the gig is up at this time, so let's have a look and see this pass. He started in on 14.25 meters, I believe on Alpha 2 as well. Yeah, and just gotten a little bit out of shape into number 2. Tries to carry the handle a little bit longer into number 3 to keep the line tight a little longer. And then got on the back foot there and just couldn't see much of anything going along here. He's round number. Yeah, tried to make a play on 6, but unfortunately there was nothing doing. So it's going to be a 5 buoy count. 5 buoys at 30 meters. All right, there, we're down to 4 skiers remaining. We're going to see Christoforos Gracias, Pato Zohar, and Elias England about to take to water. But before all of that, all of those skiers, it is Alberto Gysi. Here comes Alberto Gysi. Certainly one of our taller skiers in this event. Pretty much a mainstay among the team members here at Jolly Ski, who compete in the Italian national team championship. And this club here at Jolly Ski and San Gervasio have held aloft the team trophy on a number of occasions, and thanks in no small part from the contributions of Alberto Gysi. Let's have a look at some of the scores these produced over the last season, because this is his first tournament out in 2023. He's gone into 11.25 meters twice last season, and on both of those occasions was right here at the San Gervasio ProAm, the 8th edition. We're in the 9th edition now, presented by Santos Dassault. And just looking at some of the other scores, a smattering of totals into 12 meters, the odd score you can throw away into 13 meters. And even that score into 13 meters was just a failed gate shot. So it was actually an attempt at 12, at 13, as a matter of fact, I beg your pardon. So we'll see what Alberta Gysi has in store for us. Okay, so coming back at 14.25 meters, having started on 16. Alpha 2. All right there, so we've got Alberta Gysi having started on 16 meters and coming back on 14.25 meters. He ran that. And we'll take a look at this. And for those of you needing an explanation, so far as zero off is concerned, there you have it. A is later, B is somewhat in the middle, and C is just real early with the intensity right off the turn. And how intense that that compensation is determined by the number. So location first, number second, with A being later and C being earlier. And certainly we can go really deep in the weeds so far as zero off is concerned, but I mean that graphic basically explained it to you. So far as where the location was, A later, C earlier, and then the numbers ramp up in terms of how intense you want that compensation to hit you after the turn. Here we go, Alberta Gysi. This is a 30-meter attempt. 58K. Entrance round buoy number 1, brings the handle in, then resets himself. He's fairly patient in that respect. Good extension on 13 meters, and looked fairly easy for Alberto Gysi. So, Alberta Gysi, 30 meters, looked in good shape here. All right, so looking at Alberta Gysi once again on 13 meters. And just a reminder to you, as you see on the graphic of the top edge, the pros take to the water tomorrow starting at 8:30 a.m. We've got the junior pro competition that's getting things up and running, brought to you by Radar Skis. And then we've got the remainder of the competition with the pros, starting with women and concluding with men. We've got 2 rounds of pro competition tomorrow as part of the elimination round. We've got 2 rounds of amateur competition taking place today, and then we'll amalgamate the 2 come Sunday with the head-to-head pros. And the last round of the amateurs are kicking things off. Here's Alberta Gysi on 12 meters, a bit of a delay off that number 4. Tried to make, he's convinced that he made it round 5 and to the wakes. We're going to take a review on this one, I believe. The judges are going to have it's going to be under review at this point. So looking at this, We've taken a review here. Now, the first few buoys are not the ones under conjecture right now. He's 1, 2, 3. Now let's have a look on buoy number 4. He gets that one to go, which is fine, but then he breaks up off that edge. Yep, so he's round number 5. Now, does he get to the wakes in time? Whoa! That's very, very close. That is very, very close. But we're going to take a... But the judge is taking a look at this once again to determine whether he got round... So the judges are still in... all right, yes, indeed, it is 5 buoys. 5 buoys on 12 meter. At 52K, 18.25 meters. All right, so our last skier to take to the water, Christoforos Gratsias. Coming into the course, one of the folks behind the organization of the IWWF Pro Battle, along with George Hatzis and Enricos and all of those good folks that we had the pleasure of working with last week as part of the webcast at TWBC for that event. Oh, and getting in deep there, round number 6. I don't think he made that approach. So unable to get round number 6. Now, so Christoforos Gratsias, who actually works at a dealership that actually bears his last name, the Gratsias Volkswagen in Athens, and they helped to sponsor the event at IWWF with a number of vehicles provided for that event. So we certainly thank them very much indeed for that. Trying to make a play on number 6, but unfortunately nothing was doing. So our next competitor, our penultimate competitor in this first round of Open Men, is going to be Pato Zohar. And I may have been mistaken earlier on by saying that Violetta Mikulski was the sole Argentine. Well, she is to a certain extent the sole Argentine female, but our sole Argentine male skier will be coming up next. It'll be Pato Zohar, and we'll take him out on the course next. All right then, and great to have you on board, and good to see you tuning in to this, the San Gervasio ProAm, the 9th edition, presented by Santo Dassault. Thanks a lot for tuning in, one and all, from all points across the world. Coming to you live from San Gervasio, right in the region of Lombardy in Italy. Here we go, Pato Zohar. 14.25 meters. Pato Zohar will be looking to try and put a decent score up, because that will certainly help him in regards to maybe making the selection as a team member for Argentina for the Pan American Games coming up in October, which is slotted in neatly in between the World Waterski Championships, which will take place in Lake County in Florida, and the Collegiate National Waterski Championships, which will take place at Bennett's Waterski School in Zachary, Louisiana. So a very, very busy time of year coming up in October, and hopefully Pato Zohar looking to be a part of that reckoning, a skier representing Argentina in the Pan American Games. So looking in good shape. Things seem to be aligning themselves pretty well for Pato Zohar. That was a 14-meter opener. All right. Driver at the helm of that towboat is Mario Pagazzi. Very familiar with the setup here at San Gervasio. Pato Zohar, 13 meters. Looking strong, looking in good shape. Don't see too much wrong with this, and he gets the pass to go. That is Pato Zohar, or Patricio Zohar. 30 meters. Let's have a look at some of the scores that he's able to conjure up. I'm sure there are quite a few, considering he gets the opportunity to ski at a number of sites around the world. 2023, he's had a bunch of tournaments in Argentina and in Chile, even extending down to the Movement Masters, where he jumped 53.5 meters there. Didn't qualify to slalom or to trick, as a matter of fact. But looking at some of his slalom scores, he's definitely no slouch there either. He's scored a 1 at 10.75 meters on a number of occasions. In one tournament in Argentina and the other in Chile. Pretty much everything else that he's done slalom skiing this season, aside from one score, has at least been into 11.25 meters. On the slalom dock is Elias Englund from Sweden. On the water, on 12 meters, this is Pato Zohar. All right, and really rocking that D3 from one side to the next. A little delay off number 5, but managing to make up for lost time and get round buoy number 6 and get that pass at 12 meters under his belt. That is Pato Zohar. Pato Zohar, who spends a good portion of his time training over at Santa Rosa Beach in Florida. Looking strong here. All right then, so here we go. This is Pato Zohar from Argentina. Rolls in. Entrance round buoy number 1. Round number 2, keeping the line tight. Tries to make a play on 3. And I think he got round number 3 on 12 meters. But unfortunately unable to get much beyond that point. Okay, so 11.25 meters was actually that pass. So yeah, started in on 14, coming back on 13, back on 12, and that was 11.25 meters. He definitely got a decent start, no worries about that. And there we go. So, 3 buoy count there for Pato Zohar. So, currently in the lead in the open men's slalom competition is Vincent Stadelbauer with 5 at 11.25 meters. And currently in a tie for second is Gennady Gorelia and Pato Zohar. Yes, and celebrations and bells and fireworks at the ready in Geneva, Switzerland. For Vincent Stadelbauer at the moment, currently in the lead with 5 on 11.25 meters. The odd fountain or two might also be created in his honor as well. Elias England from Sweden. So there we go. That is 14.25 meters and looking pretty good on the opening pass. So, Elias England setting himself up on middle. Bravo 2. Medium intensity. Medium location. So, looking here at Mario Pagozzi. This is our last skier from round number 1. We'll take a brief pause and then we'll go straight into round 2. No change in the running order for those of you wondering and looking at the scoring system. There will be no change in the running order. We'll start from scratch. Starting with Lars Kuhne, then Konstantin Antonsen and Theo Wield. They will be our next skiers in round 2. Here we go. This is Elias England. 13 meters. Looking good. Oh, and getting in a little bit deep there on that run of 30 meters. Not looking particularly pleased with his effort out there. We'll take a look at this once again before we get final confirmation of his score. Didn't get too bad of a start here. But then he rolled the ski in on number 2 and tried to get a decent turn on number 3, which he did. But then things started to go awry here on number 4. And then number 5 right here. He tried to execute a little bit of a Hail Mary turn at the end of 5, and that dumps him in the water, having scored 4 1/2 on 30 meters. So looking at this for Elias England, that confirms that Vincent Stadelbauer is the lead scorer with 5 and 11.25 meters after round one in the open men's competition. A reminder once again that the pro skiers will be taken to the water, starting with the junior pros at 8:30 in the morning, Central European time, which is 11:30 in the evening, California time on Friday, and 2:30 in the morning on the eastern seaboard of the United States. All right, then, that brings to the conclusion round one. We're going to take a brief pause here as we continue on with the 9th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm presented by Santo Dassault. Round two will be taking place momentarily right after these. Do not go away, folks.
Take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
My name is Thomas De Gasperi. I'm from Italy. I'm a two-time World Slalom champion. I've been coming here at La Guapa for 4 years now. The condition of this villa, it's top level. I would say 5 stars plus. Everybody's very friendly. The hosts are amazing. The staff is always helpful. There's always food on the table. I couldn't ask for anything more. Conditions, clean, and we're only an hour away from Mexico City, so it's very close and convenient to travel. Every time I come here, I feel like I'm at home.
I've been a fan of Marcus Brown since I was like 13 years old. He's, been my childhood hero, and so for him to offer something like this, which is it's great not just for me, but it's great for water skis to have something like this where people can really get a bespoke water ski experience. It's going to improve their skiing, their body, and Jenny's she's amazing too. So just to have the access to both of those guys, I think it's huge, and it has been massive just to talk things through and to get a new understanding of stuff I haven't tried yet.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Alrighty, we're back. And yes, it is round 2 coming up in just a few moments here at the 9th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm, presented by Santa Dassault, right here at Jolly Ski and here at the home of Jolly Ski, San Gervasio Bresciano. Manuel Domini is our driver for this this section of the competition. All right, so whether you're tuning into us from the eastern seaboard of the United States, where it is a little after 20 past 7 in the morning, whether you are tuning into us from London, England, where it is a little 20 past noon, whether you're watching us in places like Dubai, where it's 20 past 3 in the afternoon, or you're tuning into us from Melbourne, Australia, where it's 20 past 9 in the evening, you are most certainly welcome. Here we go, coming in on his opening pass on 18.25 meters at 52K. This is Lars Kuhne. Now, a little bit disappointed this morning, having gotten 4.5 on 14.25 meters, but seems to make very light work of this one. 18.25 meters, 16 will be coming to us very, very soon. I believe 55K is the max speed, so having got in at 52, he'll rise to 55 and proceed from there. 55K coming up next. Looking very balanced and very sprightly off buoy number 1. Don't see too much wrong here. Not bad at all. Okay, so at 55K, 18.25 meters, Lars Kuhne continues on into pass number 2. Looking good, looking strong. And should have no worries being able to shorten from that pass of 18.25 on to 16 meters. Let's have a look at some of the results that he's produced lately. Austrian Open, where he got into 30 meters for the first time. Lars Kuhne. So Lars Kuhne. And we'll see his mom a little bit later on, MK Kuhne, who is a pharmacist and one of the sponsors of the webcast for this competition. So thanking her very much for her support in that regard. So far as Lars is concerned, nice, wide and early for number 6 on 18.25 meters. There's Konstantin Atomson, who will be our next skier out. He scored a 2 at 11.25 meters in round number 1 and looking for something similar this time. Round number 1 at 16 meters for Lars Kuhne. Now he's improved quite significantly within the last 12 months. And not looking too bad there, Lars Kuhne, who skied in the San Gervasio ProAm last season, where he scored 2 buoys on 14.25 meters at 52K. But now he's moved up a division. The boat speed, the max boat speed is considerably higher. But he's still able to get through this run. This is 16 meters at 55K. So not bad. Not a bad looking run by any stretch of the imagination here. Looking good and looking strong all the way through. Pass number 3, that is Lars Kuhne. Now getting ready for pass number 4, which is going to be 14.25 meters. There is Konstantin Atomson getting ready for his run out there. Let's see what Lars has got, though. One of our younger skiers, probably the youngest in this competition. Good hard stab on buoy number 1. Good lock on number 1, round number 2. Got to stay relaxed here. Can't afford too much of what he did in the previous round to happen again. He's round number 5. Can he make it round buoy number 6? Just about. And he gets through the exit gates, and it's a 6 buoy count of 14.25 meters for Lars Kuhne. And he's going to have a crack at 13 meters coming up next. And isn't he delighted? Yes. A lot of delight mixed in with a bunch of relief that he got through this pass of 14.25 meters. Didn't exactly get the best of starts approaching buoy number 1, but he certainly got a good enough turn on his offside. Then just try to stay balanced, just trying to tippy-toe around the buoys, and then lay on the beef behind the boat in no small fashion. He got round buoy number 5, and then he just absolutely just sent it into buoy number 6. Full send there. Round buoy number 6, getting that pass to go, and now has a chance of 13 meters coming right up. Obviously, he's still got a ways to go to get anywhere close to the likes of Theo Wild or indeed Konstantin Atomson. But a skier as young as him, you know, it's certainly an encouraging sign going forwards that he's able to get onto 13 meters. Round buoy number 1. Gets round 1 to the wakes, and I believe that's a new personal best for him at this particular line length and speed. So good work there from our skier Lars Kuhne. He got half on 30 meters at the Austrian Open, so that complete 1 represents a PB for him on that boat speed and line length. So good, solid effort there from him. Well done. To add to the 4.5 on 14 that he did in the previous round to this. So there we go. That is Lars Kuhne. All right, welcome back. 55K, 16 meters, Alpha 1 for Konstantin Atomson. All right, here we go. Coming in, Konstantin Atomson. Round number 1. A little bit open into number 2 on 16 meters at 55K. And I'm not Not too sure what he's doing with his free hand on either side of the course, but it certainly looks a little strange to me. But able to get round all 6 buoys on his opening pass, so no, not worried too much with that yet. Let's have a look at his free hand. Grips onto the handle, looking fairly self-assured on that one. And round buoy number 2, everything appears to be in check. Now getting really pitted out a little bit into number 4, but he's got good balance and he's got decent experience coming into this event. And there we go, it's a 6 buoy count there for Konstantin Atomson, who has scored into 11.25 meters in 4 out of the 7 rounds of skiing that he's done this season so far. Scored 2 at 11.25 meters in the Caiaphas battle, and has a smattering of scores into 11.25 meters. The best of them is 3.5. The second round over at the Vienna Slalom Cup. All right, then, here we go, folks. This now is 14.25 meters for Konstantin Atomson. Looking good, looking in good shape. Don't see too much wrong here. Yeah, there you go. 6 buoys for Konstantin. That was on 14.25 meters. So, looking in good shape, as I said before. Konstantin Atomson on this instant replay seems to have made this pass a little bit easier than the original opening pass of 16. That was 14 that you just saw him complete. All right, so looking here at Konstantin Atomson, looking in good shape. Whoa, all right. Managing to get round all 6 buoys on that pass. It certainly wasn't easy there for Konstantin Atomson, having started on 16 and then came back on 14 and 13. So he's gone through 13 and now getting ready for 12. He scored a 2 at 11.25 meters in the first round. All right, so looking at the dock, and we see Theo Wild about ready to take to the water himself. All right, here we go. Konstantin Atomson. Good start on 12. needs to start as well. He a little bit sent in a little bit too much speed. It's number 3, but he's still there on 4. He's keeping it going. He's round 5. He barely gets round buoy number 6, and he runs 12 meters for the second time in as many rounds, and now has a chance again to post up a decent score in 11.25 meters in as many rounds. That is Konstantin Antonsen. Not too sure how he ran the pass, but he got a little bit stalled off buoy number 1 and was quite exposed into number 2, but managing to allow that ski to fully rotate before he got on the gas. On both sides of the course, he skis fairly symmetrical in that regard, bringing the handle in to take the slack out, and almost does likewise on number 5, but he still had enough room to spare to get round number 6, and that was 12 meters for Konstantin Antonsen. 11.25 meters. 50 seconds of drop time on each end, starting from when the boat exits the course. Here we go. Gets round 1 and round number 2. Does he make a play on 3? No. So 2 consecutive scores into 11.25 meters. 2 in the first round, 2 in this round, which squares up pretty well with what he's accomplished in the tournaments right up to this point, with the exception being 3.5 on 11.25 meters in the Vienna Slalom Cup. So it's grown in consistency, and we'll see what he can do in round number 3 coming up on Sunday. That is Konstantin Antonsen. So there we go. So Konstantin Antonsen getting round 2, but no more than that. And when we return, we'll bring on Theo Wild from Germany next.
I'm involved with the flow point method because I think it's a really strong program. We've been working on a couple things, and it's just fine-tuning, and I want to be able to make sure that I can do those movements no matter where I am, so I can feel confident skiing at any site. It's just really all-encompassing, and I think that's really beneficial. It's very helpful to keep on those keys and have a support team behind you that you can ask questions to and are there for every step of the way.
My name is Thomas De Gasperi. I'm from Italy. I'm a 2-time World Slalom champion. I've been coming here at La Guapa for 4 years now. What I really love about this place is that we get a chance to ski in a big natural lake right behind me with a perfect course. Also, we have a chance to go 10 minutes away to a perfect man-made lake where conditions are always perfect. The boat, the drivers are always top level. The weather is always perfect.
Okay, Theo Wild last skier out in round 2 in the under 14s, and he'll be coming in on 16 meters at 55K and setting up the boat for Alpha 1 on the 0 off. We're kind of missing someone, aren't we? Oh, there we are. We got Pato Zohar, one of our officials, at the back of the towboat. Coming in at 60 meters at 55K, Theo Wild. Round number 1, looking good for 2. Nicely done. I see plenty of good in that run. Good to see there. That is T.O. Field. So, looking at this once again from our tower cam for the instant replay. One of two that you get to see here. Quick reminder there to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel and also hit the bell icon for notifications to be activated whenever an update is posted to the YouTube channel. Updates such as new videos such as the unknown sport of water skiing, which was recently released about a week or so ago. And also the webcast as well, which we are pretty much known for. And watch now the unknown sport of water skiing on the TWBC YouTube channel. All right, here we go. T.O. Wield, 14.25 meters. Looking good on buoy number 1. And round number 2 in good shape on number 3. Should have no worries running this. He scored half a buoy on 12 meters in the round previous to this and chasing down that lead score of 2 at 11 courtesy of Konstantin Atkinson. So, not looking bad for the most part. That Malibu's settling in very well indeed, that Response TXI. We'll get to see that boat additionally at the Malibu Open, which will take place a little bit later on the season. So looking at this run from T.O. Wield. So, and that Malibu Open tournament, which I was referring to, being broadcast live on TWBC, will be on September the 15th and 16th this season. So, so make sure you get your updates lined up for that via the TWBC YouTube channel. So here we go. Coming in, T.O. Wield, 16, 14, and now 13 meters on A1. Good stretch into buoy number 1 on 13 meters. He's early as you like into number 2. Good angle, good acceleration, good resistance. And generally a good looking pass. No two ways about it there for T.O. Wield. He's gotten through 13 and now sets himself up for 12. T.O. Wield, let's have a look at some of the scores from his previous tournaments. T.O. Wield, currently age 13, amazingly enough, and he's able to hang with some of the older skiers in this event. T.O. Wield, 3 at 11.25 meters over at the Botas tournament, and he replicated that with the Bavarian Open, and also backed it up with a 2 at 11.25 meters in that same tournament in Hamburg. So, T.O. Wield, 13 years of age, and you know he's still got plenty of years of eligibility under his belt, you know, for the Junior World Championships. The next time that comes around will be summer of next year. I'm sure he'll be licking his chops at the prospect of representing Germany in that competition in Canada. Not to mention the competitions that will be coming up this season. Here we go. This is T.O. Wield. entrance round buoy number. Oh, and getting a horrid start there on 12 meters, and one fatal mistake on buoy number 1, and the pass is all but eliminated there for him. So it's going to be a 1 buoy count on 12 meters. 1 buoy count on 12 meters. Try to make up for lost time and well inside buoy number 2 as a result. So back to the drawing board for round number 3, which will be on Sunday there for him, but he's already got to half. He already got half on 12 meters, so which actually means that 1 at 12 meters for him is actually his best score. So now we'll move on to over 35 men. Chris Heron, who was disqualified after round number 1 because his handle was adjudged to have been too long. So he's essentially starting right from the beginning here in round 2. We're at 16 meters at 55K. With Alpha 2 as his zero off setting. This is Chris Heron. All right, let's see what he's got for us. Maybe something a little bit more stable this time. Wasn't exactly in peak shape on in round number 1. Having trouble keeping that ski carving in the water at the tail end of these turns. At 16 meters, 55K. And I think he ran it a little bit easier that time. A little bit easier that time for him, so he's going to come back in on 14.25 meters, where he was originally adjudged to have scored 3. But unfortunately, upon checking his handle, it was adjudged to be too long and was disqualified. So Chris Heron, round 06 on the opening pass. Pato Zohar, the boat judge, and our driver is Manuel Domini. Just waiting for the last few seconds to tick away from the drop timer. Mashing down the throttle, and here we go. Manuel Domini, the helm of that towboat, and Chris Heron on 14.25 meters now. 14.25. Scored unofficially 3 in the last round, which was denied because of a long handle. Carried that handle into number 3. Oh, and dropping it this time, so it looks like it's going to be 2 1/2. 2.5 for Chris Heron. 2.5 on that pass of 14.25 meters, which will represent the extent of his performance in round 2. Okay, so just looking at the tail end of that effort there from Chris Heron, he gets 2.5 on 14.25 meters with that effort. And coming into the course, having scored 3 on 12 meters in round number 1, 13 metre, 30 meters at 55K with Bravo 2. This is Oliver Jessup. Certainly liking this 13-meter start. It's the boldest start that we've seen out of all of our competitors, aside from Gennady Gorelia, who competed in the Open men's competition. Not too sure why he goes in with 13 meters. Maybe it's something that he's developed a liking to and gravitates to that starting line length out of habit. Haven't seen too much of his performances in the UK, as I've not been in the UK all that much, if I'm being honest. But Oliver Jessup getting round buoy number 5 and has a good lead into number 6, and the 30-meter pass is under his belt. So now 12 meters comes up. Let's see what Oliver Jessup has in store this time around. You've gotten halfway through this run, 3 on 12 meters. So, you've gotten into 10.75 meters, halfway down 10.75 meters, as a matter of fact, at the British National Senior Championships, which took place over at Oxford Waterski Club last season, which would suggest that he's been able to run this pass and the next one. But I tell you what, good going there. That is a 6 buoy count on 12 meters. Nicely done. That is Oliver Jessup. Oliver Jessup. So it's gone through 13 and 12. And it's now looking for the next run of 11.25 meters coming up next. He set up 11.25 meters with the tailwind, which won't make life easy on him. But judging by how he's skiing so far, it may not matter too much. Good setup off number 5. Well early for number 6. That is Oliver Jessup. In the over 35 men's slalom category, he can get in all 6 buoys as a result of that performance there that we've just seen. All right then. Oliver Jessup. Next pass, 11.25 meters. This is his first competitive outing of the season. Last season he got into 11.25 meters twice, and in the third instance he got into 10.75 meters once. Round 1. Good strike. Round number 2. Oh, it's on here. Round number 3. Ooh, and getting blown over the tip of his ski, and as he reached for the handle with his outside arm. But there you go. That is a little bit better considering round number 1. So 2 1/2 at 11.25 meters. Got the hook up off number 2, which would have suggested that that pass looked to be in good shape up to that point, but he had decided to grow some happy feet there and reach a little bit early across his body towards the handle on number 3. Going to take a look at this one more time. 11.25 meters, really got a good turn off that number 2 on his strong side turn. But then on number 3, it disintegrated there. We'll be back with our next competitor, Caroline Attenson, next.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
All right, returning to action here and about to start her adventure in round 2 in towards the slalom course with a speed of 49k, the rope length 16 meters. This is Caroline Attamson. Caroline Attamson. Little on the back of the ski, but managing to make that path work for her. Barreling in a little bit into number 4, but still managing to find a little bit of space and a little bit of width to make that turn happen for her. 49k. 49k, 60 meters for Caroline Attamson. Looking good, looking in good shape. Looking in good shape. Very, very good shape, as a matter of fact. Getting around all 6 buoys there. Nothing to worry about too much on 16 meters at 49k. We'll increase the speed to 52k, and then the line starts shortening from there upon each successive pass completion. Here is Caroline Attamson, setting herself up with Alpha 2. Bird speed at 52k now. Seems to be a little bit more relaxed this time around. There you go. Worked that one very neatly indeed at that 52k. And that therefore means that for Caroline Attamson, she will now shorten down to 14.25 meters. Okay, so having gone through 60 meters at 52k, we'll see what she has in store for us next. Caroline Attamson, who has already slalomed into 30 meters this season, got 2 1/4 at the Waterski ProAm just this past weekend. This now is 14.25 meters. Carolina made this pass in the first round. Got 1 on 13 meters. Keep going, keep going. There's number 4, a little bit down course. Now she is really going to have to work hard to get round number 6, which she does. And the end result was a complete pass at 14.25 meters. And we'll see what she comes back with on 13 meters. This is Caroline Attamson. And a chance for you to win the ski of your choice has presented itself. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play to pick your podiums for the women's pro, the men's pro, and also suggest a tie-breaking score. And if everything lines up well for you, then you could be be winning yourself a ski courtesy of D3 or Conley. waterskibroadcasting.com/play. Next skier about to take to the water is Christelle Wild from Germany. All right, here we go. Caroline Attemsen. There's number one. This is 30 meters. Round number two. Keep going, Caroline. Round number three, she's still there. And she's halfway down the course on 30 meters. And I believe that's one of her better scores this season. Actually, it is. It is her best score of the season. 3 on 30 meters. 3 on 30 meters for Caroline Attensen. And that is about the same as one of her previous performances halfway down 30 meters last season in a slalom tournament over in Austria. Just needed to get a decent start, and that's exactly what she got. So for Caroline, 3 on 30 meters, and she's pleased with that. Christelle Wild is our next skier up. Christelle Wild from Germany, next competitor to take to the water as we look at the tail end of the instant replay for Caroline Attensen. Here we go, Christelle Wild. Nice. Opening pass of 49K 60 meters, running with Alpha 2. Christelle Wild on the same win strategy as Caroline Attensen. Getting a little bit of air off the wakes into number 2, but thankfully she's firmly grasped the whole concept of maintaining direction across the back of the boat well enough to make that work for her. Getting round number 4 and 5 right here. And this has a good lead into number 6. There on dockside is MK Kuna. Be our third skier out in the over 45 women. All right, so waiting for the boat to make its way back towards the dock. And Christelle Wild looking good. Keeping everything running. Christelle Wild, 60 meters at 52K, and successfully running that pass with without too much of a struggle whatsoever, as she now gets ready to shorten. We'll take a look at this pass once again with the Malibu, the black Malibu Response TXI doing a fine job here so far in San Gervasio. So not looking bad. Not looking bad at all, as a matter of fact there. She really kept her composure, really kept herself ahead of the course. So Christella Wild has now gotten through 16 meters in both directions. The first at 49, the 52K back. And now the boat speed stays at 52, and every pass from here on out is a shortening of the previous one. So with that in mind, 14.25 meters for Christella Wild. Christella Wild in the round previous to this one scored 3 on 30 meters. And you know what? That pass, that score is going to be superseded by what we're seeing right here, because looking good there on 14.25 meters. I beg your pardon, I was actually getting a little bit ahead of myself and suggesting even for a moment that was 13 meters. Now we'll see what she can do on 30 meters, which happens to be next, because she got through 14.25 meters with such poise and consistency and skill. So Christella Wild looked very, very good there on that run. Christella Wild. Now 13 meters is the pass that looms large for her. So Christella, who actually up until the previous, up until the last round of skiing at the Botas event, was actually consistently going into 12 meters. In the last 4 rounds of skiing before this event, she was on a run of 4 consecutive rounds of skiing into 12 meters. Let's have a look and see if she can restart that streak again after a performance in round 1. Oh, there we go. This is 30 meters. She's still there, you know. Thought she was dead and buried into buoy number 3. But she survives at least a couple of buoys more and will get a 5 buoy count. 5 buoys for Christella Wild on 30 meters. 5 on 30 meters is going to be her score. Christella Wild. So Christella Wild certainly got her bearings back in, and certainly relied upon a decent turn there off number 3 to get her back in. But then things just turned pear-shaped around number 5, and she couldn't really hold on to that hard of a turn without a negative consequence being associated with it. So she makes do with 5. Christella Wild, 5 buoys on 30 meters, which is a 2 buoy improvement upon the round number 1. All right there, next skier approaching the course momentarily will be MK Kuna. We'll see her with the opening pass on 18.25 meters. 18.25 meters at 49K. Looking good. There you go, that's MK Kuna. We'll see if our good folks along the shore side. There's Matteo, there's Tio and Co. there's Christella Wild. She's just gone off the water. And here is MK Kuna. Looking very, very composed there and working that line extremely well on 18.25 meters. Not the easiest thing to do, having to manage that rope and trying to manage the speed enough to where you don't overshoot the turns. So there's MK. All right, so MK, who scored some at 52K on 18.25. Actually scored 0 in the previous round because the ski tried to turn a little bit before the buoy. Well, that's an improvement upon round 1. Here she is in round number 2 at 52K, 18.25 meters. Come on, MK, let's see what we got. Round number 5, come on, let's make it round number 6. Yeah, she got round number 6 through the exit gates. Wow, good skiing there from her. Very heads up, knew that that number 6 was getting away from her towards the end and still managed to get the ski round it, and has now put herself in a position where she's going to try and attempt 16 meters at 52K. MK Kuna, who scored a 2 on 16 meters in one of the last rounds of slalom that she completed in the Austrian Open, and scored a 4 in the international competition on 16 meters in the last competition that took place here in San Gervasio. So she's definitely got it. She's definitely got the minerals to get into 16. And in one round of that San Gervasio international event, she scored 1 at 14.25 meters. So she's actually capable of running this next pass coming up. 16 meters for MK Kuna. The question is, though, will she have the start? Let's rejoin the action. Here comes MK Kuna. Entrance, round buoy number 1. Oh, she's got the start here. She's round number 2. Let's keep it going. Round number 3. Good hit off number 3. Round number 4, she's still there. Into buoy number 5. Can she make the turn on 5? Not quite, but it's a 4.5 buoy count. 4 1/2 buoys there for MK Kuna. Certainly a lot better than 0 at 52K, 18.25 meters. That much I can assure you. So it's 4.5 on 16 meters, which is actually her second best score of the season so far. So well done to her. That's MK Kuna with 4.5 on 16 meters. And, you know, she certainly fought away as much as she could on this pass. Gritted her teeth there. You could clearly see that on the instant replay. But held everything into number 5. But she just didn't have enough room to complete the turn. And sank into water after number 5. But I'm sure that should have been a little bit better, felt a little better after that performance this time around compared to round number 1. Just really needs to try and get a little bit more advanced into buoy number 1 and not let the boat drag her towards the inside. But decent skiing, determined skiing nonetheless by MK Kuna. Some of this, and certainly a lot better than what she did last season, where she never saw 60 meters in the previous season, or the season before. Or the season before that. So actually, by saying that she's got that she's a slalomed 4.5 on 60 meters, it's actually a second best score in her life. So there you go. Good on you, Emka. 52K, 16 meters for our final skier in this category in this round. This is Claudia Fink. All right, here we go, folks. This is Claudia coming into the course, and her previous, the score in the previous round was 2 on 12. Oh, nice. That was at 52K 16 meters and gets that pass to go. So good looking opening pass, which she gets ready for the next run. There we see Freddie Winter for the first time in this tournament. All right, so looking at Claudia Fink. Just absolutely just pummeling this pass. Nicely done. Round all 6. Looking in good shape here on the opening run, Claudia Fink. Claudia Fink, who slaloms at over at Rocchetto, the home of the Italian Waterski and Wakeboard Federation, and working off a season's best score with a 2 at 12 meters. Looking at some of her other scores from seasons prior to this, and I actually think that 2 on 12 meters that she scored in round 1 is actually a personal best. Don't see many other scores in her record that come close to being on the 12-meter line. So that score of 2 from the round previous there for Claudia Fink. Provisionally a PB for her. We'll see if she can get something very, very similar. I do remember from round 1 how pleased and delighted that she was that she finally got into 12 meters. So we'll see if she can replicate that this time. Claudia Fink. Just looking in, tremendous technique here. Allowing that ski to rotate, and then she just hooks up and goes across course very, very rapidly indeed. And stays ahead of the course, has a very good vision and very good awareness of what she's doing out there. Okay, coming in on 13 meters. This is Claudia Fink, who has only ever cleared this pass once before. That was in round number 1, and it's not going to happen here in round number 2 at least. But it is going to be 1 1/2 buoys, 1.5 buoys on in round number 2 on 13 meters. All right, here's a reminder for you to enter to win a ski of your choice. Waterskibroadcasting.com/play, waterskibroadcasting.com/play for more details and to enter for your chance to win yourself a D3 or a Connolly slalom skier with our audience prize competition. All right, so we'll be back in just a moment as we continue on the 9th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm presented by Santo Dassault right after these. All right, then, here we go. 14.25 meters. This is Paul Cook, who in the round previous to this one scored 4 at 11.25 meters, and that is the second best score of this competition whenever you compare it against the likes of Vincent Stadelbauer's top score of 5 at 11.25 meters in the open men's competition. So still getting pretty far down, 11.25 meters, Paul Cook. And there is Vincent Stadelbauer with the ones and the twos here at the Webcast Central for the San Gervasio ProAm as we work our way into the instant replay for Paul Cook on the opening pass of 14.25 meters. Looking very good there and just trying to control the slack and trying to keep everything going, moving forwards. It isn't how hard you can hit, it's how hard you can be hit and keep moving forwards. So there you go. That is Paul Cook. Pass number 1, 14.25 meters, and now we'll come back in on 13. Unless he has something else planned. We're in the amateur round of slalom skiing in round 2. For those of you that want to join in with the live chat, you can do so by subscribing to the TWBC YouTube channel. Keeping an eye on the live chat right now. Not terribly active at this time, but I'm sure that by the time we get to the pros, it's going to have a whole new life of its own. Looking good. Looking in very good shape, as a matter of fact, on 13 meters. Yeah, no worries there. All right, as Paul Cook sinks into the water and gets ready for the next run, which is going to be 12 meters. Just quickly want to mention that if any of you feel feel the desire to contribute towards the webcast using our tip jar, you'll find that at the bottom right-hand corner. That's that little $sign at the bottom right-hand corner of the live chat on the YouTube channel. Just click on that icon there, and that will give you the opportunity to do just that. As we look at Paul Cook going through that second pass, and that was on the line length of 13 meters. Dockside, we see Andrew Bowles from South Africa getting ready to take to that slalom course on that La Pointe slalom ski. La Pointe seems to be quite a prominent brand in South Africa, with the likes of Robbie Alexander and indeed Andrew Bowles riding it. Here is Paul Cook. Oh, nice. Little broken over off 4 into 5, but managing to stabilize everything and keep it moving forward as he gets through that run of 12 meters. So a 6 buoy count is confirmed there. Let's have a look at some of the tournaments that the Paul Cook has skied in. Skied at the Magic Trophy in Namur, which is highlighted by the fact that he got into 10.75 meters for the first time this season right there at that competition. He skied at Gosfield Lake, where he's putting performances into 10.75 meters on a number of occasions. Skied last season at the Magic Ski Time tournament and got a couple of performances at 10.75 meters there. Also skiing into 10.75 meters last season at the Hazelwood, the Malibu Summer Multi. And at the tail end of the season, scored half at 10.75. As I say, at Gosfield Lake. Not too sure precisely where he skis, but it looks like he has spent a good time or so in the eastern and the East Midlands area of England. Here comes Paul Cook. Gets a good start on number 1. Round number 2. He's there on number 2. He's good to go on number 3. Can he still make up some time? He's good to go on number 4. Does he make a play on 5? Does he S-turn for 5? Yes, he does, and he equals Vincent Stadelbau's top score from round 1 with a 5 buoy count at 11.25 meters. Looks like we are going to put this one into the review box to determine whether he made it round 5 and to the wakes. One must come before the other, otherwise the other is moot. So let's take a look at the instant replay. 60 meters at 55K for Pier Francisco Pantanella. Actually, for Andrew Bowles, I beg your pardon. And now let's take a look at Paul Cook. He's round number 5. That much is certain. Round number 6, he got to the boat guides, and that confirms the 5 buoy count. So instead of going in at 14.25 meters in round 1, he goes in at 60 meters in round 2. This is Andrew Bowles of South Africa. And Andrew Bowles, who skied quite well at places such as Stellenbosch. Skied there for the first couple of tournaments this season. Skied 3 times additionally there last season. Starting in on 60 meters on this occasion, trying to play the wind a little bit here. And last season, last season produced scores into 12 meters once, and a smattering of scores into 13 and 14.25 meters, and most other times, except for the Panvotis Open in Ioannina Canal, where he scored 2 on 12 meters. So a little inconsistent there for our skier on the water, Andrew Bowles, but we'll see what he can chase down in the next few minutes. So looking at some of the other scores these produced, just a smattering of scores into 14 and 13, no real significant impact upon 12 meters. At least not at this time. His best score was at the Vineyard Lake Summer Tournament. Obviously realizing that South Africa's seasons are flipped in comparison to the European summer season. So he actually scored 3 on 12 meters in February, a little bit earlier on. But we're on 14.25 meters now. And all right, he looks to be in better shape this time. A little less nervy than he was in round number 1. He had a quick word with me, and I said to him that looking a little jittery out there, and he basically came back with no and an expletive. I'm sure you can work out what that second word was. But Andrew Bowles getting ready for the next run, which is going to be 13 meters, having successfully run 16 and 14. So definitely feels a lot better about himself having started on 16 rather than feeling compelled to going on 14. And we'll see what he can do on 13 coming up next. All right there, here comes Andrew Bowles from South Africa, specifically the area of Stellenbosch. Round number 1. Round number 2 on 13 meters. He's still there, you know, but unfortunately not in time to make a play on number 3. We'll probably take another look at this again to see if he actually made an attempt to turn on number 3. Our replay official positioning himself to take a secondary look here. Enrico, our Italian judge in charge of VAR. And looks like it's going to be on the inside of buoy number 3, so it's going to be a 2 buoy. No point looking to see if he made it to the wakes in time to score 3 because, well, first of all, he didn't make an attempt to, and secondly, well, he was well past the boat guides. So looking around buoy number 1, we're taking a secondary look here with the instant replay. He gets round number 2, and does he make it outside buoy number 3? No, he does not. So we're going to go with 2 buoys there for Andrew Bowles on that run, 2 buoys, and we'll be back right after this. All right, so skier about to take to the water in round 2, Pier Francisco Pantanella. So Andrew Bowles, we've got the score for him as being 2 on 30 meters, I believe. Pier Francisco Pantanella, 60 meters opening pass. Whoa, and Pier Francisco, what is going on? Woo! Wow. Riding that slalom ski like Lucky Luke. Pulling long for most of these turns and most of the attempts behind the boat. And buoy number 5, he was incredibly late off number 4, but just managed to sneak the ski outside. Scored 3 on 30 meters in the original opening round. So, we've got about to take to the water Nicola Marciando. Okay, Pier Francisco Pantanella. See if he can conjure up something a little bit better with this run. 14.25 minutes, a little bit snappy there. But unfortunately losing a little bit of steam out of 3 and just unable to make much of an impression on number 4. So it is going to be 3 buoys on 14.25 meters. All right, so looking at the tail end here of Pier Francisco Pantanella. So, next competitor up, our penultimate competitor in this over 45 men's slalom round 2, Nicola Marciando. Looking good. Coming in on the opening pass. This is Nicola Marciando. 16 meters. Entrance, number 1. Oh, a good backsided turn there on 60 meters. You can afford to do that as long as you've got the tightness in the line, the direction off the wake, and just the general skill and patience to do so. There we go. That is Nicola Marciando. Just looking at this instant replay one more time. Nicola Marciando from Italia. Not too sure where specifically in Italy he is from. But he's age 54. And he's skied a couple of tournaments this season so far. He's scored 3.5 on 30 meters in round 1 over at the Ski Caribs, but he did better in round 2 with 1.5 on 12 meters. And at the Funglis tournament, he was very consistent into the 12-meter line, eventually scoring 2 as his best total in the Funglis Pro-Am. So now, this is 14.25 meters for Nicola Macchiando. Looking strong. Round number 5 and gets it to go round number 6. Oh, and makes that look so easy. Nicola Macchiando. He'll drop in at dockside and we'll get ready to send him into the course for another pass. Nicola Macchiando. Instant replay here. Doing a great job in illustrating the skill, the poise, and the performance from each of our skiers. All right then, here we go. Nicola Macchiando coming into the course on 30 meters. Scored 1.5 in the round previous to this one. We'll see what he can do here. Nicola Macchiando, better this time in round number 2 of 3. And you know what? He might have a chance of running it. There you go. Whoa! Whoa, slam the brakes on after number 6 through the exit gates. Wow. Nicola Macchiando. Now he has a shot at 12 meters. So looking in very good shape there. I mean there ain't too much to pick apart on that run, despite the fact that it was 13. And I mean he missed out on this pass in round number 1, having scored 1.5. So now he's fully redeemed himself after that first round effort. All right, here we go, 12 meters. Nicola Macchiando. If he can get halfway down this run, ooh, may have been a little optimistic to expect that much, but he slaps the water. Probably figured that was one of his better starts, so he should have taken better advantage of it. But compared to round 1, I say he's achieved a little bit of redemption. Not much of it, mind you, but redemption nonetheless. And it is half a buoy on 12 meters for Nicola Macchiando. All right there, so we work our way towards our next competitor. He is from the United States of America, originally from the Buckeye State of Ohio. This is Jeremy Scholl, and he will take to the slalom course with 14.25 meters and setting up the 0 off for Bravo 1. Here he is, accelerating towards that slalom course at 55 kilometers an hour. 14.25 meters. Scored 1.5 on 12 meters in the round previous to this one. Let's see if he can get to grips here with round number 2. And Jeremy Scholl. There you go, gets through the opening pass. A very happy-go-lucky chap he is as well. One of our good friends here on the TWBC team. During the pro versions of the events that he skis in, he's normally the one operating the tower cam, the shot that you're looking at right now. Looking in very fine shape indeed. Just keeping everything going forward. Good hook up there on number 4. Nice uninterrupted turn on number 5. And round number 6, no worries there for him. That was on 14.25 meters. Probably grateful that he ran that opening pass for some reason, but no doubt he has his own personal reasons for feeling that way. So here we go, folks. So we see there Matteo Luzzeri. We also see Oliver Jessup from Great Britain taking in the action at this newly renovated site here at San Gervasio. Much of the new infrastructure that has been in place has only been around for the last few months, thanks to the generous help of the local commune and the region for making this certainly one of the best sites in Europe to ski at. And there you go, decent skiing there from Jeremy Scholl, and he gets through all 6 buoys. Sinks in, shortens for the next line length. It's going to be 12 for Jeremy. And Jeremy, who has skied into 11.25 meters 3 times so far this season. So about half of his performances have ended up on that line length, the other half being on 12. In the 6 rounds of competition that he's been competing on so far this season, over at Lake 38 and Caiaphas. Skier based in the United States, naturally. Seems to be skiing more outside of the United States than in it these days, with the travels TWBC. All right then, folks, we've got Manuel Domini at the helm of that towboat. Pato Zohar in the passenger seat. Jeremy Scholl, 12 meters further back, or 40 feet of line for those of you in the United States watching this coverage. Round number 1 gets a little bit delayed with the hook up there. Round number 2, a little bit of slack line to contend with. He gets round number 3. Yes, he's really grunting on this one. He's keeping the flow going. Yes, he will not give up without a fight. It's a 6 buoy count on 12 meters for Jeremy Scholl. So now that means that alongside his eventual score of 1.5 on 12 meters, he is back to 50% of his performances been into 11.25 meters at least. I'm sure he'll want to try and put that total a little bit higher than just a straight 50%. He would need a similar score in round number 3 to do just that. And Jeremy Scholl, round number 5, round number 6. Good skiing there from him. All right, we just saw a quick glimpse there of Hilary Winter getting ready to ski. I'm sure that that Freddie is offering her plenty of advice going forwards. Or should it be the other way round? Here we go. Coming in, Jeremy Scholl, 11.25 meters on Bravo 1. Little bit of an early pull-out for the entrance gates on 11.25 meters, but he gets the hook up on number 1. He's round number 2, tries to throw the ski into that turn to get back on track, but it is 1.5. 1 1/2 buoys there on 11.25 meters, which is 6 buoys more than what he did in the round previous to this one. Just lost everything going into his turn in towards buoy number 1. A little bit narrow on the extension and bringing the handle up high. Might have had a chance around buoy number 2 had he stayed patient, but unfortunately that was never going to be the case. So it is 1 1/2 buoys, 11.25 meters. He'll swim into shore, and that will give us time for us to change some officials, throw some gas in the boat, and then continue on, unless we decide to go straight into Hilary Winter, who is our next competitor coming up next. And it looks like the ladder is the one that's going to take precedence here. Hilary Winter's our next competitor. 52K, 18.25 meters. Exactly what she started off with in round number 1. And in round number 1, she scored 1.5 on 12 meters. 52K is max speed, but she'll want to try and get a few passes under her belt. It was very, very good earlier on today with her excursion into 12 meters. Look at this. This is just beautiful stuff out there. Poetry in motion from Hilary Winter. So, Hilary Winter. When asked about her age, she won't tell. And for that matter, neither will I. Has slalomed into 12 meters on one occasion so far this season. Scored into the 12-meter line length, but didn't get much beyond the 0 buoy count. Probably missed the gates on that pass on 12 meters in the JB Ski Open Part 1. Other scores have been into 13 and 40.25 meters, and the score that we saw from Hilary Winter earlier on this morning in round 1 represents the best extent of her performances for this year, and got into 12 meters quite a bit last season. I do have to say, almost every score that's on here, save for about maybe half a dozen performances, have been into 12 meters. So looking to keep a consistency going from last season to now. Scored 1 buoy on 12 meters at the World Championships in Burek in the Ski Club de Bordeaux. Ski Nautique Club de Bordeaux, I would say. This is Hilary Winter. That was 16 meters. Now getting ready for 14, coming up next. Even going back a little bit to some of her scores from 2 seasons ago, Hilary Winter was able to get into 13 meters and 12. Didn't ski an awful lot in the season of 2021. Didn't ski at all in the season of 2020. Certainly a skier that's capable of producing a score well into 12 meters, but I wonder if she gets the right kind of start and the right kind of turn in towards the gates and towards number 1, whether a solid chance on 11.2 on 12 meters could well be going her way, and maybe register, maybe for the first time, a score on 11.25 meters. Let's have a look and see. Here comes Hilary Winter. She has to get to that point first. 13 meters, gets a pretty spectacular start on number 1. Good round number 2. In fine fettle on buoy number 3. Good composure off number 5. And number 6, a mere formality for Hilary Winter. Just looking at this once again, Hilary Winter. It's 3 passes to the good, and 13 meters is the next one as her immediate target. All right, so let's have a look around the dockside area. Hive of activity around that location. As we work our way out and as we continue on this competition, the 9th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm. All right, she'll be coming back in on 13 meters now. 30 meters. Running with A1, takes a good hard snap there on 30 meters. She's good to go round number 2. Can she maintain her composure? Round number 3, she brings the ski hard round on number 4. Hilary Winter off 4. Round number 5, and she has enough room to get round buoy number 6 to run 13. Wow, good stuff there for Hilary Winter. Looking good. 13 meters. Getting a little bit pitted out into number 5, but I tell you what, that ski reacted and it did it well. That Radar Vapor Pro Build slalom ski doing wonders for Hilary Winter. And now getting ready for 12 meters. I don't know how much juice she has in the tank, but we'll soon see if it is enough. Going forwards. Here we go. This is Hilary Winter approaching the course right here, right now, 12 meters. In round 1, she scored 1.5 on 12. Let's see what she can do by way of a replicant score. Entrance, buoy 1. Oh, she's got a good grip on this one. Now she's going to have to fight a little bit. She's round number 3. Can she get 3? A good solid 3 buoy count on 12 meters for Hilary Winter in a class of her own, because, well, she is in a class of her own in the over 55 women's slalom category. There's no other competitor in this category for her to compete against, but that doesn't matter because Hilary Winter has scored 3 buoys on the 12-meter line. 1.5 buoys more than what she did in round number 1. But I tell you what, she got the start, didn't she? Good extension around buoy number 2, brought the handle in, and if she had a better number 2 on her strong side turn, then that would definitely have been a run for the races there. There you go. But for 3 on 12 meters, that is Hilary Winter. Good, solid skiing there. And no doubt she'll take a rest day tomorrow and get ready for what's to come for her on Sunday. Good skiing there from Hilary Winter. And we'll probably take a little bit of a break as we bring her back to the dock. During that break, we'll change the driver, change the officials, and dump some fuel in. And then with that, we'll continue on with the over 55 men's slalom competition. All right then, folks. This is the continuing coverage of the 9th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm presented by Santa Dassault, and we'll return right after these.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
All right, then, we've got continuing coverage of the first day of action here at the 9th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm, presented by Santo Dassault. And we are going to go straight in with our next competitor. It is going to be Kevin Lockhead. .25 meter start like he did in round number 1. Ended up with half on 13 meters in round number 1. But gets his second round off to a pretty decent start there, having run the opener. Kevin Lockhead, let's see what he's done in the past. In the immediate past, he skied last time in competition last season, where he produced a best score of 2 on 12 meters. That was in the combined British Youth and Senior National Championship. That was at the Oxford Waterski Club. And in some of his other competition action, which was 4 years prior, he did a ski into Nick. This here is Kevin Lockhead. Oh, and Kevin Lockhead getting a little bit of a rush turn there on that particular effort. All right, and there Kevin Lockhead just trying to get that ski hard round to try and get across the course as quickly as possible. His setup into 1 wasn't too bad on 12. Gets the hook up, not particularly early into number 2, but certainly not necessitating the need for a wild sacrifice turn there, which he did on round 2 ball. So he gets 1 1/2 buoys, 1.5 buoys there on that run on the 12-meter line, which is about 7 buoys more than what he did in the round previous to this one. So good on him. Oliver Attenson will be our next competitor to go, and he'll take to the water next. All right, we wait for Oliver to make his way out to the water, and
you got this, Lenny?
I think he'll be going in on 8-2 on 14.25 meters. Sinks into the water. It's over 55 men's slalom category. All right, let's see what he has. This is Oliver Attenson. right, here he is, Oliver Attenson. 14.25 meters. Opening pass. Looking good. And I don't see much wrong there. As he gets through the exit gate and works his way down towards the western end of this facility, towards the autostrada, which was built to using the materials extracted from this area, which created this facility here in San Gervasio. Looked good out there. Don't see too much wrong, as a matter of fact. Oliver Attenson. All right, and a skier looking for a little bit of redemption. Come this second round is on the starting dock right now. Gerard Jean-Paul Sir from Monaco. As we see Vincent Stadelbauer there on station as we get ready to bring in Oliver Attenson. Coming to us from Vienna in Austria. Oh, and getting in terrible shape there, and I don't know what happened there with his vest. It seemed to ride up all the way up his back there as he exited the stage. Oliver Attenson. A little narrow into buoy number 1 there with his second pass, which was on 30 meters. Just arriving a little bit late and actually making contact with the handle with his ski there. So yeah, not feeling particularly good about himself. But he gets 2 1/2 for that effort on the 30-meter line. That is Oliver Attenson of Austria, and he leaves the way clear for Gerard Jean-Paul Sir of Monaco coming up next. Okay. All right, and persisting in going in on 14.25 meters with Bravo 1 as is 0 offsetting. Here is Gerard Jean-Paul Sir. Now, in round 1, didn't get a particularly good start. He gets a better start this time around. Getting a little bit down course here, and even though he scored better than round 1, a score of more than half would have done that. He scores 4, and no completion of that opening pass has yet come around for Gerard Jean-Paul Sir. It is a 4-buoy count. 4 buoys. So the combination of his half in round 1 and his buoy count in round number 2 doesn't even get close to giving him a total of a full pass as yet. And we'll see if that comes Gerard Jean-Paul Sir's way by way of round number 3 coming up on Sunday. Not too sure whether he's had too much time to practice or to train for this event, but it certainly looks like a return to the drawing board is in evidence here for Gerard Jean-Paul Sir. Next skier up, coming to you from Italy, will be will be Andrea Rivetta. As we look at the tail end of this performance, Gerard Jean-Paul Sarn will return right after this.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, welcome back to action here at the 9th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm, presented by Santo Daso. Andrea Rivetta. 14-meter start. With the zero offset at Alpha 2 for Andrea Rivetta, who in the previous round scored 2 on 12 meters. So only one outing so far this season, and that was at the 18th running of the International San Gervasio tournament. And he scored 4.5 on 13 there. So already setting up for his season's best score, at least if nothing improves by the second or the third round, by round 1 at least. Andrea Rivetta in seasons past. Let's take a look at some of the record there. That makes for better reading, as most of his scores were into 12 meters, except for 1 or 2 or 3, maybe 4 outliers there into 14 or 13 meters. So certainly a skier that's capable of getting into the 12-meter line. And with the right kind of start, maybe a little bit beyond that. Who knows? This is Andrea Rivetta of Italia. All right, so our Malibu Response TXI staring down the slalom course. Throttle is mashed down, courtesy of Mario Pagazzi. Gavin Kelly is in the towboat as well. He is our boat judge. No camera person in the towboat because of our remote camera here at TWBC, making sure that there is significant weight reduction and performance. As a result, there we go. This is Andrea Rivetta, and he's gotten through the opening couple of passes at 14 and 13. So now he has an opportunity to strike on the 12 meters, which will be coming up next for Andrea Rivetta. So Andrea Rivetta in a good spot right now, getting through that run, getting through 14 and 13. There's Oliver, there's Caroline, and there is Constantine. or walking back towards the dockside area. All right, here we go, folks. This here is Andrea Revetta. Hooks up, gets ready on buoy number 1, takes it to number 2. This is 12 meters. He's round number 3. He's there. Look at it. Round number 4. He tries to throw that ski into a sacrifice dive and realized very soon after the error of his ways there on that particular effort there, round number 4. He had such a good start, though, especially on buoy number 1. He got the angle and he got the momentum to send that ski out and keep the line tight. Was pitched a little bit forward into number 3, but still managed to throw that elbow in for a slam, and then got stood up a little bit round number 4, but not enough really, in my opinion, to have seriously prevented him from running that pass. And he just absolutely just brought that ski hard in and just blew the tail. That was all that was to it. So Andrea Revetta, he will score 3 1/2 on 12 meters. It is his best score of the competition so far, but so close to having the right setup to run that pass completely. There you go, 3 1/2, and when we return, we'll bring on Frank Schultz next.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, then, working our way towards our next competitor as we return to action here at Jolly Ski, the home of the 9th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm, presented by Santa Dassault. Skier on the water right now is Frank Schultz. Long pull off number 1 into number 2. This is 14.25 meters. Trying hard to keep his composure and stay upright on this pass of 14.25, which he does so to great effect. It's a 6 buoy count. It's 14.25 meters for Frank Schultz. So Frank Schultz has only competed once so far this season and gotten into 11.25 meters in every round that he's competed in so far. And he's extended that into this competition where he scored 2 in round number 1. But looks good there on the opening pass at the very least on 14.25 meters. And glad to have the pleasure of your company once again, right here in San Gervasio, in the region of Lombardia, or Lombardy, as they say around here, I guess. This is the San Gervasio ProAm. For those of you wondering when the pros will be skiing, that will occur tomorrow morning, starting at 8:30 p.m. with the junior pro competition presented by Radar Skis. Here we go, Frank Schultz. There we go. Good to go round the first few buoys. Pulling a little long into number 4, but then again, you can get away with that here in this direction where the wind is blowing from the clubhouse end. So no worries there for him whatsoever. So a 6 buoy count is confirmed for Frank Schultz on that particular run, having started on 14 and returning back on 13 meters. So glad to have the presence of your company, all of you that are tuning in, wherever you happen to be around the world, for some live competitive slalom skiing. Monitoring the live chat, not particularly lively right now, but I'm sure that that's going to change within about the next day or so. Some messages being thrown out there for Jeremy, which upon reflection should have been read out a good half hour, 3/4 of an hour ago. But I'm sure that Jeremy will look back at those messages in retrospect and feel good that there are some folks that are encouraging him along. All right, there. Here we go. Coming in. This is 12 meters for Frank Schultz. Oh, good extension into buoy number 1, keeping that line tight. Good line control here. If you can manage the line, then much of everything else that goes on underneath your feet basically takes care of itself. And there we go. That's evidence of that. There you go. Frank Schultz, a 6 buoy count on the 12-meter line. And now getting ready for 11.25 meters coming up next. Definitely stoked about that one. And certainly needed to be. Good start on number 1. Letting a little bit of backarm pressure go into buoy number 2, which brought him in narrow. But he is still able to flick that ski round. A little bit of handle lift into number 3 didn't exactly help matters going into number 4. But he had enough in hand, especially there off buoy number 5. And then he just absolutely pummeled number 6. And then through the exit gate, a little bit of a fist pump there right at the end, and he's grateful that he's through that pass of 12 meters, and so are we, to be quite frank with you. Frank Schultz from Austria. We're doing battle with Michael Lang, who is on the dock right now getting ready to ski. All right then, all eyes left. This is Frank Schultz running with A2, 11.25 meters, all getting a little bit of separation into his turn towards the gate. So he's one of the very few that still employs the one-handed gate shot at this level. And there we go, that is a 3 buoy count on 11.25 meters. Frank Schultz, a fine job there from him. It's a 1 buoy improvement compared to round number 1, and continues his streak of making it into 11.25 meters at least in every round of slalom skiing that he's produced up to this point. Getting pitched forward round number 3 and just realized where he was. And just unable to ski much beyond that. So there we go. That is a 3 buoy count. And there you saw the dip of the shoulder and the loss of balance and momentum into buoy number 1. Thankfully, he was able to get a couple more buoys beyond this point. He certainly tried his best, didn't he? It's a 3 buoy count. He certainly knows how to west turn. And he gets to the wakes. All right, 3 buoys there. Here comes Michael Lang. $14.25 for the opener. Little slow with the handle off of buoy number 3, but he manages to make it up on 4. His strong side is 2.46. And there you go. Nice, solid effort. Little late in places, but he always had something in response to that. And looking at the gate shot into number 1, he's a right foot forward skier, which meant that he has a better gate shot than most other skiers that ride left foot forward. You can check out what the Waterski Broadcasting Instagram presence by typing in Waterski Broadcasting, all one word, in the search bar. But solid skiing, no doubt, there from Michael Lang as we get ready for our last skier to go in the over 55 men. That is Fidele Luzzeri. Rather pensive look there from someone who was barely able to walk last season, much less ski. All right, so here we go. This now is Michael Lang. Oh, pummeling that pass there and really laid off number 5. Almost looked like he was about to just do a Pete Rose slide into number 6. But thankfully for Michael Lang wasn't the case this time as he sinks into water and gets ready to shorten up to the next line length, which should be 12 meters. All right, keeping an eye on things. 12 meters comes up next. Our crew in the boat there, Mario Pagozzi, our driver. Our boat judge, Gavin Kelly from Great Britain. And now, let's take a look and see. Approaching the course here and now, this is Michael Lang of Germany. Nicely done on buoy number 1. He's round number 2. He's still there on number 3, but unfortunately unable to bleed enough of the speed down to continue going. So looking at this from Michael Lang, just got real separated into number 2, and that delayed his approach into number 3. And it got even worse for him, so he drops the handle. Almost put himself in a rather difficult situation there, rather dangerous one. As we take a look one more time at Michael Lang with his attempt on 12 meters. Scored 3 in the round previous to this one, and 2.5 certainly isn't going to help. and in the water. And we will return with Fidele Luzzeri next. All right, now, next competitor up, our last competitor in the over 55 men's slalom category in which we are on right now. The man, the myth, the legend. He is Fidele Luzzeri. Okay, so going in on 14.25 meters and selecting C3 plus. The earliest that boat can come on and the hardest that it can hit you, and then some. Fidele Luzzeri. And you'll definitely hear an altogether different response from the boat when it's at plus and when it's at C3. Almost as soon as he puts the hand back on the handle, the boat is on its way off to the races, and being as its intensity factor is on the upper scale at number 3. Included on top of that, the fact that it's on a plus setting as well, which replicates the kind of response that that Perfect Pads used to have for its system. Put all of that into consideration, and the fact that Fidele Luzzeri, who, as I mentioned last season, was bedridden during the course of this event, having suffered with a disease that affected his spinal fluid, and it was certainly a situation there last season where we were all generally worried about the health and future survival prognosis for Fidele Luzzeri. But he was patient enough. He found the right doctor and got the right medicine and the right treatment situated. And with all of that, we're seeing him not only walk and not only talk and all of that good stuff. He's competing, and he's skiing and competing right here in San Gervasio on 30 meters. Certainly a ways away from being 100%, granted, but he's out there and he's trying his best on 30 meters. He got 3 on 30 meters in the round previous, and he puts 2 more buoys on top of that total with a score of 5 on 13. So well done to him, Fidele Luzzeri. As he works his way back to the dock, I'm sure he'll be a little bit disappointed with that score, getting so close to running it and yet coming up short. But maybe a change in the zero-off setting might actually work in his favor a little bit, although trying to convince him of that is going to be a challenge. Certainly very few ski with C. Hardly anyone skis with 3. And absolutely no one skis with plus. So there's certainly a point to be made for changes to be implemented in each of those 3 categories in order for Fidele Luzzeri to get back to his competitive past. But just by the sheer fact that he's here is an achievement in itself. Looking at Fidele Luzzeri, even had the audacity to try and get a little bit more distance down course. Try and recover a little bit of distance down course. He gets around number 5 and a little flat-footed and realized that the gig was up. So he gets to the wakes and at least scores the 5. All right, moving on from over 55 to over 65. Herman Kottel, a 52K, 16 meters. So I believe that this is 16 meters. It certainly was in round 1. Might be a little bit different this time around, but we'll double check on that for you good folks out there. So yes, according to a live scoring system, it is a 16-meter opening pass. Herman Kottel, a good backsided turn on number 3, keeping everything moving forwards. So looking good on the opener for Herman Kottel. All right, back with me here at the announcing central. And just bear in mind that we've got the pros slaloming tomorrow. Let's start here. Pros tomorrow, 8:30 a.m. CET. There you go. That should tell you everything you need to know. If you're looking for the pros today, you'll be able to see them live tomorrow from 8:30 in the morning Central European time, which is the equivalent of 2:30 in the morning on the eastern seaboard of the United States and the equivalent of 11:30 p.m. on Friday. Here we go. Herman Kottel of 14.25 meters. Nice. Round 5. Barely gets round 6, but he gets the job done. No, nonetheless, certainly wasn't a particularly tidy-looking run, but it is a 4-6 buoy count nonetheless. So you can't complain too much about that. Scored 2 at 13 in round number 1, so he is already within range of that score. Getting ready for 13 meters coming up next. All right then, so we're back. We're continuing live coverage. We're on to the over 65 men's now. This is the last of our senior divisions before we go into the open women and open men. Not to be confused with the pro women and pro men, which will get up and running tomorrow morning, as I just previously mentioned. Herman Kottel, round buoy number 3 and 4, but unable to make a serious play on 4, as a matter of fact. So it looks like he's going to get 3 for this effort, which is going to be 1 buoy more than what he did yesterday on this same pass. Yeah, just arrived a little bit late to the party on number 3. We've gotten round number 4 here, but 5 just got really, really stalled up and just realized that the game was up there. So kind of miscounted there originally, for which I apologize for, and it's going to be a 5 buoy count, which means that Herman Cottle puts another half of a pass on top of what he did in the round previous to this one. Looking at the instant replay once again. Getting a little bit broken over. Riding that SP Skis Bronco. It's a good effect here. Just drug the handle in the water. And there we go. That is a 5 buoy count. And that is Herman Cottle. And when we return, we'll bring Martin Winter into the water next. Okay, at 18.25 meters at 49K, this is Martin Winter. Scored 1 at 30 meters in the first round. Hasn't skied too many times in competition this season, but the times he has skied, he's gone into 14 meters on 3 of the 7 occasions that I see on this list. Actually checked that 8 times that he's skied, so a little under half of his scores have been into 14.25 meters. And then when you add that he went into 30 meters in the round 1, you can see that he's about 50% for at least getting into 40 meters and beyond so far this season, based upon what he's skied on a round-to-round basis. Martin Winter, retired barrister, comes to us out of Wandsworth. Not that part of Wandsworth, the other one. And looking cool, looking in good shape. And looking very good there. Martin Winter, certainly not the only British skier that we see in this event. Our next such skier is Sophie Bates, who will be leading off the Open Women's competition in round number 2. Okay, 52, 18.25 meters. And 52 is the max speed for his division. All right, and Martin Winter doing a fine job there. So Martin Winter sinks in, and having successfully gone through 18.25 at 52, he'll start shortening the line. All right. So looking at some of the responses. Oh, one of the latest responses was actually from my good friend Matteo Luzzeri on the live chat, which you can be involved in if you click on the subscribe button at the top of the TWBC YouTube channel. And Matteo Luzzeri actually responded to the assertion that maybe Fidele Luzzeri should make a few changes so far as the zero offsetting is concerned. And he said, exactly, I tried to change his mind this year, but no luck. Well, you can just continue trying, because seriously, if he continues the way that he is, he's probably going to hurt himself, unfortunately, with that setting of C3+. That's just insane in my opinion. Anyway, here comes Martin Winter, and this is 16 meters at 52K. All right, he's slicing and dicing out there. Look at this. How he's able to stay upright here is remarkable. Remarkable skiing there from Martin Winter, who got through that pass of 16 meters. He got 1 on 13 in the first round. So really needing to step up his game a little bit here on 14.25 meters, which is coming up next. Hopefully he won't run out of steam before that point, however. So Martin Winter, for whom I can tell you his age, because, well, it's just one of those things. It's not polite to tell or even ask a woman her age, or even to reveal it. But for a man, it's a different story. Skiing in Seniors 4 and aged 69. This is Martin Winter. There's Sophie Bates. All right then, folks. Now, looking out towards the course, we've got Martin Winter coming in. This run, 14.25 meters, a good stout pull out for his entrance gates as he breaks in on buoy number 1. Fumbling the handle almost around that turn and just unable to ski back to it. That is a score of 1 buoy at 28 off or 14.25 meters. So Martin Winter, who in the first round of competition today scored a total of 1 at 14.25 meters, came back this time around and scored also 1 at 14.25 meters. Remarkable stuff. So he's consistent in that realm, I guess. So he's consistent, 1 at 14.25 meters in each of the opening 2 rounds. Okay, 18.25 meters, 55K, Alpha 2 on the 0 off. The ever cheerful, smiling face of Sophie. Sophie Bates.
Yeah, it's almost there.
It's better.
Yeah.
Better. The whole world can see it, not just right. Back. Slow.
So, Sophie just waiting for a turn. I think they're in the process of switching out crews and what have you. And with that, we'll actually go straight in with Sophie Bates. Getting ready for our opening pass, Sophie Bates. Just a reminder once again that the pros will ski starting tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Central European Time, which is 2:30 in the morning on the eastern seaboard of the United States and Canada. And all the way out west, it's 11:30 on Friday night. Here we go. Getting everything working here. Sophie Bates, 18.25 meters, 55K. She'll shorten to 16 meters. Coming up next. Looking at this from the shoreside angle. Good attack there into buoy number 1 and looking in tremendous shape here. Don't find too much of a fault here with the opening pass. 18.25. All right, so there we see on dockside there our sole female competitor from Argentina, Violetta Mikulski.
That was an expensive t-shirt. That was a lot of flights for a t-shirt.
All right, here we go, folks. This now is Sophie Bates, 16 meters on her return pass. Boat speed still at 55K. Gets a good snap on buoy number 1. Oh, very aggressively turned there on number 2. She's left foot forward. She's still able to aggressively turn on her offside, which is always a plus, provided you're able to control and able to get round all 6 buoys there. That is a 16-meter attempt, successfully run by Sophie Bates. All right, looking at some more action here from Sophie Bates. Her first competitive outing of the season was at Kaiathos last weekend in Western Peloponnese in Greece, where she scored a 3 on 30 meters as a bed score and was consistent in getting to that line length shortening. However, she is about a pass away from achieving that distinction right here at San Gervasio. Matter of fact, in round number 1, she scored 1.5 on this next pass coming right up, and we'll see if she can do better than that this time around. Here we go, Sophie Bates. Oh, and once again, just overcooking that turn on 246, and just unable to get much of anything as a result. Round buoy number 1 looked pretty darn good, and then into buoy number 2, dives in, pops the tail, and instability ensues, and then she's in the water. Number 1 looked good, even though it was a little bit down course. I mean, she got the residual angle. Then round number 2 just brought the handle in before the ski had a chance to completely rotate. And with that, Sophie Bates is in the water, having scored 1.5 once again on 14.25 meters. Violetta Mikulski, coming to us from Argentina, is our next competitor.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
All right, our next competitor coming right up. Hailing out of Buenos Aires in Argentina, this is Violetta Mikulski. Giving the signal to the towboat, and she'll be back up on top of the water in no time at all. 14.25 meter start. And Violetta Mikulski, who is currently a member of the Raging Cajuns of Louisiana Lafayette collegiate water ski team that is on a three-peat right now, having won the NCWSA National Collegiate team title in the United States 3 consecutive times in recent times. Looking for a 4th this October, in which she'll be a member of that team. And on top of everything else, Violetta will not only represent Argentina in the World Water Ski Championships in Lake County, she'll also be representing Argentina in the Pan American Games, which will take place a few days later in Santiago de Chile, before returning back to a temporary home in Lafayette, Louisiana, to compete for the Raging Cajuns. So she's going to have a really, really busy October. And, yeah, she's probably won't envy her for the amount of traveling that she's going to do within that very, very short space of time. So, that is Violetta Mikulski running through the opening pass of 14.25 meters. Katerina Vrabkova from Czechia. Will be our next competitor after Violetta, and she's on the dock. Probably more nervous than most of the other competitors around the dock at this time, considering where she ended up on round number 1 score-wise. We'll see if she's able to conjure up something just a skosh better. All right, then, here we go. Violetta Mikulski. Round number 2. Good strike on number 3. This is 13 meters. Attacking this pass. Oh, look at that. She is on fire. She definitely had her Wheaties this morning. So, remarkable what happens whenever you have an adequate amount of rest. As a matter of fact, Violetta Mikulski, instead of staying on site, actually went back to the hotel in which she stayed at, had a little bit of a rest, and then she arrived back just in time to compete right here in the second round. Now, funny, there are certain situations that happen prior to a skier heading out onto the water, you know, which has a little bit of an influence going forwards. I mean, we've seen Violetta there having taken a little bit of a afternoon siesta before coming back onto site before she skis. Going back just last weekend, you know, Ali Nicholson in the pro division, she well, I don't know what a polite way of saying it is, but she wasn't feeling particularly well, and there was plenty of evidence to support that. But after taking care of that, she went out against the advice of those around her, and she ended up slaloming a new PB and getting through 10.75 meters for the first time in her career. So, you know, there are plenty of situations like that. This is 12 meters for Violetta Mikulski. Does she make it round numbers? Oh, and she's inside buoy number 6. So close. Once again, Violetta Mikulski. Certainly a lot closer to running 12 meters this time than she was in round number 1. She got the start, got the angle, and got the measure of the towboat here with the first couple of turns. Took a little bit of a jolt there on number 2, but was still able to absolutely crush her offside turn round buoy number 3. Then number 4. Then she took in a lot of speed round number 5. And then she just tried to safety check it, but unfortunately unable to make a play on number 6 as a result. So checking on the instant replay one more time for Violetta Mikulski. In great shape here for about the first 2/3 of the course. Well within her capability here. Just got a little bit on the back of the ski, which wasn't a big deal breaker, but then got even further down course off number 5, and then that had a cascading effect, and unfortunately didn't allow for her to run that pass. When we return, we will have our next competitor, Katerina Vavkova. All right there, here we go. Our next competitor out on the water. This is Katerina Vavkova from Czechia. .25 meters. And by virtue of her running the opening pass, considerably better than what she did in round number 1, where she scored 1 1/2 buoys total. So we're looking to play catch up a little bit here. This is Katerina Vavkova of Czechia. If you're wondering what that is or where that is, it's the rebranding of the Czech Republic by the government within about the last year or so. They felt that the name Czech Republic was just too long for a lot of publications and a lot of commentary that is made in connection with that country. So they decided to change it to Czechia. And who am I to argue against that? There have been moves to change country names in a lot in the last few years. One of the latest is the move by Turkey to change their name to Turkey, to differentiate it from the bird that's ate during Thanksgiving, or just a general negative connotation of being called a turkey. And I guess I can understand that a little bit. All right there, here we go. This is Katerina Vrabkova, 30 meters. Nicely done. Better on 30 meters than the 40-meter pass. Certainly more aggressive and okay. And I think that she's gotten a lot of her confidence back, and no two ways about it. Katerina Vrabkova from Czechia. Let's have a look and see. At the Vienna Slalom Cup, she got 1.5 at 11.25 meters. That represents a tied best for her best score of the season. The other tournament in which she produced that score was the Bavarian Open in Hamburg. Now let's have a look at some of her other past pre-season totals. Into 11.25 from much of last season, but not able to get past the first third of the course on that particular line leg. So somewhere around 2 on 11.25 meters is about the personal best for Katerina Vrabkova, as we return to live coverage of the 9th annual San Gervasio ProAm presented by Santo Dassault. There you see our sponsors directly below us. We thank them very, very much indeed for their contribution to this event. Certainly appreciate all of the sponsors and all of those that have chipped in to help along with this event. All right, here we go. This is Katerina Vrabkova. Looking good. Oh, up to a point, and that point being number 3. Getting the ski round, but just unable to get the hook up, that's all. So Katerina Vrabkova, who started in 14, ran 13, and that was on 12 meters. I don't know what's up here with her, but she's definitely needs to get on the good foot in round number 3 to get the rest of her confidence and her performances back to where she wants them to be. It is 2 1/2 on 12 meters. Double check on the confirmation on that score. 2 1/2 on 12 meters. Indeed, that is correct. We'll have a look at this one more time. And when we return, we will bring on our next competitor, who is Kim Niederbaumer from Germany. Next.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
My name is Thomas De Gasperi. I'm from Italy. I'm a 2-time World Slalom champion. I've been coming here at La Guapa for 4 years now. The condition of this villa, it's top level. I would say 5 stars plus. Everybody's very friendly. The hosts are amazing. The staff is always helpful. There's always food on the table. I couldn't ask for anything more. Conditions, clean, and we're only an hour away from Mexico City, so it's very close and convenient to travel. Every time I come here, I feel like I'm at home.
All right then, welcome back to continuing coverage, and our next skier to go representing Germany. This is Kim Niederbaumer. All right, let's take a look and see what Kim is able to do on the opening pass of 14.25 meters. And nicely done on the opening pass of 14. Yep. Seems to have gotten a handle on that one. And Kim Niederbaumer, who scored a 3.5 on 12 meters, which is somewhere placed as one of her better scores of the season. Her best score is 4, and the 3.5 is her second best. We will see what she has with the remaining passes to come. 13 meters will be our next run, her next attempted pass. And just a reminder to you that the audience prize is up and running. Be sure to enter for your chance to win yourself a Connolly or D3 slalom ski. Go to waterskibroadcasting.com/play to enter for your chance to win yourself a D3 or a Connolly slalom ski. There we see on the dock, that is Nadine Botas, who comes to us out of Toledo in Spain, and one of the brains behind the Botas Pro-Am competition, which took place towards the end of last month, towards the end of June. Here is Kim Niederbaumer. Good strike into buoy number 1. This is 13 meters. Oh, getting in a little bit deep here. 13. Not too sure what a PB is. I'm sure that it's a brief excursion into 11.25 meters, but there she goes. All right there, so Kim Niederbaumer, who has a personal best, to the best of our knowledge, of 1 or 2 at 11.25 meters, but she needs to get through 12 meters first, and that is the next one coming up. Had scores last year into 11.25 meters, had a couple of them into 11.25 meters, scoring half and 1. Season before, no excursions into 11.25 meters there. But 2019 yielded a little bit of fruit for her, having gotten 1 at 11.25 meters there, and going back to 2018, nothing there into 11.25 meters. And I think pretty much there and thereabouts, she was been capable of going into 11.25 meters somewhere in the last 2 to 3 seasons. So Kim Helen Niederbaumer. Here we go. Here comes Kim. 12 meters. Needs to start and gets it. A little long into number 2, but she continues to roll on number 3. A little bit loose off number 3. Good to go on number 4. A little twisted. Round number 5. Does she make a play on 6? Yeah! There you go! Kim Niederbaumer running through 12 meters for the first time this season. And it all started with the gate shot as she rolled that ski into the turn. Just kept her balance going, just kept some decent speed going across the backside of the boat, and then just tried to just maintain her balance. Just tried to regulate her breathing, just to make sure that that her balance was secure, and she didn't do anything on the turns that would have disrupted the potential clearing of this pass, which she did. A long pull into number 6, but she had room to spare there, and she gets all 6 buoys on 12 meters. A great effort there from Kim Niederbaumer as we look down and see Nadine Botas getting ready for her run. Her husband there, Ivan Moros, just handling the affairs on the dock with the rope and what have you. So here we go, folks. Here we go. This now is Kim Niederbaumer on 11. Her personal best is 1. Let's see if she can make a play on number 2. She gets round number 1. She's going to make a play on 2. She gets round number 2 to the wakes. And there you go. It's a PB for Kim Niederbaumer of Germany. A 2-buoy count on 11.25 meters. Based upon where she ended up in round number 1, I did not expect this at all, but she got a good solid effort off buoy number 1. Could have turned number 2. She was right foot forward. She could have made that turn and still would have gotten a PB had it been even 1.5. So maybe that's something that she could end up doing in round number 3, and we'll keep an eye on that for Kim Niederbaumer. But as it turns out right now, she has a 2-buoy count at 11.25 meters. And so well done, a new PB for Kim Niederbaumer of Germany. I'm sure there are 1 or 2 Raging Cajuns and former Raging Cajuns that are around the site right now offering their congratulations. All right, so working our way to our next competitor, hailing out of Toledo in Spain, not too far away from the Botas ski facility. This is Nadine Botas. All right then, here we go. This is Nadine Botas, who in the round previous to this hooked up for a 2-buoy count on 12 meters. Oh, and getting in a little bit deep here on 14.25 meters, but just shaking her head as she made her way through the exit gates and probably realizing in her mind that that if she was to maintain the same kind of posture for the next few passes, then her appearance here in round number 2 is going to be very short-lived indeed. For the opening portion of this run, at least a halfway through, it all looked pretty darn good for as far as I can see. But then she started pulling short and then started getting a little bit narrow, especially into that number 5, where she had to work exceptionally hard to stay upright and getting around all 6 buoys there on 14. But as I say, she really needs to step her game up in order to continue down this path and try and get something a little bit more substantial than 2 on 12 meters. For Nadine Botas's part, her best score of the season is 1 at 11.25 meters. Looking back to some of her previous season's work, she's gone as far as 2 at 11.25 meters, 3 at 11.25 meters. So about halfway down 11.25 meters is pretty much Nadine Botas's range. So let's have a look and see what Nadine Botas can do. She's definitely going to need to get on the good foot here and quickly. Needs to try and get a little bit more resistance behind the boat to at least throw that ski into a better edge change with more direction preceding it. So there we go. That is Nadine Botas with pass number 2 under her belt. Looking at some of the scores that she's produced, you can go back to about 2017 and you'll see a performance, the odd performance there, at least halfway through 11.25 meters. Her personal best is 5 on 11.25 meters, dating back to 2017, which is a good 4 years ago now. So we'll see if she's good to go for that with the effort that we're about to see coming back on 12 meters, where she achieved a score of 2 in round number 1. All right, so Nadine Botas just trying to settle her nerves down and get ready for 12 meters. Okay, let's see whether she has what it takes to muster up the energy to make a play on 12 meters. Round one gets the start. Gets a good edge change into number 2. She's early and waiting on 3. Much like that for number 4. Round number 5. Oh, and oh my word. I'm not too sure what happened into number 5. She's angry about that. Few other people along the shoreline are just as equally miffed about that approach into number 5 as well. So Nadine Botas will try and take a look at the instant replay if we can obtain that. All right then, so unable to get the instant replay there, but I think without the instant replay, the evidence is quite clear for Nadine Botas just losing a bit of steam off number 4 and just unable to maintain a posture around 5. A lot of what slalom coaching is these days is the whole concept of skiing buoy by buoy rather than taking the whole course in its entirety and focusing upon that. It's a focus from one buoy to the next and just maintaining that level of focus from start to finish. So there we go, Nadine Botas. Okay, we're moving on now. This is Nelly Scholl. Nelly Scholz from Germany. She will be going in on 16 meters for the opening pass. Incidentally, to put a button on Nadine Botas' score, it was 4 1/2. 4 1/2 for Nadine Botas.
Perfect. I got you in the other shot, though.
4 1/2 on 12 meters.
Sorry? I got you.
Which currently puts in 4th place right now whenever you take into account the scores from round 1 and round 2. Currently the leader is Sandra Botas with 3 1/2 at 11.25 meters, and she is yet to ski in round 2. All right then, so Nelly Scholz deciding against going in on 16, and this is 18.25 meters. Nelly Scholz, who scored 2 1/2 on 14 eventually in round number 1, but not looking too bad with the opener. All right then, so here we go. Coming into the course, Nelly Scholz from Germany, operating with A1 on the 0 off. Not looking bad, but able to get round all 6 buoys on 16 meters. A little bit more securely with this round than she did on the round previous.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, so we're just waiting on Nelly Scholes from Germany to make her way back into the course, having run 18 and 16.
Okay, I copy that. He's not here on the dock, but I'll spread the word. Hey, Connor. Pine Vents, they're having a problem. They're having a problem with the tower. Base station, you know,
All right, here we go, folks, coming in. This is Nelly Scholes. Coming in on 14.25 meters. Oh, a little bit exposed into number 5 and really having to rush to get round buoy number 6 towards the end there. So there we go. That is Emma Scholes, and we got Giada Presicki. All right there, so Giada Presicki right there, getting ready to go. Nelly Scholes for her effort, getting ready for the next run. She's gotten through a 14 and now getting ready for the 30-meter line. And by the simple fact that she's gotten through a 14, this would represent a second best score of the season. Here we go, 13 meters. And getting launched off buoy number 2. It's going to be a 2-buoy count, and hopefully she's okay. Almost ended up in the judges' hut. A 2-buoy count there for Nelly Scholes of Germany. All right, so our next skier about to take to the water, we see here on the dock. Giada Presicki. Giada Presicki of Italy, getting ready for pass number 1. All right, so here we go, folks. Giada Presicki of Italy about to slip into the water and get ready for opening pass, which I believe is going to be 16 meters. Conditions here cannot get any better here in San Gervasio. There's no wind out there, no need for wind strategy. And certainly the sun is still up fairly high as well, so that doesn't present any problem so far as vision is concerned. The sun would ordinarily be at the very end of the lake after pass number 1 going out towards the west, which would mean that the odd-numbered passes would be a little bit of concern for vision, but that's not happening here, not at this time certainly. So a 60-meter opener for our skier out on the water. Jada Przici on the water. So Jada Przici looking at the instant replay on the opening run. So Jada Przici getting ready on pass number 2. She's gotten through the opener of 16 and will be coming back on 14.25 meters with the zero offsetting being at Alpha 2. Stella Anastasi from Cyprus, our next skier up, getting limbered up and getting ready to go at it. Jada Przici of Italy. Getting in a little bit deep here, but managing to pull that pass out of the bag. And will be coming back to the dock side end and dropping into the water for the next run, which is going to be 30 meters. Jada Przici of Italia. Let's try and give you a little bit of the tail of the tape. This is her second competition of the season. 2.5 on 12 meters is her best so far this season. Let's see what she's done in the past. Looks like 2.5 on 12 is probably her best score in her life. Looking at some of the scores that she produced last year and the year before, obviously being one of our younger skiers in this particular division. You go back a certain ways, and then you go into scores where they were recorded with a maximum speed of less than 55 kilometers an hour, which would invalidate those scores so far as being a true representation of what our skiers are able to do now. So 2.5 on 12 meters. Let's just say, in all fairness, is a current personal best for Jada Przici. Here she comes. Round number 1 and number 2. This is 13 meters. Oh, and trying to take a decent pull off number 3, but just didn't have enough to hold on to it. So Jada Przici of Italia swimming into shore and getting 2.5 for that effort on 13 meters, which is about a buoy and a half shy of what she did in the first round. Down and in the water, 2.5. All right, grabbing a little bit of a refreshment here to kind of wet the whistle as we get ready for our next competitor on the water. Representing Cyprus, this is Stella Anastasi. Okay, not looking bad there. Stella Anastasi coming to us from the eastern Mediterranean island of Cyprus. And Cyprus has been coming through with a fair amount of skiers, and they've even started to cultivate a little bit of a manufacturing industry so far as skis are concerned. Of course, make reference to SP Skis, who are one of our sponsors here in this competition, so we thank them very much for doing just that. Stella Anastasi, for her part, trains over at the Polomedia Dam in the central portion of that country, and when she's not there, she's skiing for the Bruins of UCLA in the United States. UCLA, the University of California at Los Angeles, and hopefully she will be a participant in the Collegiate National Waterski Championships to the latter portion of October this season, provided that she can lead her Bruins on to qualification for that tournament representing the Western region. My name's Tony Lightfoot. I'm glad to have the pleasure of your company, no matter where you happen to be around the world. Good to have you no matter where you are. So, continuing to keep pushing forward. All right, here we go. Round number 1 and number 2 and 3. Stella Anastasi getting in a little bit deep with this pass. This is only 14.25 meters, making a little bit of a meal out of it. Let's see if she's got anything by way of a response. Response on 30 meters. All right. Not looking bad for the most part. Stella Anastasi, a little late off number 5 or into number 6, but by that time she had enough in hand to make that pass happen. Stella Anastasi. So, Stella Anastasi. I won't reveal her age to you, as is typically my policy here on not doing that for our female competitors. But I'm sure some of you out there, knowing that she's attending college, can probably surmise where that age range is. But getting in a little bit deep off number 3 and even deeper off number 4, and just couldn't really maintain enough of her momentum to make that pass possible. So Stella Anastasi, who last season got 4 buoys on 12 meters over at the U21 Championships of Europe and Africa, scored 4 on 12 meters. And 4 on 12 meters for Stella Anastasi. I don't know where that would have placed her in the slalom competition. As a matter of fact, Stella Anastasi actually ended up getting the silver medal with 4 on 12 meters, just a skosh behind Ines Anguano, who scored a 4.5 in the final. So a medalist in the European Under-21 Championships from last season, Stella Anastasi, representing Cyprus, both here and there. And we'll see what she does in round number 3 coming up on Sunday. It's all pros from sun up to sundown. Tomorrow starting at 8:30 a.m. Central European time. That's the equivalent of 11:30 on Friday night, 11:30 p.m. or 2:30 in the morning on the eastern seaboard of the United States on very early Saturday morning. This is the 9th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm competition. All right, so our next competitor up, coming to us by way of Canada, I believe from the Canadian province of Quebec. This is Hannah Stopnicki, the current IWWF U17 World Women's Trick Champion, or rather Girls Tricking Champion.
Broken, so we need to change it. 1 second, it's here. So okay, but you have to give it 1 pass now. Okay, at least one.
All right, looks like we've got a bit of a situation, and whilst all that is taken care of, okay, looks like we're switching out rope extensions on the pylon. That will that delays Hannah Stopnicki's entry into the slalom course by a few seconds, but not for long. All right there, so Gavin Kelly gets the situation resolved in the boat, along with Vincent Stadelbauer, who'll be skiing not too long away from here. So Hannah Stopnicki getting ready to go. She hasn't been slalom skiing that much over the last few months due to a shoulder injury, which has prevented her from doing anything of that sort. She's been healthy enough to trick, and has won a U17 Girls World Tricking title, as well as doing likewise at the Pan American Championships. Let's see what Hannah Stopnicki can do on 18.25 meters at 55K. Nice and wide on buoy number 1. Rotates well off number 2, taking a bit of a shoulder hit there, but continuing to roll off number 3. Good to go on number 4. And the first pass of the season in 2023 for Hannah Stopnicki. It's a 6 buoy count, and we'll get ready to see what she does on 16 meters coming up next. Playing this rather cautiously. Well, you would be hard-pressed to make a positive argument in that direction, seeing what she did off buoy number 1. But just trying to take a good, firm grasp of the handle and let the ski do what it's designed to do and gain angle across the back of the boat. But certainly going forwards, if Hannah Stopnicki actually harbors any ambition to put a better than average slalom score out there, then she's going to have to start resisting against the boat a little ways better. So far as the slalom scores this season, absolutely none. last season, however. We'll take a look at some of her scores into 13 meters for the most part. A few smattering of scores into 14 to support that. Her personal best, it looks like, is about a 2 on 13 meter, 2.5 on the 13 meters. She got that at Lake Ledbetter in last season. And then once you go down a little bit further, these are scores where the maximum boat speed was less than 55k, which invalidates their usefulness against what she does now at maximum boat speed of 55. This is Hannah Stopnicki, round number 5 and round number 6. So there we go. Good skiing there for Hannah, and looking like she wants to get after it out there. So essentially, her personal best from a source very close to her is saying that around about 2 and 12 meters is her PB. But whether that was at 52k or not is yet to be determined. So I'm probably going with the assertion that having run 16 meters, if she can get through 14 and 13, then it's really going to set up a better than average score for Hannah Stopnicki. And certainly whenever we move forward here with her going into the next cycle for the U21s, certainly her ability to slalom to complement her tricking and no doubt her jumping is definitely going to serve her well whenever the next edition of the U21 Worlds will come around, which will be at the Lakes of Cast in Stone, which is not going to be next season, but the season after that in 2025. So she wants to be around for that one. And certainly being able to put a slalom score out there for the Canadian team overall competition, and indeed her own overall situation is certainly going to help. And it all starts right here. This is Hannah Stopnicki. Oh, look at this. She's run through 18 and 16 and now 14. So, setting up for her first effective slalom score of the season. I say effective because in the opening round she failed to run her opening pass. But now she is 3 passes to the good now, having gone through 18, 16, and 14, and now she's going to have a crack at 13. Now, if she gets the start that she wants, then it could be game on. Back on with continuing coverage.
You ski that or good? Yeah. Nothing changes. Yeah, and then you just build on it after that, right? We put so much
So Sandra appears to be conversing with Donna on the starting dock and just talking a little bit about Hannah's performance out there and the implications thereof. And here we go. This here is Hannah Stopnicki. This is a 13-meter attempt. Rolls in. Good start round buoy number 1. A little bit tight line and unable to make a play on 2. But a good score there for Hannah, taking everything into consideration that's led up to this event. It's a 1 buoy on 13-meter score and something to build from, one would surmise. So I believe that's going to be 1 on 13 meters. 1 buoy on 13 meters. All right. Just looking at this instant replay one more time. Our next skier to take to the water, coming to us out of Toledo in Spain. This is Sandra Botas. So, apparently the scuttlebutt that's been discussed around the starting dock is that Hannah Stopnicki is absolutely over the moon with a score of 1 on 13 meters. And obviously, as I say, taking everything that's been going on, why not? Okay, here we go. Sandra Botas, 14.25 meters, will open up her account here in round number 2 with that pass of 14. Sandra Botas, who medaled in the slalom event at the Europe and Africa Waterski Championships in Rocheto last season. And she'll have a chance to go for a medal again when she represents Spain in the Europe and Africa Championships this year as well, which will be held right here in San Gervasio in about a little over 2 weeks' time. So make sure you tune in for that. Another TWBC live event, the IWWF Europe and Africa Waterski Championships, which will take place starting in 2 weeks' time here in San Gervasio. All right, on the starting dock, the first of our men's competitors. The open men's slalom, Julius Auer.
Everything was like 10 minutes away. Like 10 minutes to Simeone, 10 minutes to the other side, 10 minutes to train stations, we went to Venice on Tuesday.
Ski well.
Yeah, thanks.
Here we go, folks. This here now is Sandra Botas. Entrance round buoy number 1 on 13 meters. Good snap off number 2. In good shape off number 3. Riding that radar to good effect. And is in fine shape throughout the entirety of that run. That is on the water at this time, Sandra Botas. So just trying to keep her demeanor and her emotions calm and under control, Sandra Botas. Sandra Botas, who this season has competed in 2 separate events, scored a 4 at 11.25 meters at the Lacanal Cup by Malibu, and scored a total of 2.5 at the Waterski ProAm in round 1 of that event, which took place towards the tail end of June of this year. So, we're just waiting on Sandra Botas to get settled in. A couple of beeps there to signify that 50 seconds is up. The driver mashes the throttle down and sets it to accelerate up to 55k. Sandra Botas, 12 meters now. Start is critical. Round number 1 gets it to go. Scored 3.5 at 11.25 meters, so she's well capable of running this pass. And 3.5 at 11.25 meters here in the previous round will constitute one of her better scores. It'll be her 3rd best score of the season, having just come up a little bit short of those 4 counts on 11.25 meters. But with a 6 buoy count on 12 meters right here and now. She could be working on a score that could be one of her better ones if she can get the start right. Again, good rotation. Employing a slalom style very, very similar to another skier who rides the Vapor Pro build, and that is Paige Reaney. Skiing with very similar techniques and very similar ways of moving around on that ski, especially on the approaching their offside turns. All right, so here we go, folks. This is Sandra Botas, and this is an attempt on 11.25 meters. Already has 3.5 in the bag from last round. Let's see if she can make the most of this attempt. Round number 1 and number 2, a little bit on the back of the ski. She makes a play on number 3, but no dice for her this time. It's going to be 2 at 11.25 meters. To conclude the Open Women's competition so far in round number 2. A third and last round will be coming her way on Sunday, but for the time being at least, she has 2 scores into 11.25 meters. The 2 buoys that we see right here and now via the instant replay, and the 3.5 that she accomplished in round number 1. All right then, so looking at Sandra Botas with her run of 2 at 11.25 meters, just a little bit too far behind on buoy number 1 to really make an effective play. And when we return, we'll be just in time for the Open Men's Slalom competition. This is the 2023 San Gervasio ProAm, presented by Santo Dassault, and we will return right after this.
I've been a fan of Marcus Brown since I was like 13 years old. He's, been my childhood hero, and so for him to offer something like this, which is it's great not just for me, but it's great for water skis to have something like this where people can really get a bespoke water ski experience. It's going to improve their skiing, their body, and Jenny's she's amazing too. So just to have the access to both of those guys, I think it's huge, and it has been massive just to talk things through and to get a new understanding of stuff I haven't tried yet.
I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long? A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers? A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers? What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never feel this way.
Well, welcome back, and we've got one more category of skiing to come before we round off today's action in round two. It is the open men's category. We've got 15 skiers lined up, and our first competitor, and he should be coming in on 14.25 meters. It is Julius Auer. So getting messages from all over the show, including a message from Reunion Island, out in the middle of the Indian Ocean. Thanks a lot indeed. For those, all of you tuning in from various locales around the world, whether you're watching us from the eastern seaboard of the United States, where the time right there is about 7 hours behind, being at about 20 past 11 in the morning right there, as Julian Auer makes his way through pass number one. It's about 20 past 11 in New York. It's about 20 past 4 in the afternoon in the United Kingdom. And for our good sir who is watching this event over there in the middle of the Indian Ocean, the time right there is a little after 20 past 7 in the evening there. If you're watching us from Melbourne, Australia, you hearty souls over there, 20 past 1 in the morning on Saturday is where I have you pegged right now. In Tokyo in Japan, about 20 past midnight right there. But no matter where you happen to be around the world, you are all just as welcome to watch the coverage here in San Gervasio for the 9th edition of the San Gervasio ProAm presented by Santo Dassault. On the water at this time, it is Julius Auer, who's coming back in on 13 meters, having started on 14. Bravo 1 is his zero offsetting. Oh, and getting in a little bit deeper around buoy number 1, and it's going to be 1 1/2 on 13 meters, which it isn't going to do him much good so far as a top score is concerned. He got 1/2 on 12 in the round previous to this one. So 1 1/2 on 30 meters. And that brings to a conclusion his effort. As we have a look once again on the instant replay before we bring in our next competitor, Fabian Horsch. And we will see Fabian Horsch take to the water next. So Fabian Horsch. And be sure to check out skiprogear.com, the best grip you could wish for. skiprogear.com. Yeah. 14-meter start for Fabian Horsch. Started on 60 meters in the first round, so obviously seeing something out there that he likes. Enough to up the ante and go in on a one pass later. Fabian Horsch, boat speed in open men's, maximum 58k, 36 miles an hour for those of you that prefer to use a measurement system other than metric. Whoa, whoa, hello. Pump the brakes. Gets through the exit gates, but only just. That is Fabian Horsch. So, Fabian Horsch getting through the opening pass, only just. There we see Vincent Stadelbauer there on the dockside, getting ready with his equipment on there.
Yeah, exactly. And I think he had some room in the baggage for it. Well, you laugh, but we... I wanted to design an RC boat with a camera on it.
An alligator can
Here we go, folks. Come on in. We've got Fabian Horsch on 13 meters. Alpha 1 is setting, but he was real late off number 1. He's going to have to really work hard to get back on the track here once again. Ski bouncing around all over the show. Oh, my word, and that could have been quite catastrophic off number 5 into number 6. Had he have not released the handle. Now the question is that handle, did he release that handle before the wakes? It could be subject to review to determine whether he got 4.5 or 5. We'll have a look at this once again. Round number 2. Good to go on round number 3. Well, I say that, but it was all over the show, technically on top of the water. Round number 4, losing his hips, getting separation there. And then round number 4, and I think he got 5 there on the strength of what I just saw there. So it looks like it's going to be a 5 buoy count there for Fabian Horsch. But that was 5 on 13 meters. Going to take a look at the instant replay from the boat. The officials are able to see this at their discretion. Yep, the handle, he brought the handle across the middle of the boat wake, and he was in a skiing position for the most part. So it looks like it's going to be a 5 buoy count awarded to Fabian Horsch. Sun starting to make its way down to towards the western horizon. And Vincent Stadelbauer works his way through the opener. There we go, 14.25 meters. No worries there for him. Best score from round 1 is 5 on 11.25 meters. Currently the best score in the competition so far across all categories. His score comes out on top, Vincent Stadelbauer. But a 5 on 11.25 meters, it's certainly not one of his better scores this season. As a matter of fact, in Caiaphas, he scored 2. 2 at 10.75 meters last weekend in round number 3. There is Alice, and then we see Lucky over there just behind the screen. He's operating the remote camera on the boat. Here we go. Vincent Stadelbauer coming in on 13 meters and looking very, very strong there. So good skiing there from Vincent Stadelbauer. He's run 14 and 13 in quick succession, now getting ready to attempt 12. So a good, solid effort here from Vincent Stadelbauer. He's gone through 13 meters right here. Good back-sided turn. His strong side is the right side of the course, the 135. But still able to get good traction behind the boat, approaching those turns off his neutral side. Vincent Stadelbauer getting ready for the next run coming up. It's going to be 12 meters. So, Vincent Stadelbauer skiing in the fresh water here in San Gervasio. Yes, indeed, the fresh water of San Gervasio compared to the brackish water which was in evidence over in Caiaphas last weekend. See if he can conjure up some magic here. 12 meters. Operating with Alpha 2. 12 meters, not looking too bad. On a pretty good streak of scores right now. Ever since the Moomba Masters, where he scored 3.5 on 12 meters in conditions which are generally regarded as atrocious. And every tournament that he's been in so far, he's gone at least a score into 11.25 meters. We'll see if he can actually get through 11.25 meters, because that's the pass that presents itself right now. Vincent Stadelbauer on skiing on the very last pass, where the handle is actually outside of the buoy width, 12 meters. Buoy width from the center line is 11.5 meters. So working with half a meter to get round all 6 buoys. Just about 20 centimeters more than the length of your typical standard school ruler. All right, so we see on the starting dock area, Edoardo Lamalfa from Italia. So here we go. We got Vincent Stadelbauer, 11.25 meters. He's already skied into 39.5 off 10.75 meters earlier on this season in Kayafas. Let's see what kind of start he gets. He's round buoy number 1. Gets it to go. Round number 2. He's there on number 2. He's good to go. Oh, and he got the start that he needed. And it was an absolutely perfect start there for Vincent Stadelbauer. And he's looking around and like saying, why the heck am I in the water at this point? 2 1/2 at 11.25 meters there for Vincent Stadelbauer. Scored 5 in the opening round, and we'll see if by the third round he's able to conjure up the 6 buoy count. But he got the start. Round buoy number 1. Even number 2, he got a little bit of a tail slide there, but he achieved great angle and good width and earliness into number 3 that you would automatically assume that he had this pass pretty much in the bag at the halfway point. But Vincent Stadelbauer with 2.5 at 11.25 meters in the water at that point. And he'll have to be reliant upon his third and last round to try and put a score up that will be somewhat worthy of his happiness out there. Maybe he got too good of a number 2. Maybe that was the thing. All right, with 2.5 at 11.25 meters, that's Vincent Stadelbauer on the water right now from Italy. This is Edoardo Lamalfa. $60-meter opener. And running with Air Alpha 2. So, good to go there on the opener. Edoardo Lamalfa on 16 meters. I shouldn't think that that's too much of a strain for him to run the opener. Edoardo Lamalfa, who has skied here on a number of different occasions, so he should be well in tune with the conditions.
Thank you, Jeremy.
All right, as we get ready for Edoardo Lamalfa to come back into the course, we see our first look at Grégoire Desfond coming to us out of France and getting ready to ski next. Here he comes. Edoardo Lamalfa on 14.25 meters. Decent start, getting it off buoy number 1. A little bit off kilter into number 2, but managing to get round number 3. It's in good shape for number 4 and 5 and 6. So, good effort there. See plenty there for him to work with there. Eduardo Lamau from 14. And in the previous round scored 4 on 12 meters. So Eduardo Lamalfa, who skied in the international tournament here a couple of weekends ago, a few weekends ago as a matter of fact, scored a 1.5 on 12 meters and scored 3 on 13 at the Junior World Championship. So already on a fairly good run here. Last season got into 12 a few times, including at the San Gervasio ProAm last season, where he scored a 1/2, a 1, and a 3 in successive rounds in this same tournament last season. He's already superseded much of that with his 4 buoy count on 12 meters in round number 1. But let's see if he has a surprise or two right here and now. Eduardo Lamalfa. Here he is. Pulls out a little early on the gates there for this run. 30 meters. Crushes number 2. He is a left foot forward skier, which means number 3 would be fairly straightforward for him as he gets round number 3, 4, 5, and 6. Eduardo Lamalfa. We'll see what he has left. Could he have a complete pass on 12 meters under his belt? We'll find out. Got almost completely discombobulated off buoy number 1, but he had enough in hand to re-energize and to re-stabilize himself out in the water, especially after that approach, that Herculean approach off buoy number 1. Eduardo Lamalfa getting it to go, all 6 buoys. All right, then, here we go, folks. We've got Eduardo Lamalfa coming back in on 12. He is one good start and a good hookup off number 1 away from maybe getting far enough down to score a possible PB, which we peg Eduardo Lamalfa at 4 at 12 meters, based upon what we know about his tournament record up to this point and what we've seen him ski in round number 1, which was that 4. And it's not going to be even broached at this point because he just was too far on the back of the ski, completely off balance around buoy number 1 on his approach to number 2. Take a look at this, round number 1. Just the ski came round, he was broken forward and separation away from the handle occurred. And it's going to be half a buoy on 12 meters for Eduardo Lamalfa. All right. Looking out at the course. Looking back here at Gregoire Desfond. Gregoire, for his part, he's going to go in on A1 on the 60-meter line. There we go, opening pass. Oh, he's all over the show here on 60 meters. How is he going to stay on top of the water, much less run the pass? Oh my word, How on earth? How on earth? How on earth did he run that pass? Oh my word! Alice, that was just unbelievable. That was just... And her response was, what the... Yeah, I think you can figure out the rest. Okay, Gregoire Desmond. Oh my word. If you've ever want to show someone a video of how not to run a complete pass in slalom skiing at 16 meters, this would be it. But I tell you what, he hung on for dear life. Yeah, and you're going to look back, aren't you? Like that's going to help. All right, our next skier about to take to the water is Harvey Dyson, coming to us from Great Britain. Hopefully he has a little bit more to him on the opening pass compared to Gregoire Desmond. But let's see if Gregoire Desmond can dig himself out of this nice little hole. Decent number one. Okay, he's learnt his lesson here a little bit. Not quite as pressured off number two. And Gregoire Desmond, who's utilizing characteristics of slalom that made Patrice Martin famous, like that good old fin release to try and get a little bit more angle off the ski. But Gregoire Desmond, I mean, I don't know whether he's relieved or miffed or what have you. Let's have a look and see. Number one was better this time. Number two was better than the previous one. Well, it had to be, wouldn't it? Let's see number three, whether he blew the tail. Oh, look at that. Near enough a complete fin release there into buoy number four. But he managed to get back into the game because number four was his strong side turn. And then he took a big old chunk off number five. And you know what? Gregoire Desmond, having run two passes, 16 and 14. In the round previous to this, he scored 1.5 on 12. And you know, as long as he keeps the handle in his hand, he's always in with a chance. That's the upside here. Because he quite evidently has no desire to ping the handle. So as long as he has it in his hands, he might as well slalom as far as he can, in my opinion. Here he goes. 13 meters. Round number one. And number two. Round number three and number four. Keeping the flow going. And Gregoire. Oh man. He gets round buoy number 6, but unfortunately unable to maintain the handle through the back of the boat, so it looks like it's going to be a 5.5. 5 1/2 on 13 meters. And I was about to say towards the end, had he have run the pass, I should have suggested to him to do us all a favor and going on 13 meters for starters, because obviously 16 and 14, it's just not working for you. But I tell you what, though, Gregoire, to his credit, you know, he's a tough skier. Not the most technically accomplished skier out there, given what we've seen, but he hung on for dear life as far as he could, and he got 5.5 on 13 for his troubles. We'll see what he can do in round 3 on Sunday. And with that, we'll be back right after this. Rejoining the action, coming in with his opening pass of 16 meters. This is actually 55K, 14.25 meters. This is Harvey Dyson. All right, 55K, 14.25 meters on a rather old good slalom ski, but managing to do it some justice, making it through on pass number 1. So we'll be coming back at 58K on pass number 2, but Harvey Dyson seems to have a good handle on this pass technically. All right, so we're looking at Gennady Gorelia as we get ready for Harvey Dyson to make his way back in on pass number 2. I'm going to be joined in the moment by Gregoire Desfond. We'll get to talk to you a little bit in the moment, and we'll get you to activate the microphone and all of that good stuff. But Harvey Dyson on 14.25 minutes at 58K. And Harvey, for his part, earlier on this season, scored halfway down 12 minutes, and he did that on 4 occasions, all 3 rounds at almost all 3 rounds at the Funglis and part 2 of the JB Ski Open, and we've got a good friend here, and actually a rather opportune moment to introduce you good folks to Gregoire Desfond. So how you doing, Gregoire?
I'm doing quite tired right now, Tony. I don't know if you noticed, but didn't was my best set of the year out there.
Okay, if you bring your microphone just a little closer to you, but
like that.
Yeah, absolutely, okay. Absolutely. So, without seeing your instant replays, we could probably pull them up, but right at this moment, we're in the middle of a performance from Harvey Dyson, who's gotten through the opening a couple of runs on 14.25 meters. But what happened out there, dude?
I have no clue, Tony. No clue. Everything's perfect. The water is perfect. Boat driver amazing. The boat is amazing. I just quite find my balance like since buoy 1. So.
And this was starting on 16 meters, where you almost biffed it on that pass.
Yeah, it got better and better, but 16 was harder than 13.
I was going to suggest you starting on 13 meters. You might be just as productive.
This one I didn't take it. Let's watch Harvey.
Indeed, yeah. And when we come back to you, we'll talk a little bit about Santo Dassault, who is the presenting sponsor for this event, and an entity which you're aligned closely with, so you can tell the good folks their involvement and in this competition. Here we go. This is Harvey Dyson on 13 meters, and getting it to go here. And it looks like it's a 6 buoy count coming right up for Harvey Dyson, and really slicing and dicing it out there. Made to look easy, certainly.
Well done, well done.
All right then, as we watch Harvey Dyson go through 13 meters, tell us a little bit about Santo Dassault and what they do and how it's connected with this event.
Well, thanks for the opportunity. Santo Dassault is the company I'm working for 2 years now. I'm a development manager over there. Santo Dassault is an investment company specialized in real estate. So basically we try to find beautiful places that need a little refurbish. I don't know the word in renovation.
Fixer-upper.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we do. Thanks to Kelly Dassault, who is the mind behind the projects. And once they're done, we sell them. So best target is to sell a perfectly renewed old place. See what you mean? See what I mean?
And where are these properties? I mean, obviously in some rather exclusive locations, right?
Yeah, for now we are mostly in Paris, mostly in Paris, France. Only in good neighborhood, because obviously as we are looking for really nice places and it comes with a budget, you can really chase any area. Let's go check Harvey at 12 right now.
All right then, and we'll see how that whole thing connects with what's going on in Paris this time next year with the Olympic Games. Here we go, Harvey Dyson on 12 meters.
Let's go.
Oh, and just a little bit late with the catch there on buoy number 3 on his approach into number 4.
Indeed.
So Harvey Dyson, who in the round previous scored 4 on 12 meters, not so lucky this time around, will end up scoring, I believe, a 2.5. And just take a look at the instant replay. A little down course off number 2, which didn't exactly help matters. It's yeah, and I think the handle got released before the center line of the boat. So if I was taking a strict interpretation of the rules there, that should be 2.5.
Yeah, he has another shot on Sunday morning. No doubt he's gonna run this pass.
Yes, indeed, as is the case with a lot of skiers. Vincent Stadelbauer, whom we saw a few skiers ago, had the opportunity with a good start on the first third of the course on 11.25 meters. He'll be looking for somewhat of personal redemption there, but Vincent Stadelbauer still in the lead in this competition in the amateurs with 5 and 11.25 meters. So Santa Dassault, obviously we set the scene a little bit. They're property developers. They take older distressed properties and turn them into something like new in a lot of exclusive places like Paris. Now, how does that work out with a lot of people traveling to Paris next year with the Olympic Games?
To be honest, I don't really know what will be the first impact on the real estate market. What we could experience lately was a rise in all the renting places. They start to be renting already for next year, next summer.
Those Airbnb and Verbo properties.
Yeah, exactly. So if you guys are looking to go.
Uh-oh, looks like we've got a bit of a situation here where the rope is trapped on the boat. And we'll be back right after this.
I've been a fan of Marcus Brown since I was like 13 years old. He's, been my childhood hero, and so for him to offer something like this, which is it's great not just for me, but it's great for water skis to have something like this where people can really get a bespoke water ski experience. It's going to improve their skiing, their body, and Jenny's she's amazing too. So just to have the access to both of those guys, I think it's huge, and it has been massive just to talk things through and to get a new understanding of stuff I haven't tried yet.
All right, looks like we got our situation taken care of with the rope and the boat and what have you. And I'm Tony Lightfoot, and he on my right and to the left of your screen is Gregoire Desfonds, so representing Santo Dassault. So this is your second or third year associated second
year presenting sponsor of
the sponsor of this event. So great to have the presented sponsorship of this event. We'll talk a little bit about that in a moment, Gregoire, as we have a look at Gennady Gorelia representing the Republic of Georgia. 30-meter start. Only one other competitor has dared go in on this line leg shortening, and that was one of our skiers from Great Britain, Oliver Jessup, who eventually scored 2.5 on 11.25 meters eventually. So Gennady Gorelia trying to chase down Vincent Stadelbauer's top score of 5 at 11.25 meters. And electing to go as an open men's skier, realizing that the implications of that meant that he skis at 58k as the top speed. He's one of the top seniors in the world, and has certainly proven that over the years. But wanting to mix it up with the top skiers at the highest boat speed there, Gregoire.
Yeah, especially because Gennady is a fantastic overall athlete. So being present at Europeans Open in a couple of weeks here on his home side, that's going to be exciting.
Yes, indeed. Our next skier to go after Gennady is Guglielmo Sirocco of Italia. And you know, the sun's starting to set down a little bit here. Thankfully, it's not all the way down. Otherwise, a light becomes an issue.
Yeah, as of now, it's okay on weather.
It's okay so far as that is concerned. And there'll be a presentation banquet tonight for the pro skiers who will be skiing starting at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Just a reminder to you good folks that are watching today that the pros will be out in the water in the morning starting 8:30 with the junior pro competition presented by Radar Skis on the water. This is Gennady Gorelia. Nicely done.
Oh, you can see some experience in that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Riding that SP Skis Bronco. Now, you being a proud Frenchman that you are, and a proud European on top of that, I mean, whenever you see a company like SP Skis enter the market and try and disrupt the ski industry, especially in the United States, you know, I mean, how do you view SP Skis' involvement so far?
Super exciting to see new brand coming onto the market and doing such a fine job. I mean, look at that. The skis, I don't know how old is it. It's quite new.
The Bronco, yeah.
Yeah, the Bronco is quite new, and it looks amazing. From what I understood, SP is one of the only company out there to do all three events.
Yeah, so one of only two. Jump. The other one being D3, of course.
Exactly. So hitting the market and not only focusing on one event but on all three, and doing such a fine job. That's impressive.
Indeed. That actually spoke to one or two people actually closely involved with SP Skis, and and I mean they continue to evolve their products. I mean, you must do. You have to innovate, otherwise you just completely become irrelevant.
Yeah, and Gennady is not the only one rocking those SP ski. I've seen a ton out there with some young skiers. So once you start riding with a ski and you like it, you keep going with it. So I think they have a good future. Let's go Gennady 11.
And I believe Nicholas Bonatti is also on that ski as well. Let's have a look. Here is 11.25 meters. Let's see what he's got.
No!
Oh, and he crushes it around a buoy number 4. And Vincent Stadelbauer still in the lead with 5 buoys on 11.25 meters. But Gennady certainly gave it his all out there. Maybe he's having second thoughts about going out there and trying to mix it up with the top guys at the maximum boat speed, but certainly very physically adept here to the sporties He's been this kind of physique for so long and representing Georgia with distinction ever since Georgia became an independent state in the early part of the 1990s there, Gregoire.
Yeah, and Gennady loves being under pressure. When you watch what he accomplished in the past, you can tell this guy can run when he has only one pass to go for it. So it's going to be interesting to see on Sunday, being our last pass, what he does.
Yeah, he definitely needs a better start, I would say, and
it was not that bad, no?
It wasn't too bad. About the only one that could get away with staying that late down the course and still running the pass is Ali Nicholson from. You saw that last weekend, didn't you?
They just have a few kilos apart.
Yeah, just a few. Just a few, and a few muscle fibers thrown in there for good measure.
Oh, she's a strong woman.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Good weight, strength to weight ratio, and we'll get to see that tomorrow when the pro women take to the water after we get done with the junior pro competition, which will open things up tomorrow at 8:30. And there is the Italian legend himself, Chico Bozzotta, getting ready and offering a little bit of advice for our next competitor to go. That's Guillermo Sirocco, and he'll be coming into the course, at least based upon the information from the previous round, typically closing up 14.25 meters on A2. What zero off setting do you have, incidentally?
Which what, sorry?
What do you have with zero off?
I got A2.
You got A2, so that seems to be very, very common.
To be honest, I have no clue how it would affect my ski to change the later. I just did it because a lot of good guys did it. So
when you found out that Fedele Luzzeri
C3 plus,
C3 plus,
from what I heard,
yeah, exactly. That's like all the way up, like sending it to 12 type deal, in every single direction conceivably possible.
That's something I can rely on.
Well, there you go. There we go. That's Guillermo Sirocco. Actually got a response from Matteo Luzzeri whenever I spoke about the settings for Fedele Luzzeri and how ridiculous they were, and I said someone should shake some sense into Fedele Luzzeri and say, you know what, you're back on the water, you're skiing halfway good. Let's try a setting that's actually going to help you skiing rather than hinder you. And Fedele is listening to none of it. Maybe we should do a poll. Maybe we should do a poll here on this live chat. Should Fedele change from C3 plus?
I mean, if he's comfortable with him, and actually he skied pretty good. He almost ran 13 today.
Yes, he did.
Is so impressive after.
No, but I mean, if it just was reduced to B2 plus, it might actually help him.
I guess Tony, you can go and tell him.
Yeah, I will. I will. At least I'll have Matteo Luzzeri's back on this.
That's true.
Yeah. It's not like I'm telling him something he hasn't already heard before.
I need to try that C1 or C2 just to feel the strong of the power of the boat.
All right, now this is some interesting technique. Take a look at his head. This is from back in the day of Jennifer Lapointe. Coming into the... Oh, and he collapses into buoy number 3. Ski release, the whole deal. He's raising his hand. I don't know whether that's an instinctive reaction from him to do so, but let's have a look at this on the instant replay. We'll try and slow this down, but he got the start that he really wanted. Got a little separated with his hips coming off buoy number 1 and round number 2. But let's have a look at buoy number 3. Gets a good extension, hook up there, and then he just got launched.
Yeah. See, Tony, I thought Nate Smith was the earliest guy to turn his head into the next one. Now I think that's this guy.
Yeah, Guillermo Sirocco. And actually, if you ever see some video from back in the day and watch the likes of Jennifer Leachman or Jennifer Lapointe these days, you'll see a very, very similar trait there as well. And I don't see any upside with that, do you? It just separates you from your conscious contact with the ski.
it has to help you when it's done at the right moment.
Yeah. Yeah, but the thing is, I'm just not a big fan of it because, I mean, on the offside, you've got to be completely focused on actually getting through the end of the turn. And then when you start looking across before that ski has turned, then you lose your focus on it.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, our next competitor. This is Pepe Leonard, 14.25 meters. (14.25), getting around a little bit stiff off number 5, round number 6, and gets the pass to go right from the jump there.
That's a good warm-up.
So Gregoire, obviously working as a property development guy with Santos Dassault. What other things do you have on your plate right now?
With Santos Dassault on my end?
On your end, yeah.
Well, as you know, I'm running that Waterski Nation Instagram, which I'm trying to do my best with. There is also the Waterski Journal that come with it.
Of course.
And there is one every 3 months. Next one should be released by the end of July. 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago, we organized with Alexis Koseglu and the Monaco Federation the brand new Waterski Pro Tour Stop Monaco Slalom Cup. That was a blast. That was so amazing, so interesting to put on, and we had really, really good day. I think everybody enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I was tired like never afterward, but really worth it.
And you had the opportunity. I believe you had the opportunity to go to Monaco, didn't you? And party up with a few of our friends in water skiing, including a member of royalty.
Yeah, absolutely. So the whole idea was to bring the winner of the tournament to lunch at the Yacht Club of Monaco, who is the title sponsor. And let's watch Pepe real quick. Coming back 13.
All right, let's have a look at Pepe Leonard, 30 meters. Still at 58K. Decent.
Oh.
All right, getting through. A little bit late on that one, but managing to get the job done.
So yeah, as I was saying, as it was the first edition, so we didn't have previous winners. So we brought Nate Smith and Whitney McClintock-Queenie, being leader of the Waterski Pro Tour leaderboard, to that lunch over there to meet the sponsors, and it was a really nice moment. The place is outstanding. And the really nice thing about it is you cannot go there unless you're invited by a member. So
nice.
It's not some place you can just show up.
And taking a look at Pepe Leonard on 30 meters. Not making this look particularly easy by any stretch of the imagination here, but just trying to maintain his flow and his speed and his width out on the course. A little bit late round buoy number 6, I do have to say, and but managing to dig deep to run that particular effort. So Pepe Leonard of Germany. Let's have a look at some of his scores this season. Was at the international tournament here a few weeks ago where he got 2.5 on 30 meters. He's already superseded that. His best score of the season is a 3.5 at 12 meters at the Bavarian Open. So he already scored half on 30 meters. He superseded that. So in order to get his season's best, he needs to get more than halfway down this run. He's round number 2. Does he make a play on number 3?
Yes, he does. Come back.
He does. Get to the wakes.
Yes.
There you go. That is a 3 buoy count, at least from our perspective. Maybe the officials are going to have to take a second look at that, but they'll be helped in no small fashion by the instant replay as we take a look at buoy number 1. Getting a good start.
Look at that.
Round
the light
buoy
is
number 2.
perfect right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Well lit up. Yes, he
Yes,
gets
he
round buoy number 3, and then the second part of this deal comes into play. To the wakes just before the boat guides, and 3 buoys there on 12 meters, and that is actually his second best score of the season after the 3.5 that he produced in the first round of the Bavarian Open.
Good job.
So looking again, and all right, we'll take a look. And he gets to the wakes after 3. And we'll return right after this.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
Coming in on the opening pass of 16 meters in this open men's competition, it is Salvatore Maturana. The Italian names tend to roll off my tongue a little bit more readily than the French ones, or German for that matter. All right, there, Salvatore Maturana. Set in B1 as his zero-off preference. And I don't see much wrong with that there, Gregoire.
Just perfect.
Yeah, not bad at all. So, looking good, looking strong. So you still work with the Waterski Journal, publishing at the end of this month in July. This the quarterly publication that's really setting the world alight so far as Waterski magazines are concerned.
Yeah, thank you. We try to do our best job. It was an idea that popped up one summer, and since it goes, it keeps going. So it's digital free. If you guys didn't know about it, just go check on the waterskination.com. It's a good journal, I guess. We are covering mostly pro stuff or high level or new ski coming out, stuff like that.
All right then, and you had a chance to watch the Waterski documentary, The Unknown Sport of Water Skiing. What was your review on that?
I loved it. Tony, you know me. You know I love almost everything about rider ski related. So you bring me a 1 hour and a half documentary over the sport of water ski, I'll watch it 10 times.
Yeah, we actually saw a little clip of you during that Waterski documentary because you flung yourself into the water to get after Whitney McClintock. Really, you're one of the first people there.
Yeah, that was not my favorite moment, I have to tell. But I'm glad she was okay.
All right then, Salvatore Maturana. Looking good on 14, but a little bit late there on number 3 into 4, but making up that distance all the time and able to get the job done on that particular run. So carving out dollar signs, yes, on that run of 14 and getting ready for 13 meters. That is Salvatore Maturana.
Cruising it so far.
Yeah, not bad.
What did you get in first round?
In the first round, I'm glad you asked, 3.5 on 12 meters. Now, so far as what he's done so far in competition so far this season, he's only gone in 2 competitions. He's gotten scores of 3 and a half. 3 buoys in one instance on 12 meters. That was at the international competition that was here about a month or so ago. And then he skied at the under-17 World Championships and scored half a buoy on 12 meters there.
Wow.
But he is electing to go in the open men's competition and a slalom in at 58K. So, and I believe 58K is actually the maximum speed at the Junior Worlds as well. So just to let you know that. Some other scores these are produced over the last few seasons. He's gone half on 11.25 meters over at San Gervasio.
Oh, interesting to know.
Yep, about in the latter part of August of last year.
So you talked about the head of the other skier earlier, and he kind of have
a little bit, but not
same
much.
habit, but not that much.
No, not nearly as dramatic.
Yeah. That's why I'd like to say that to me, which I'm no pro, this is a more regular way to do it.
Yeah, this I don't mind. It's when you go to the extreme that things start to get a little bit discombobulated.
Yeah. On the other hand, you have some skiers like Sasha. Sometimes when he turns 2 and 4, his head doesn't move.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, he turns quick enough. I mean, if he tried to turn his head, it'll be way too late. No, but Sasha Descon, one of the top pros, and we'll see him in this competition, I believe, is just one of those phenomenal skiers over the season. He's had his raft of injuries and that kind of stuff, and he always battles back into health. And now he made the decision to switch skis after being associated with Conley for most of his skiing life, and now he's on syndicate. I mean, being someone that's involved within Waterski media such as yourself, I mean, what's been the reaction about that?
Read the magazine when it comes out.
Oh, okay. You got an interview coming out with Sasha Descon, huh?
Wait, let's check. It's 12 meters. Come on.
Okay, you heard it here first. All right, there, 12 meters.
Let's
this
go.
is Salvatore Maturana. Look at him go.
Keep it slow. Come on. Safety check.
And checked on 5 and is inside number 6, and he just howls with just absolute disappointment there towards the end. We'll take a look at this on 12 meters. Salvatore Maturana. Entrance gates, a bit of a long pull into number 1, but let's have a look at this approach to number 2, Gregoire.
Well, 1 to 2 was not the best to me, but I kind of have the same hips in the back. But there, he looked so much better posture there. Look at that. It was. Yeah, no. Okay.
I mean, at this point, the bet would be on that he ran it.
Yeah, I thought.
And then he just pulled up here.
I'm sure he needs to believe more in himself, and Sunday he will crush it.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Definitely has it under his foot.
Okay, we'll take a look at the instant replay.
Yeah, not the best one, but he got the timing back after 2.
Got his hips back in time for number 2. And taking a look at the instant replay, our extended look here at Salvatore Maturana. And even here, you'd have thought, okay, he's got this.
Yeah.
Then the handle came up, he chomped at it,
yeah.
And he got 5. All right, then, moving on from Salvatore Maturana, our next competitor to go, coming to us out of the Nordic nation of Norway. This is Lars-Ola Voltop.
Super good skier, Lars. Super nice. I used to be close by him on the dock when we skied here for a few years. Now he has so many good scores at the 11, and I would believe at 10 that we fell apart. But
okay, that's okay.
Super nice guy.
That's okay then. Let's. He's gone through the opening pass, no worries there, and we'll take a look at the instant replay on a rather simplistic opening run of 14.25 meters.
No, it's 13.
13 meter start. I beg your pardon.
One of the few skiers to go out there at 13 like the pros do. So that tells you how good he is.
Yeah, he is certainly a confident enough skier. But as he goes through 13, let me go back a few moments and Sasha Deska.
I was the first surprise. You know, as a friend guy, I know really well Sasha. We are good friends and even call each other during the off season a lot. So I was super surprised when he told me he switched to HO, and I believed he was a really good choice for him. Like, the syndicate team is such a great team. The ski, I believe, proved himself how good he was last season. So, yeah, no doubt that was a good choice from Sasha to go out there with a new ski. And so far, I know he wants more, but he will build more. That's for sure.
And I'll be interested to see if there's any interview with Sasha Deskin based upon that decision and the subsequent performances that he's produced since then. He's kind of scared to have me interview him based upon his limited knowledge of. Whoa! Look at this! Whoa!
Oh. Damn. What happened there?
I am not sure, but I mean, I am not too sure because, I mean, he went in on 30 meters and he made that pass look smooth, but I mean, and he replicated a lot of that into 12. Gets a good extension, decent turn off buoy number 2 here. A little bit separated to number 3, but this was by no means a deal breaker as he went into number 4. And then things started getting sideways on him very, very soon. He got round buoy number 5, tried the Hail Mary turn, and unfortunately, 5 is all that he gets.
Yeah, I would say that's one of the big difference between the pros and skiers like us. Once you get on short lines like 12, if you commit an error, it's super, super sketchy afterward, and you can barely make it like 20% of the time, I'd say. When the pros, they just know how to stay composed and run the pass no matter what until probably 38. What do you say about that?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, once you get shorter and shorter, the level of commitment to each turn becomes far and far greater, you know, and, you know, it's where the mind plays tricks on you, certainly, at that point, you know, and, you know, it gets more and more difficult taking that into consideration. A 16-meter opening pass for Alberto Gysi. Ooh. Little bit of slippage there off number 3, managing to recover well for 4, 5, and number 6. All right, so
what did you score in the first run, Alberto?
Alberto Gysi in round number 1 scored 5 on 12 meters, 5 on 12 meters, and we'll take a look at some of the other scores that Alberto has produced. He's had 3 outings this season. His best score, a quick scan up and down here. Actually, his best score is a tie for at half on 11.25 meters. He did that in round 1 and round 3 at the record tournament that they had here a few weeks ago. Actually, I'd scrub all of that. I'm looking at the 2022 results because last year at the San Gervasio ProAm he scored half on 11 once and twice and didn't really get into 11.25 meters since. And this is his first tournament of the season. Yeah. So some of these competitors taking a little bit of a while to get back and active here.
Yeah, so you said 5 at 12 in the first round?
Yeah, 5 at 12 in the first round.
It's a good start of the season. Let's see how he can improve that from now on. Alberto is a really good skier.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Let's see what he's got here, though.
The question is, will he be able to chase Vincent Stadelbauer?
Yeah, exactly. So Alberto Gysi.
No brainer here.
Yeah, absolutely. So no worries there at all for him. Alberto Gysi slips into the water and gets ready for the next run, which should be 13 meters coming right up. And a nice silhouette of some great slaloming out there, courtesy of Alberto Gysi. Now, as we work our way a little bit further down the run, that silhouette disappears a little bit on him as we look towards the backside of his turns. So obviously, as the sun starts to draw in towards the horizon, it becomes a bit of a challenge at this time of day. So no doubt, whenever they start to bring on the slalom skiers tomorrow in the pros, time is going to be really of the essence. It's certainly not the first time that sun's become an issue here at this tournament over the last few seasons.
Yeah, I mean, it plays a factor, that's for sure, but everything is so perfect. Instead of that, the water, the boat, the drivers.
Oh, a little on the back of the ski on 13 meters, but he still manages to use his height and he's reached the backside number 2.
Stay calm.
There you go, very, very calm.
It's a bit characteristic on in 135. Kind of.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a right foot forward skier. And he has a very calm demeanor about him, which certainly helps him on buoy number 1. Certainly not going into full attack mode quite yet, just building up to that point. And in the meantime, getting through 16, 14, and now 13 meters.
Yeah, I don't know for the other guys, but when conditions are so perfect like that, like right now or this morning, it can get in your mind. Like this morning when I started 13, I was like, I have to run it. It's so perfect right now. If I don't,
then you have no excuse.
Yeah, so it gets in your mind that it's so easy and good that it gets difficult. I don't know if it makes any sense what I'm saying, but...
Yeah, if you explain that to a sports psychologist like Matteo Lazzeri, he might find some sense in that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
Can lead to a good 4 hours conversation with him.
Yeah, on
Easily.
a couch somewhere.
Yeah.
Have visions of a couch and Sigmund Freud and all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'll do that any day of the week.
All right then, here we go.
Morning
Alberto
pass.
Gysi.
He got 5 in the first round. Let's go.
Here we go, 12 meters. Oh, good start here. He's halfway.
Oh, no.
Halfway down the course, and halfway down the course, and 2.5 on 12 meters. And already Vincent Stadelbauer is expressing his delight in various different ways, most of them in French. You're not gonna help me translate this, Gregoire?
It's pretty tough to translate what Vince is saying. It's mostly quotes about a movie called Dickeneck. Have you seen it?
Which one?
Dickeneck. It's Belgium movie, so they speak in French, and it's pretty popular for every French-speaking people, and it's a really funny movie.
So much like Asterisk.
Yeah. Who's that good ski lookalike? Look at
All right
that.
there. So here we go. We've got our ski, which has been signed by a number of different skiers, most of them last week over at the Caiaphas Pro Battle. This on the water is Christoforos Gratias, Christoforos Gratias, who actually owns and operates a Volkswagen dealership in Athens in Greece. and was one of the sponsors of the Caiaphas Pro Battle, so we thank him very much for his effort in that respect. This is at 52K, an A2 on 18.25 meters. Didn't run this pass in round number 1. Got as far as that buoy, which is 5.
Yes.
And he gets round number
Let's
6
go.
and now has a chance at 55K, 18.25 meters.
What do you get in your mind when you drop and you see all the signatures on your ski? Will Asher, Freddie Winter, Nate Smith? Well, what do you say to yourself?
I'm not too sure what was being said over the headphones, but I recognize the verb attendre, which is to wait. You have no idea, some of you folks out there, what is being said over the headphones, and some of it may actually be broadcastable.
Couldn't believe that would be so difficult to sit next to you, Tony, and speak proper water ski while Vincent Stadelbauer is trying to get in your mind with French funny stuff. Look at him, he's showing off because he's in the lead.
He's trying to make comparisons with Asterisk the Gaul, you being
Yeah.
Asterisk and me being Obelisk.
You get to sit all day, that's why you get energy when you go ski, Vince.
All right, then, as Vince Stadelbauer operates the 1s and 2s at 55K at 18.25 meters. Now he's got a little bit of speed to work with. He's round buoy number 1, a little bit narrow there, trying to break the ski into a turn. On number 3, he's still there, you know. He's good to go round number 4. Can he make it round number 5? Let's go. Oh, and gets round number 4, but no more beyond that. So he's going to ski into the dock, and it's going to be a 4 buoy count on 18.25 meters at 55K.
He improved since this morning, right?
Yes, absolutely, by almost a pass.
Nice. So now we can go and enjoy a nice cocktail at Le Campagnol, where we're all heading for dinner, presentation, bibs.
All right, then. So our next competitor to take to the water, our only competitor from Argentina, our only male competitor from Argentina, it is Pato Zohar. And you know what? You don't mess with the Zohar.
You don't?
You don't. Always love to say that.
You're the last one.
What was previous score of Patricio?
Pato's score in the round previous to this was 3 at 11.
Okay, so another guy that can chase Vince.
Possibly.
Yeah, so starting 14.
14-meter start.
2 warm-up pass. Then the money pass, 12, and then give a shot himself at 11.
All right, so Pato Font.
Zohar.
Zohar. Oh,
wrong discipline, wrong country, wrong person.
Yeah, indeed. Freudian slip there. I apologize. So he's scored consistently around halfway down the pass at 11.25 meters. He's even had a couple of instances where he's gone into 10.75 meters. The best of them was over at the Miranda Ski Open at Lago Los Moros at 25th of February this season, where he scored 1 at 10.75 meters.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, looking at his 14, you can tell this guy can go far in the course.
Yep, looking good. Looking in tremendous shape here.
So, Tony, what is scheduled tomorrow? There is the radar challenge for junior.
That's the... Starts with the junior challenge at 8:30 a.m. and then we're going to go into the women's round 1 women's, round 1 men's, and then we replicate that same schedule again. There you see, it's right there in front of you. There's your schedule. Starting at 8:30 tomorrow morning, East Central European time, which is 2:30 in the morning on the Eastern Seaboard, and 8 and 11:30 on Friday night. For those of you that are watching us in California, on the West Coast and all of those places. 11:30 on Friday evening, 11:30 p.m. And you'll see the first of our pros with the Junior Pro Challenge presented by Radar. Pato Zohar.
Skiing on B1.
Bravo 1. 30 meters. Oh, bit of a stab there. Nicely done. Round all 6 buoys. And that was 13 meters.
The mean green.
Yeah, indeed.
So you were asking me earlier why Santos Dassault was part of it.
Yeah.
The Junior Challenge is a perfect example of why we wanted to support this event. San Gervasio was the first pro event to come back and rise again in Europe 9 years ago. So, as I said, we love to buy old places and we love the heritage and stuff like that. So, having like a tournament that goes for almost 10 years now, that was something we could rely on. And having Matteo and all his crew putting such a great event and having this challenge for junior and helping out the future generation, this is something we really appreciate and we wanted to support.
Right you are. I'm Tony Lightfoot. He is Gregoire Desfond. Glad to have the presence of your company as we continue right along with this event here, the San Gervasio ProAm.
Pato coming back 12 meters.
Coming in on 12 meters.
35 off.
Decent start.
Yeah, still recomposed. Whoa.
Oh, getting into a little bit of difficulty round 5, but managing to go round number 6. So, it's getting through 12 meters and looking for that score to supersede Vincent Saddlebauer, who's currently sitting pretty at the lead with 5 on 11.
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask. What was the score he's bragging about, this Vincent Stadelbauer? 5? 5, okay. That means Pato will have to run this in order to take the lead. Or 5.5, but who wants to see 5.5? We want to see full 6 and coming back at 39.
Yes. Oui, c'est vrai.
Oui, Tony.
Yeah. Okay, getting ready for our next skier to take to water. Elias England.
Where is he from?
He comes to us from Sweden.
Interesting.
Yes.
Does he own the country of England, or how does it work?
It's England, not England.
Sorry.
All right, then. So here we
Let's
go.
go.
11.25 meters, 38 off. The rope is shorter than the distance from the center of the boat guides out to the buoy.
Good one.
Gets a good start. He's round buoy number 2. Look at this. He's getting closer to where he wants to be lead-wise. He's round number 4. Does he make an approach on number 5? He's round number 5. Does he make it round buoy number 6? And for the first time, this competition. Now it's going to fire up the Open Men's Championship here.
Really good skiing.
Yes,
really
indeed. It's a 6 buoy count, and he's going to go and have a crack at 10.75 meters for only the second time this season.
Beautiful pass.
Gets a really, really good hook up there on buoy number 1. Keeping the ski out ahead of him. Keeping the handle down nice and low, and a good extension into buoy number 3.
Yeah, did not panic there.
Nope, didn't hit the panic button at all.
Put the energy needed there.
Yeah, indeed. And looking good there for the majority of that run. as he gets round all 6 buoys.
And that stretched the back. Perfect.
Yeah.
Now he's ready for 39.
Yep, 39.5 off 10.75 meters for Pato Zohar. He's in the lead in the open men's competition, wrenching the lead away from Vincent Stadelbauer, who is now in second place on 5, with 1 round of open men's skiing to come. That will be on Sunday. Don't forget the pros with the Junior Challenge starts at 8:30 tomorrow morning. If you're wondering what's going on here right now, we're on day 1 of this competition with the amateurs. There's one. And one that ties his best score of the season. There we go, Pato Zohar.
And just like that, he took the lead.
Yep, just like that.
I didn't hear Vincent Stadelbauer reaction.
But I'm not too sure if the running orders are going to be reseeded, and if they are, that's going to be quite interesting.
No, there is no reseed.
No reseeding?
No reseed.
Okay. So, we've got a bit of a tournament on our hands between Pato Zohar and Vincent Stadelbauer. And when we return, we'll bring on our last skier, Elias England from Sweden, next.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Torrefazione Varanini, a Milano dal 1970. Specializzata nella realizzazione di miscele, bar e vending di alta gamma garantite da un sistema di qualità certificata. La tostatura lenta ed accurata delle migliori origini di caffè, arabica e robusta assicura un ottimale sviluppo degli aromi per un risultato ineguagliabile in tazza. Caffè Varanini, al bar, in casa o in ufficio. Una storia di gusto.
For skiers and water enthusiasts, Florida lakes are what dreams are made of. Combined with world-class golf, remarkable weather, natural beauty, theme parks, and so much more, it's easy to see that Florida is paradise. For more than 30 years, I've enjoyed Florida's lakes and many offerings. If you are interested in Florida real estate, let me be your guide and trusted advisor as you search for your paradise. Together, we can make your dreams a reality.
All right, good folks. It's going to be a 14.25 meter start for Elias England. We'll see how he gets along right here, right now.
Previous score, Tony, for Elias?
Previous score, 4.5 on 13 meters.
Okay, starting 14. I believe he can run 13 if he starts 14.
Yes, indeed. That one would make that assumption, of course. Skied at the Malibu 3-round slalom event in Carlsbad in Sweden. His best score there was 2 on 12. And in...
nice looking pass.
That was Elias England, and that score, as a matter of fact, was actually dated back to 2020. So if what I'm reading is correctly so far as his scores are concerned, 1, this is his first tournament of this season, and 3, this is his first tournament in about 2 or 3 seasons.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's cool. Comeback.
A little bit of a comeback, yeah, certainly.
Well, you can tell it's not his first tournament because it looks really good. No stress out there. Smooth, easy first pass.
Yep, seems to make very, very light work of that.
Is he the only representative of Sweden this weekend? Is Jacob Boyn here?
So, Elias England, and reading ahead to our pro skiers, I believe he is our only representative here from Sweden. Let's have a look and see.
Looking good.
Yeah, not looking bad. Not looking bad at all.
Yeah, there you go.
All right, getting it done. All right, so into our 11th hour of broadcasting since the very start this morning at around about 7:45. We'll start a little bit later tomorrow at around 8:30 with around about 8:15 prior to the official start of tomorrow's event, which is going to be at 8:30 in the morning. That's 2:30 on the eastern seaboard of the United States and 11:30 p.m. on the west coast of the United States, 11:30 p.m., that being still on a Friday.
Well, 11 hours. That makes you one of a hell of an athlete, Tony.
Not really. If
If
you're looking at me, you'd never make that assertion.
You are.
You'd never make that assertion stick.
I take that moment to tell you thank you for every webcast you ever made.
Why, thank
Doing
you.
a hell of a job out there.
We're trying.
You and your team.
All right, there. So here we go. This is Elias England. He's already gone through 14 and 13. Now this is 12. Whoa, getting in a little bit deep here off number.
It's gonna be hard. Yeah.
Number 2 into number 3, and just not really getting into it, so to speak, as he gets a little bit pitted out on the entrance gates into buoy number 1. Gets a decent start on that D3 slalom. Gets around number 2 and just getting broken through forward at the waist and couldn't really settle himself into his leverage going in towards number 3. And by that point, everything just decided to disintegrate. And that is a 3 buoy count on 12. But it is better than his opening round of 4.5.
Yeah, way better.
13.
Way better. Gives him confidence for Sunday.
All right, so.
Well, Tony, that was an interesting and nice first day of tournament.
Yes, and a rather unexpected pleasure to have you here at the announcing spot. Thanks a lot for being here. And tell the good folks that they wanted to find out information about our presenting sponsor, Santos Dassault. Where would they go online?
They would go on Instagram, Santos Dassault, or santosdassault.com.
Okay, and I'm sure they've got a Facebook presence or two somewhere.
LinkedIn mostly.
LinkedIn mostly. Yeah. I mean, it is a business entity.
It is.
Yes, certainly. All right then. So thanks a lot, Gregoire Desfond.
Thank you,
we'll
Tony.
be talking to you a little bit later on as the competition continues. You get to rest for a few hours as you get prepared for the third and final round of competition on Sunday. Tomorrow we have the pros starting at 8:30 tomorrow morning with the Junior Pro Challenge presented by Radar, and then we'll go into the Pro Women, then Pro Men, and then basically replicate the same order for round 2 in that competition. So on behalf of the team here at TWBC and my good friend Gregoire Desfond, I'm Tony Lightfoot, and as usual, it is ciao for now.
Today is gonna be a little something more. I've got a plan in mind, a special thing in store. The light bulb inside my head says, get out and play, 'cause you never